Chapter 16. I send the Corticelli to Turin. Helen is initiated into the mysteries of love. I go to Lyon. My arrival at Turin. One of the ladies, Madame Saxe, was intended by nature to win the devotion of a man of feeling, and if she had not had a jealous officer in her train who never let her go out of his sight and seemed to threaten anyone who aspired to please, she would probably have had plenty of admirers. This officer was fond of piquet, but the lady was always obliged to sit close beside him, which she seemed to do with pleasure. In the afternoon, I played with him and continued doing so for 5 or 6 days. After that, I could stand it no longer, as when he had won 10 or 12 louis, he invariably rose and left me to myself. His name was D'Entraigues. He was a fine-looking man, though somewhat thin, and had a good share of wit and knowledge of the world. We had not played together for 2 days, when one afternoon he asked if I would like to take my revenge. "No, I think not," said I, "for we don't play on the same principle. I play for amusement's sake and you play to win money." "What do you mean? Your words are offensive." "I didn't mean them to be offensive, but as a matter of fact, each time we have played you have risen after a quarter of an hour. You ought to be obliged to me, as otherwise you would have lost heavily." "Possibly, but I don't think so. I can prove it to you." "I accept the offer, but the first to leave the table must forfeit 50 louis. "I agree, but money down." "I never play on credit." I ordered a waiter to bring cards, and I went to fetch 4 or 5 rolls of 100 louis each. We began playing for 5 louis the game, each player putting down the 50 louis wagered. We began to play at 3, and at 9 o'clock D'Entraigues said we might take some supper. "I am not hungry," I replied, "but you can go if you want me to put the 100 louis in my pocket." He laughed at this and went on playing, but this laissez-faire scowled at me, though I did not care in the least for that. All the guests went to supper and returned to keep us company till midnight, but at that hour we found ourselves alone. D'Entraigues saw what kind of man he had got hold of and said never a word, while I only opened my lips to score. We played with the utmost coolness. At 6 o'clock the ladies and gentlemen who were taking the waters began to assemble. We were applauded for our determination, in spite of our grim look. The louis were on the table, I had lost 100, and yet the game was going in my favor. At 9 the fair Madame Saxe put in an appearance, and shortly after Madame Durf came in with M. de Schomberg. Both ladies advised us to take a cup of chocolate. D'Entraigues was the first to consent, and thinking that I was almost done, he said, "Let us agree that the first man who asks for food, who absents himself for more than a quarter of an hour, or who falls asleep in his chair, loses the bet." "I will take you at your word," I replied, "and I adhere to all your conditions." The chocolate came, we took it, and proceeded with our play. At noon we were summoned to dinner, but we both replied that we were not hungry. At 4 o'clock we allowed ourselves to be persuaded into taking some soup. When supper time came and we were still playing, people began to think that the affair was getting serious, and Madame Saxe urged us to divide the wager. D'Entraigues, who had won 100 louis, would have gladly consented, but I would not give in, and M. de Schomberg pronounced me within my rights. My adversary might have abandoned the stake and still found himself with a balance to the good, but avarice rather than pride prevented his doing so. I felt the loss myself, but what I cared chiefly about was the point of honor. I still looked fresh, while he resembled a disinterred corpse. As Madame Saxe urged me strongly to give way, I answered that I felt deeply grieved at not being able to satisfy such a charming woman, but that there was a question of honor in the case, and I was determined not to yield to my antagonist if I sat there till I fell dead to the ground. I had 2 objects in speaking thus. I wanted to frighten him and to make him jealous of me. I felt certain that a man in a passion of jealousy would be quite confused, and I hoped his play would suffer accordingly, and that I should not have the mortification of losing 100 louis to his superior play, though I won the 50 louis of the wager. The fair Madame Saxe gave me a glance of contempt and left us, but Madame Durf, who believed I was infallible, avenged me by saying to D'Entraigues, in a tone of the profoundest conviction, "O Lord, I pity you, sir." The company did not return after supper, and we were left alone to our play. We played on all the night, and I observed my antagonist's face as closely as the cards. He began to lose his composure and made mistakes, his cards got mixed up, and his scoring was wild. I was hardly less done up than he. I felt myself growing weaker, and I hoped to see him fall to the ground every moment, as I began to be afraid of being beaten in spite of the superior strength of my constitution. I had won back my money by daybreak, and I cavilled with him for being away for more than a quarter of an hour. This quarrel about nothing irritated him and roused me up. The difference of our natures produced these different results, and my stratagem succeeded because it was impromptu and could not have been foreseen. In the same way in war, sudden stratagems succeed. At 9 o'clock Madame Sax came in, her lover was losing. "Now, sir," she said to me, "you may fairly yield." "Madam," said I, "in hope of pleasing you, I will gladly divide the stakes and rise from the table." The tone of exaggerated gallantry with which I pronounced these words put D'Entraigues into a rage, and he answered sharply that he would not desist till one of us was dead. With a glance at the lady which was meant to be lovelorn, but which must have been extremely languid in my exhausted state, I said, "You see, madam, that I am not the more obstinate of the two." A dish of soup was served to us, but D'Entraigues, who was in the last stage of exhaustion, had no sooner swallowed the soup than he fell from his chair in a dead faint. He was soon taken up, and after I had given 6 louis to the marker who had been watching for 48 hours, I pocketed the gold and went to the apothecary's where I took a mild emetic. Afterwards I went to bed and slept for a few hours, and at 3 o'clock I made an excellent dinner. D'Entraigues remained in his room till the next day. I expected a quarrel, but the night brings counsel, and I made a mistake. As soon as he saw me, he ran up to me and embraced me, saying, "I made a silly bet, but you have given me a lesson which will last me all my days, and I am much obliged to you for it." "I am delighted to hear it, provided that your health has not suffered." "No, I am quite well, but we will play no more together." "Well, I hope we shan't play against each other any more." In the course of 8 or 10 days I took Madame D'Urf and the pretended Lascaris to bail. We put up at the inn of the famous Imhoff, who swindled us, but all the same, the Three Kings is the best inn in the town. I think I have noted that noon at Bale is at 11 o'clock an absurdity due to some historic event, which I had explained to me but have forgotten. The inhabitants are said to be subject to a kind of madness, of which they are cured by taking the waters of Salzbach, but they get it again as soon as they return. We should have stayed at Bale some time if it had not been for an incident which made me hasten our departure. It was as follows. My necessities had obliged me to forgive the Corticelli to a certain extent, and when I came home early I spent the night with her. But when I came home late, as often happened, I slept in my own room. The little hussy, in the latter case, slept also alone in a room next to her mother, S., through whose chamber one had to pass to get to the daughters. One night I came in at 1 o'clock, and not feeling inclined to sleep, I took a candle and went in search of my charmer. I was rather surprised to find Signora Laura's door half open, and just as I was going in the old woman came forward and took me by the arm, begging me not to go into her daughter's room. "Why," said I, "she has been very poorly all the evening, and she is in need of sleep." "Very good, then I will sleep too." So saying, I pushed the mother to one side, and entering the girl's room, I found her in bed with someone who was hiding under the sheets. I gazed at the picture for a moment and then began to laugh, and sitting down on the bed begged to inquire the name of the happy individual whom I should have the pleasure of throwing out of the window. On a chair I saw the coat, trousers, hat, and cane of the gentleman, but as I had my 2 trusty pistols about me, I knew I had nothing to fear. However, I did not want to make a noise. With tears in her eyes, and trembling all over, the girl took my hand and begged me to forgive her. "It's a young lord," said she, "and I don't even know his name." "Oh, he is a young lord, is he? And you don't know his name, you little hussy, don't you? Well, he will tell me himself." So saying, I took a pistol and vigorously stripped the sheets off the cuckoo who had got into my nest. I saw the face of a young man whom I did not know, his head covered with a nightcap, but the rest perfectly naked, as indeed was my mistress. He turned his back to me to get his shirt which he had thrown on the floor, but seizing him by the arm I held him firmly, with my pistol to his forehead. "Kindly tell me your name, fair sir." "I am Count B, Canon of Bale." And do you think you have been performing an ecclesiastical function here? No, sir, no, and I hope you will forgive me and the lady too, for I am the only guilty party. I am not asking you whether she is guilty or not. Sir, the Countess is perfectly innocent. I felt in a good temper, and far from being angry, I was strongly inclined to laugh. I found the picture before me an attractive one. It was amusing and voluptuous. The sight of the two nudities on the bed was a truly lascivious one, and I remained contemplating it in silence for a quarter of an hour, occupied in resisting a strong temptation to take off my clothes and lie beside them. The only thing which prevented my yielding to it was the fear that I might find the canon to be a fool, incapable of playing the part with dignity. As for the Corticelli, she soon passed from tears to laughter, and would have done it well. But if, as I feared, the canon was a blockhead, I should have been degrading myself. I felt certain that neither of them had guessed my thoughts, so I rose and told the canon to put on his clothes. No one must hear anything more of this, said I, but you and I will go to a distance of 200 paces and burn a little powder. No, no, sir, cried my gentleman. You may take me where you like and kill me if you please, but I was not meant for a fighting man. Really? Yes, sir, and I only became a priest to escape the fatal duty of dueling. Then you are a coward and will not object to a good thrashing. Anything you like, but it would be cruelty, for my love blinded me. I only came here a quarter of an hour ago, and the Countess and her governess were both asleep. You are a liar. I had only just taken off my shirt when you came, and I have never seen this angel before. And that's gospel truth, said the Corticelli. Are you aware that you are a couple of impudent scoundrels? And as for you, Master Canon, you deserve to be roasted like St. Lawrence. In the meanwhile, the wretched ecclesiastic had huddled on his clothes. Follow me, sir, said I, in a tone which froze the marrow of his bones, and I accordingly took him to my room. What will you do, said I, if I forgive you and let you go without putting you to shame? I will leave in an hour and a half, and you shall never see me here again. But even if we meet in the future, you will find me always ready to do you a service. Very good. Begone, and in the future take more precautions in your amorous adventures. After this I went to bed, well pleased with what I had seen and what I had done, for I now had complete power over the Corticelli. In the morning I called on her as soon as I got up, and told her to pack up her things, forbidding her to leave her room till she got into the carriage. I shall say I am ill. Just as you please, but nobody will take any notice of you. I did not wait for her to make any further objections, but proceeded to tell the tale of what had passed to Madame d'Urf, slightly embroidering the narrative. She laughed heartily, and inquired of the oracle what must be done with the Lascaris after her evident pollution by the evil genius disguised as a priest. The oracle replied that we must set out the next day for Besançon, whence she would go to Lyon and await me there, while I would take the Countess to Geneva, and thus send her back to her native country. The worthy visionary was enchanted with this arrangement, and saw in it another proof of the benevolence of Celanes, who would thus give her an opportunity of seeing young Aranda once more. It was agreed that I was to rejoin her in the spring of the following year, to perform the great operation which was to make her be born a man. She had not the slightest doubts as to the reasonableness of this performance. All was ready, and the next day we started, Madame d'Urf and I in the traveling carriage, and the Corticelli, her mother, and the servants in another conveyance. When we got to Besançon, Madame d'Urf left me, and on the next day I journeyed towards Geneva with the mother and daughter. On the way, I not only did not speak to my companions, I did not so much as look at them. I made them have their meals with a servant from the Franche Comte, whom I had taken on M. de Schomberg's recommendation. I went to my banker and asked him to get me a good coachman, who would take 2 ladies of my acquaintance to Turin. When I got back to the inn, I wrote to the Chevalier Raberty, sending him a bill of exchange. I warned him that in 3 or 4 days after the receipt of my letter, he would be accosted by a Bolognese dancer and her mother, bearing a letter of commendation. I begged him to see that they lodged in a respectable house and to pay for them on my behalf. I also said that I should be much obliged if he would contrive that she should dance, even for nothing, at the carnival, and I begged him to warn her that, If I heard any tales about her when I came to Turin, our relations would be at an end. The following day, a clerk of M. Tronchen S. brought a coachman for me to see. The man said he was ready to start as soon as he had had his dinner. I confirmed the agreement he had made with the banker. I summoned the 2 Corticellis and said to the coachman, "These are the persons you are to drive, and they will pay you when they reach Turin in safety with their luggage. You are to take 4 days and a half for the journey, as is stipulated in the agreement, of which they have 1 copy and you another." An hour after he called to put the luggage in. The Corticelli burst into tears, but I was not so cruel as to send her away without any consolation. Her bad conduct had been severely enough punished already. I made her dine with me, and as I gave her the letter for M. Rayberty and 25 louis for the journey, I told her what I had written to the gentleman, who would take good care of them. She asked me for a trunk containing 3 dresses and a superb mantle which Madame Derf had given her before she became mad, but I said that we would talk of that at Turin. She dared not mention the casket, but continued weeping. However, she did not move me to pity. I left her much better off than when I first knew her. She had good clothes, good linen, jewels, and an exceedingly pretty watch I had given her, altogether a good deal more than she deserved. As she was going, I escorted her to the carriage, less for politeness' sake than to commend her once more to the coachman. When she was fairly gone, I felt as if a load had been taken off my back, and I went to look up my worthy syndic, whom the reader will not have forgotten. I had not written to him since I was in Florence, and I anticipated the pleasure of seeing his surprise, which was extreme. But after gazing at me for a moment, he threw his arms round my neck, kissed me several times, and said he had not expected the pleasure of seeing me. "How are our sweethearts getting on?" "Excellently. They are always talking about you and regretting your absence. They will go wild with joy when they know you are here." "You must tell them directly, then." "I will go and warn them that we shall all sup together this evening. By the way, M. de Voltaire has given up his house at Delessez to M. de Villers and has gone to live at Ferney. That makes no difference to me, as I was not thinking of calling on him this time. I shall be here for 2 or 3 weeks, and I mean to devote my time to you. You are too good. Will you give me writing materials before you go out? I will write a few letters while you are away." He put me in possession of his desk, and I wrote to my late housekeeper, Madame Lebel, telling her that I was going to spend 3 weeks at Geneva, and that if I were sure of seeing her I would gladly pay a visit to Lausanne. Unfortunately, I also wrote to the bad Genoese poet, Ascanio Pagomez or Giacomo Passano, whom I had met at Leghorn. I told him to go to Turin and to wait for me there. At the same time, I wrote to M.F., to whom I had commended him, asking him to give the poet 12 louis for the journey. My evil genius made me think of this man, who was an imposing-looking fellow and had all the air of a magician, to introduce him to Madame Derf as a great adept. You will see, dear reader, in the course of a year whether I had reason to repent of this fatal inspiration. As the syndic and I were on our way to our young friend's house, I saw an elegant English carriage for sale, and I exchanged it for mine, giving the owner 100 louis as well. While the bargain was going on, the uncle of the young theologian who argued so well, and to whom I had given such pleasant lessons in physiology, came up to me, embraced me, and asked me to dine with him the next day. Before we got to the house, the syndic informed me that we should find another extremely pretty but uninitiated girl present. "All the better," said I. "I shall know how to regulate my conduct, and perhaps I may succeed in initiating her." In my pocket, I had placed a casket containing a dozen exquisite rings. I had long been aware that such trifling presents are often very serviceable. The moment of meeting those charming girls once more was one of the happiest I have ever enjoyed. In their greeting I read delight and love of pleasure. Their love was without envy or jealousy, or any ideas which would have injured their self-esteem. They felt worthy of my regard, as they had lavished their favors on me without any degrading feelings, and drawn by the same emotion that had drawn me. The presence of the neophyte obliged us to greet each other with what is called decency, and she allowed me to kiss her without raising her eyes, but blushing violently. After the usual commonplaces had passed, and we had indulged in some double meanings which made us laugh and her look thoughtful, I told her she was pretty as a little love, and that I felt sure that her mind, as beautiful as its casket, could harbor no prejudices. I have all the prejudices which honor and religion suggest, she modestly replied. I saw that this was a case requiring very delicate treatment. There was no question of carrying the citadel by sudden assault, but, as usual, I fell in love with her. The syndic having pronounced my name, she said, "Ah, then, you, sir, are the person who discussed some very singular questions with my cousin, the pastor's niece. I am delighted to make your acquaintance." "I am equally pleased to make yours, but I hope the pastor's niece said nothing against me." "Not at all, she has a very high opinion of you." "I am going to dine with her tomorrow, and I shall take care to thank her." "Tomorrow, I should like to be there, for I enjoy philosophical discussions, though I never dare to put a word in." The syndic praised her discretion and wisdom in such a manner that I was convinced he was in love with her, and that he had either seduced her or was trying to do so. Her name was Helen. I asked the young ladies if Helen was their sister. The eldest replied with a sly smile that she was a sister, but as yet she had no brother, and with this explanation she ran up to Helen and kissed her. Then the syndic and I vied with each other in paying her compliments, telling her that we hoped to be her brothers. She blushed but gave no answer to our gallantries. I then drew forth my casket, and seeing that all the girls were enchanted with the rings, I told them to choose which ones they liked best. The charming Helen imitated their example and repaid me with a modest kiss. Soon after she left us, and we were once more free, as in old times. The syndic had good cause to show for his love of Helen. She was not merely pleasing, she was made to inspire a violent passion. However, the three friends had no hope of making her join in their pleasures, for they said that she had invincible feelings of modesty where men were concerned. We supped merrily, and after supper we began our sports again, the syndic remaining as usual a mere looker-on, and well pleased with his part. I treated each of the three nymphs to 2 courses, deceiving them whenever I was forced by nature to do so. At midnight we broke up, and the worthy syndic escorted me to the door of my lodging. The day following I went to the pastor's and found a numerous party assembled, amongst others M. de Harcourt and M. de Zymes, who told me that M. de Voltaire knew that I was at Geneva and hoped to see me. I replied by a profound bow. M. Deal. Hedvig, the pastor's niece, complimented me, but I was still better pleased to see her cousin Helen. The theologian of 22 was fair and pleasant to the eyes, but she had not that genie size qua, that shade of bittersweet, which adds zest to hope as well as pleasure. However, the evident friendship between Hedvig and Helen gave me good hopes of success with the latter. We had an excellent dinner, and while it lasted the conversation was restricted to ordinary topics, but at dessert the pastor begged M. de Zymes to ask his niece some questions. Knowing his worldwide reputation, I expected him to put her some problem in geometry, but he only asked whether a lie could be justified on the principle of a mental reservation. Hedvig replied that there are cases in which a lie is necessary, but that the principle of a mental reservation is always a cheat. Then how could Christ have said that the time in which the world was to come to an end was unknown to him? He was speaking the truth, it was not known to him. Then he was not God. That is a false deduction, for since God may do all things, he may certainly be ignorant of an event in futurity. I thought the way in which she brought in the word futurity almost sublime. Hedvig was loudly applauded, and her uncle went all round the table to kiss her. I had a very natural objection on the tip of my tongue, which she might have found difficult to answer, but I wanted to get into her good graces, and I kept my own counsel. M. de Harcourt was urged to ask her some questions, but he replied in the words of Horace, nulla mihi religio est. Then Hedvig turned to me and asked me to put her some hard question, something difficult which you don't know yourself. I shall be delighted. Do you grant that a God possesses in a supreme degree the qualities of man? Yes, excepting man's weaknesses. Do you class the generative power as a weakness? No. Will you tell me, then, of what nature would have been the offspring of a union between a god and a mortal woman? Hedvig looked as red as fire. The pastor and the other guests looked at each other, while I gazed fixedly at the young theologian, who was reflecting. M. de Harcourt said that we should have to send for Voltaire to settle a question so difficult, But as Hedvig had collected her thoughts and seemed ready to speak, everybody was silent. "It would be absurd," said she, "to suppose that a deity could perform such an action without its having any results. At the end of 9 months, a woman would be delivered a male child, which would be 3 parts man and 1 part God." At these words, all the guests applauded. M. de Zymenes expressed his admiration of the way the question had been solved, adding, "Naturally, if the son of the woman married, his children would be 7/8 men and 1/8 gods." "Yes," said I, "unless he married a goddess, which would have made the proportion different." "Tell me exactly," said Hedvig, "what proportion of divinity there would be in a child of the 16th generation." "Give me a pencil and I will soon tell you," said M. de Zymenes. "There is no need to calculate it," said I. "The child would have some small share of the wit which you enjoy." Everybody applauded this gallant speech, which did not by any means offend the lady to whom it was addressed. This pretty blonde was chiefly desirable for the charms of her intellect. We rose from the table and made a circle round her, but she told us with much grace not to pay her any more compliments. I took Helen aside and told her to get her cousin to choose a ring from my casket, which I gave her, and she seemed glad to execute the commission. A quarter of an hour afterwards, Hedvig came to show me her hand adorned with the ring she had chosen. I kissed it rapturously, and she must have guessed from the warmth of my kisses with what feelings she had inspired me. In the evening, Helen told the syndic and the 3 girls all about the morning's discussion without leaving out the smallest detail. She told the story with ease and grace, and I had no occasion to prompt her. We begged her to stay to supper, but she whispered something to the 3 friends, and they agreed that it was impossible. But she said that she might spend a couple of days with them in their country house on the lake if they would ask her mother. At the syndic's request, the girls called on the mother the next day, and the day after that they went off with Helen. The same evening we went and supped with them, but we could not sleep there. The syndic was to take me to a house at a short distance off, where we should be very comfortable. This being the case, there was no hurry, and the eldest girl said that the syndic and I could leave whenever we liked, but that they were going to bed. So saying, she took Helen to her room, while the 2 others slept in another room. Soon after, the syndic went into the room where Helen was, and I visited the 2 others. I had scarcely been with my 2 sweethearts for an hour when the syndic interrupted my erotic exploits by begging me to go. "What have you done with Helen?" I asked. "Nothing. She's a simpleton and an intractable one. She hid under the sheets and would not look at my performance with her friend. You ought to go to her direct." "I have done so, but she repulsed me again and again. I have given it up and shall not try it again unless you will tame her for me." "How is it to be done?" "Come to dinner tomorrow. I shall be away at Geneva. I shall be back by supper time. I wish we could give her too much to drink." "That would be a pity. Let me see what I can do." I accordingly went to dine with them by myself the next day, and they entertained me in all the force of the word. After dinner, we went for a walk, and the 3 friends, understanding my aims, left me alone with the intractable girl, who resisted my caresses in a manner which almost made me give up the hope of taming her. "The syndic," said I, "is in love with you, and last night." "Last night," she said, "he amused himself with his old friend. I am for everyone's following their own tastes, but I expect to be allowed to follow mine. If I could gain your heart, I should be happy. Why don't you invite the pastor and my cousin to dine with you? I could come too, for the pastor makes much of everyone who loves his niece." "I am glad to hear that. Has she a lover?" "No." "I can scarcely believe it. She is young, pretty, agreeable, and very clever." "You don't understand Genevan ways. It is because she is so clever that no young man falls in love with her. Those who might be attracted by her personal charms hold themselves aloof on account of her intellectual capacities, as they would have to sit in silence before her." "Are the young Genevans so ignorant then?" "As a rule they are. Some of them have received excellent educations, but in a general way they are full of prejudice. Nobody wishes to be considered a fool or a blockhead, but clever women are not appreciated, and if a girl is witty or well educated, she endeavors to hide her lights, at least if she desires to be married." "Ah, now I see why you did not open your lips during our discussion." "No, I know I have nothing to hide. This was not the motive which made me keep silence, but the pleasure of listening. I admired my cousin, who was not afraid to display her learning on a subject which any other girl would have affected to know nothing about. Yes, affected, though she might very probably know as much as her grandmother. That's a matter of morals, or rather of prejudices. Your reasoning is admirable, and I am already longing for the party you so cleverly suggested. You will have the pleasure of being with my cousin. I do her justice. Hedvig is certainly a very interesting and agreeable girl, but believe me, it is your presence that will constitute my chief enjoyment. And how if I do not believe you? You would wrong me and give me pain, for I love you dearly. In spite of that, you have deceived me. I am sure that you have given marks of your affection to those 3 young ladies. For my part, one pity them. Why? Because neither of them can flatter herself that you love her, and her alone. And do you think that your delicacy of feeling makes you happier than they are? Yes, I think so, though of course I have no experience in the matter. Tell me truly, do you think I am right? Yes, I do. I am delighted to hear it. But you must confess that to associate me with them in your attentions would not be giving me the greatest possible proof of your love. Yes, I do confess it, and I beg your pardon. But tell me how I should set to work to ask the pastor to dinner. There will be no difficulty. Just call on him and ask him to come, and if you wish me to be of the party, beg him to ask my mother and myself. Why your mother's? Because he has been in love with her these 20 years and loves her still. And where shall I give this dinner? Is not M. Tronchin your banker? Yes. He has a nice pleasure house on the lake. Ask him to lend it you for the day. He will be delighted to do so. But don't tell the syndic or his 3 friends anything about it. They can hear of it afterwards. But do you think your learned cousin will be glad to be in my company? More than glad, you may be sure. Very good, everything will be arranged by tomorrow. The day after, you will be returning to Geneva, and the party will take place 2 or 3 days later. The syndic came back in due course, and we had a very pleasant evening. After supper, the ladies went to bed as before, and I went with the eldest girl while the syndic visited the 2 younger ones. I knew that it would be of no use to try to do anything with Helen, so I contented myself with a few kisses, after which I wished them good night and passed on to the next room. I found them in a deep sleep, and the syndic seemed visibly bored. He did not look more cheerful when I told him that I had had no success with Helen. I see, said he, that I shall waste my time with the little fool. I think I shall give her up. I think that's the best thing you could do, I replied, for a man who languishes after a woman who is either devoid of feeling or full of caprice makes himself her dupe. Bliss should be neither too easy nor too hard to be won. The next day we returned to Geneva, and M. Tronchin seemed delighted to oblige me. The pastor accepted my invitation and said I was sure to be charmed with Helen's mother. It was easy to see that the worthy man cherished a tenderness for her, and if she responded at all, it would be all the better for my purposes. I was thinking of supping with the charming Helen and her 3 friends at the house on the lake, but an express summoned me to Lausanne. Madame Lebel, my old housekeeper, invited me to sup with her and her husband. She wrote that she had made her husband promise to take her to Lausanne as soon as she got my letter, and she added she was sure that I would resign everything to give her the pleasure of seeing me. She notified the hour at which she would be at her mother's house. Madame Lebel was one of the 10 or 12 women for whom in my happy youth I cherished the greatest affection. She had all the qualities to make a man a good wife, if it had been my fate to experience such felicity. But perhaps I did well not to tie myself down with irrevocable bonds, though now my independence is another name for slavery. But if I had married a woman of tact, who would have ruled me unawares to myself, I should have taken care of my fortune and have had children, instead of being lonely and penniless in my old age. But I must indulge no longer in digressions on the past, which cannot be recalled. And since my recollections make me happy, I should be foolish to cherish idle regrets. I calculated that if I started directly, I should get to Lausanne an hour before Madame Lebel, and I did not hesitate to give her this proof of my regard. I must here warn my readers that, though I loved this woman well, I was then occupied with another passion, and no voluptuous thought mingled with my desire of seeing her. My esteem for her was enough to hold my passions in check, but I esteemed Lebel too, and nothing would have induced me to disturb the happiness of this married pair. I wrote in haste to the syndic, telling him that an important and sudden call obliged me to start for Lausanne, but that I should have the pleasure of supping with him and his 3 friends at Geneva on the following day. I knocked at Madame Dubois' door at 5 o'clock, almost dying with hunger. Her surprise was extreme, for she did not know that her daughter was going to meet me at her house. Without more ado, I gave her 2 louis to get us a good supper. At 7 o'clock, Madame Lebel, her husband, and a child of 18 months, whom I easily recognized as my own, arrived. Our meeting was a happy one indeed. We spent 10 hours at table, and mirth and joy prevailed. At daybreak she started for Soleure, where Lebel had business. M. de Chavigny had desired to be remembered most affectionately to me. Lebel assured me that the ambassador was extremely kind to his wife, and he thanked me heartily for having given such a woman up to him. I could easily see that he was a happy husband, and that his wife was as happy as he. My dear housekeeper talked to me about my son. She said that nobody suspected the truth, but that neither she nor Lebel, who had faithfully kept his promise, and had not consummated the marriage for the 2 months agreed upon, had any doubts. "The secret," said Lebel to me, "will never be known, and your son will be my sole heir, or will share my property with my children if I ever have any, which I doubt." "My dear," said his wife, "there is somebody who has very strong suspicions on the subject, and these suspicions will gain strength as the child grows older. But we have nothing to fear on that score, as she is well paid to keep the secret." "And who is this person?" said I. "Madame, she has not forgotten the past and often speaks of you. Will you kindly remember me to her?" "I shall be delighted to do so, and I am sure the message will give her great pleasure." Lebel showed me my ring, and I showed him his, and gave him a superb watch for my son. "You must give it him," I said, "when you think he is old enough. We shall hear of the young gentleman, in 21 years, at Fontainebleau." I passed 3 hours in telling them of all the adventures I had during the 27 months since we had seen one another. As to their history, it was soon told. It had all the calm which belongs to happiness. Madame Lebel was as pretty as ever, and I could see no change in her, but I was no longer the same man. She thought me less lively than of old, and she was right. The Renaud had blasted me, and the pretended Lascaris had given me a great deal of trouble and anxiety. We embraced each other tenderly, and the wedded pair returned to Soleure and I to Geneva. But feeling that I wanted rest, I wrote to the syndic that I was not well and could not come till the next day, and after I had done so, I went to bed. The next day, the eve of my dinner party, I ordered a repast in which no expense was to be spared. I did not forget to tell the landlord to get me the best wines, the choicest liqueurs, ices, and all the materials for a bowl of punch. I told him that we should be 6 in number, for I foresaw that M. Tronchin would dine with us. I was right. I found him at his pretty house ready to receive us, and I had not much trouble in inducing him to stay. In the evening, I thought it as well to tell the syndic and his 3 friends about it in Helen's presence, while she, feigning ignorance, said that her mother had told her they were going somewhere or other to dinner. "I am delighted to hear it," said I. "It must be at M. Tronchin's." My dinner would have satisfied the most exacting gourmet, but Hedvig was its real charm. She treated difficult theological questions with so much grace, and rationalized so skillfully, that though one might not be convinced, it was impossible to help being attracted. I have never seen any theologian who could treat the most difficult points with so much facility, eloquence, and real dignity, and at dinner she completed her conquest of myself. M. Tronchin, who had never heard her speak before, thanked me 100 times for having procured him this pleasure, and being obliged to leave us by the call of business, he asked us to meet again in 2 days' time. I was much interested during the dessert by the evident tenderness of the pastor for Helen's mother. His amorous eloquence grew in strength as he irrigated his throat with champagne, Greek wine, and Eastern liqueurs. The lady seemed pleased, and was a match for him as far as drinking was concerned, while the 2 girls and myself only drank with sobriety. However, the mixture of wines, and above all the punch, had done their work, and my charmers were slightly elevated. Their spirits were delightful, but rather pronounced. I took this favorable opportunity to ask the 2 aged lovers if I might take the young ladies for a walk in the garden by the lake, and they told us enthusiastically to go and enjoy ourselves. We went out arm in arm, and in a few minutes we were out of sight of everyone. "Do you know," said I to Hedvig, "that you have made a conquest of M. Tronchen?" "Have I?" The worthy banker asked me some very silly questions. "You must not expect everyone to be able to contend with you. I can't help telling you that your question pleased me best of all." A bigoted theologian at the end of the table seemed scandalized at the question and still more at the answer. "And why?" "He says I ought to have told you that a deity could not impregnate a woman. He said that he would explain the reason to me if I were a man, but being a woman and a maid he could not with propriety expound such mysteries. I wish you would tell me what the fool meant." "I should be very glad, but you must allow me to speak plainly, and I shall have to take for granted that you are acquainted with the physical conformation of a man." "Yes, speak as plainly as you like, for there is nobody to hear what we say, but I must confess that I am only acquainted with the peculiarities of the male by theory and reading. I have no practical knowledge. I have seen statues, but I have never seen or examined a real live man. Have you, Helen?" "I have never wished to do so." "Why not? It is good to know everything." "Well, Hedvig, your theologian meant to say that a god was not capable of this." "What is that?" "Give me your hand." "I can feel it, and have thought it would be something like that. Without this provision of nature, man would not be able to fecundate his mate. And how could the foolish theologian maintain that this was an imperfection?" "Because it is the result of desire, Hedvig, and it would not have taken place in me if I had not been charmed with you, and if I had not conceived the most seducing ideas of the beauties that I cannot see from the view of the beauties I can see. Tell me frankly whether feeling that did not give you an agreeable sensation." "It did, and just in the place where your hand is now. Don't you feel a pleasant tickling there, Helen, after what the gentleman has been saying to us?" "Yes, I feel it, but I often do, without anything to excite me." "And then," said I, "nature makes you appease it, thus." "Not at all." "Oh, yes," said Hedvig. "Even when we are asleep our hands seek that spot as if by instinct, and if it were not for that solace, I think we should get terribly ill." As this philosophical discourse, conducted by the young theologian in quite a professional manner, proceeded, we reached a beautiful basin of water, with a flight of marble steps for bathers. Although the air was cool, our heads were hot, and I conceived the idea of telling them that it would do them good to bathe their feet, and that if they would allow me I would take off their shoes and stockings. "I should like to so much," said Hedvig. "And I too," said Helen. "Then sit down, ladies, on the first step." They proceeded to sit down, and I began to take off their shoes, praising the beauty of their legs, and pretending for the present not to want to go farther than the knee. When they got into the water, they were obliged to pick up their clothes, and I encouraged them to do so. "Well, well," said Hedvig, "men have thighs too." Helen, who would have been ashamed to be beaten by her cousin, was not backward in showing her legs. "That will do, charming maids," said I. "You might catch cold if you stayed longer in the water." They walked up backwards, still holding up their clothes for fear of wetting them, and it was then my duty to wipe them dry with all the handkerchiefs I had. This pleasant task left me at freedom to touch and see, and the reader will imagine that I did my best in that direction. The fair theologian told me I wanted to know too much, but Helen let me do what I liked with such a tender and affectionate expression that it was as much as I could do to keep within bounds. At last, when I had drawn on their shoes and stockings, I told them that I was delighted to have seen the hidden charms of the two prettiest girls in Geneva. "What effect had it on you?" asked Hedvig. "I daren't tell you to look, but feel, both of you." "Do you bathe too?" "It's out of the question. A man's undressing takes so much trouble. But we have still 2 hours before us, in which we need not fear any interruption." This reply gave me a foretaste of the bliss I had to gain, but I did not wish to expose myself to an illness by going into the water in my present state. I noticed a summer house at a little distance, and feeling sure that M. Tronchen had left the door open, I took the 2 girls on my arm and led them there without giving them any hint of my intentions. The summer house was scented with vases of potpourri and adorned with engravings, but best of all, there was a large couch which seemed made for repose and pleasure. I sat down on it between my two sweethearts, and as I caressed them, I told them I was going to show them something they had never seen before, and without more ado I displayed to their gaze the principal agent in the preservation of the human race. They got up to admire it, and taking a hand of each one I procured them some enjoyment, but in the middle of their labors an abundant flow of liquid threw them into the greatest astonishment. "That," said I, "is the word which makes men." "It's beautiful," cried Helen, laughing at the term word. "I have a word too," said Hedvig, "and I will show it to you if you will wait a minute." "Come, Hedvig, and I will save you the trouble of making it yourself, and will do it better." "I dare say, but I have never done it with a man." "No more have I," said Helen. Placing them in front of me, I gave them another ecstasy. We then sat down, and while I felt all their charms I let them touch me as much as they liked, till I watered their hands a second time. We made ourselves decent once more, and spent half an hour in kisses and caresses, and I then told them that they had made me happy only in part, but that I hoped they would make my bliss complete by presenting me with their maidenheads. I showed them the little safety bags invented by the English in the interests of the fair sex. They admired them greatly when I explained their use, and the fair theologian remarked to her cousin that she would think it over. We were now close friends, and soon promised to be something more, and we walked back and found the pastor and Helen's mother strolling by the side of the lake. When I got back to Geneva, I went to spend the evening with the three friends, but I took good care not to tell the syndic anything about my victory with Helen. It would only have served to renew his hopes, and he would have had this trouble for nothing. Even I would have done no good without the young theologian, but as Helen admired her, she did not like to appear her inferior by refusing to imitate her freedom. I did not see Helen that evening, but I saw her the next day at her mother's house, for I was in mere politeness bound to thank the old lady for the honor she had done me. She gave me a most friendly reception and introduced me to two very pretty girls who were boarding with her. They might have interested me if I had been stopping long in Geneva, but as if was Helen claimed all my attraction. "Tomorrow," said the charming girl, "I shall be able to get a word with you at Madame Tronchin's dinner, and I expect Hedvig will have hit on some way for you to satisfy your desires." The banker gave us an excellent dinner. He proudly told me that no innkeeper could give such a good dinner as a rich gentleman who has a good cook, a good cellar, good silver plate, and china of the best quality. We were 20 of us at table, and the feast was given chiefly in honor of the learned theologian and myself, as a rich foreigner who spent money freely. M. de Zymes, who had just arrived from Ferney, was there, and told me that M. de Voltaire was expecting me, but I had foolishly determined not to go. Hedvig shone in solving the questions put to her by the company. M. de Zymes begged her to justify as best she could our first mother, who had deceived her husband by giving him the fatal apple to eat. Eve, she said, did not deceive her husband. She only cajoled him into eating it in the hope of giving him one more perfection. Besides, Eve had not been forbidden to eat the fruit by God, but only by Adam, and in all probability her woman's sense prevented her regarding the prohibition as serious. At this reply, which I found full of sense and wit, two scholars from Geneva and even Hedvig's uncle began to murmur and shake their heads. Madame Tronchin said gravely that Eve had received the prohibition from God himself, but the girl only answered by a humble, "I beg your pardon, madam." At this, she turned to the pastor with a frightened manner and said, "What do you say to this?" "Madam, my niece is not infallible." "Excuse me, dear uncle, I am as infallible as Holy Writ when I speak according to it. Bring a Bible and let me see." "Hedvig, my dear Hedvig, you are right after all. Here it is. The prohibition was given before woman was made." Everybody applauded, but Hedvig remained quite calm. It was only the two scholars and Madame Tronchin who still seemed disturbed. Another lady then asked her if it was allowable to believe the history of the apple to be symbolical. She replied, "I do not think so, because it could only be a symbol of sexual union, and it is clear that such did not take place between Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden." The learned differ on this point. "All the worse for them, madam. The scripture is plain enough. In the first verse of the 4th chapter it is written that Adam knew his wife after they had been driven from the garden, and that in consequence she conceived Cain. Yes, but the verse does not say that Adam did not know her before, and consequently he might have done so. I cannot admit the inference, as in that case she would have conceived. For it would be absurd to suppose that two creatures who had just left God's hands and were consequently as nearly perfect as is possible could perform the act of generation without its having any result. This reply gained everyone's applause, and compliments to Hedvig made the round of the table. Mr. Tronchin asked her if the doctrine of the immortality of the soul could be gathered from the Old Testament alone. The Old Testament, she replied, does not teach this doctrine, but nevertheless human reason teaches it, as the soul is a substance, and the destruction of any substance is an unthinkable proposition. Then I will ask you, said the banker, if the existence of the soul is established in the Bible. Where there is smoke, there is always fire. Tell me then if matter can think. I cannot answer that question, for it is beyond my knowledge. I can only say that as I believe God to be all-powerful, I cannot deny him the power to make matter capable of thought. But what is your own opinion? I believe that I have a soul endowed with thinking capacities, but I do not know whether I shall remember that I had the honor of dining with you today after I die. Then you think that the soul and the memory may be separable, but in that case you would not be a theologian. One may be a theologian and a philosopher, for philosophy never contradicts any truth, and besides, to say, I do not know, is not the same as I am sure. 3 parts of the guests burst into cries of admiration, and the fair philosopher enjoyed seeing me laugh for pleasure at the applause. The pastor wept for joy and whispered something to Helen's mother. All at once he turned to me, saying, "Ask my niece some question." "Yes," said Hedvig, "but it must be something quite new." "That is a hard task," I replied, "for how am I to know that what I ask is new to you? However, tell me if one must stop at the first principle of a thing one wants to understand." "Certainly, and the reason is that in God there is no first principle, and he is therefore incomprehensible." "God be praised, that is how I would have you answer. Can God have any self-consciousness?" "There my learning is baffled. I know not what to reply. You should not ask me so hard a thing as that." "But you wished for something new. I thought the newest thing would be to see you at a loss." "That's prettily said. Be kind enough to reply for me, gentlemen, and teach me what to say." Everybody tried to answer, but nothing was said worthy of record. Hedvig at last said, "My opinion is that since God knows all, he knows of his own existence, but you must not ask me how he knows it." "That's well said," I answered, and nobody could throw any further light on the matter. All the company looked on me as a polite atheist, so superficial is the judgment of society, but it did not matter to me whether they thought me an atheist or not. M. de Zymenes asked Hedvig if matter had been created. "I cannot recognize the word created," she replied. "Ask me whether matter was formed, and I shall reply in the affirmative. The word created cannot have existence, for the existence of anything must be prior to the word which explains it." "Then what meaning do you assign to the word created?" "Made out of nothing. You see the absurdity, for nothing must have first existed. I am glad to see you laugh. Do you think that nothingness could be created?" "You are right." Not at all," said one of the guests, superciliously. "Kindly tell me who was your teacher," said M. de Zymenes. "My uncle there." "Not at all, my dear niece. I certainly never taught you what you have been telling us today. But my niece, gentlemen, reads and reflects over what she has read, perhaps with rather too much freedom, but I love her all the same, because she always ends by acknowledging that she knows nothing." A lady who had not opened her lips hitherto asked Hedvig for a definition of spirit. "Your question is a purely philosophical one, and I must answer that I do not know enough of spirit or matter to be able to give a satisfactory definition. But since you acknowledge the existence of deity and must therefore have an abstract idea of spirit, you must have some notions on the subject, and should be able to tell me how it acts on matter. No solid foundation can be built on abstract ideas. Hobbes calls such ideas mere phantasms. One may have them, but if one begins to reason on them, one is landed in contradiction. I know that God sees me, but I should labor in vain if I endeavored to prove it by reasoning, for reason tells us no one can see anything without organs of sight, and God being a pure spirit, and therefore without organs, it is scientifically impossible that he can see us any more than we can see him. But Moses and several others have seen him, and I believe it so, without attempting to reason on it. You are quite right, said I, for you would be confronted by blank impossibility. But if you take to reading Hobbes, you are in danger of becoming an atheist. I am not afraid of that. I cannot conceive the possibility of atheism. After dinner, everybody crowded round this truly astonishing girl, so that I had no opportunity of whispering my love. However, I went apart with Helen, who told me that the pastor and his niece were going to sup with her mother the following day. Hedvig, she added, will stay the night and sleep with me as she always does when she comes to supper with her uncle. It remains to be seen if you are willing to hide in a place I will show you at 11 o'clock tomorrow, in order to sleep with us. Call on my mother at that hour tomorrow, and I will find an opportunity of showing you where it is. You will be safe though not comfortable, and if you grow weary, you can console yourself by thinking that you are in our minds. Shall I have to stay there long? 4 hours at the most. At 7 o'clock the street door is shut and only open to anyone who rings. If I happen to cough while I am in hiding, might I be heard? Yes, that might happen. There's a great hazard. All the rest is of no consequence, but no matter, I will risk all for the sake of so great happiness. In the morning, I paid the mother a visit, and as Helen was escorting me out, she showed me a door between the two stairs. At 7 o'clock, said she, the door will be open, and when you are in, put on the bolt. Take care that no one sees you as you are entering the house. At 6:45 I was already a prisoner. I found a seat in my cell, otherwise I should neither have been able to lie down or to stand up. It was a regular hole, and I knew by my sense of smell that hams and cheeses were usually kept there, but it contained none at present, for I fell all round to see how the land lay. As I was cautiously stepping round, I felt my foot encounter some resistance, and putting down my hand I recognized the feel of linen. It was a napkin containing 2 plates, a nice roast fowl, bread, and a second napkin. Searching again, I came across a bottle and a glass. I was grateful to my charmers for having thought of my stomach, but as I had purposely made a late and heavy meal, I determined to defer the consumption of my cold collation till a later hour. At 9 o'clock I began, and as I had neither a knife nor a corkscrew, I was obliged to break the neck of the bottle with a brick, which I was fortunately able to detach from the moldering floor. The wine was delicious old Neuchâtel, and the fowl was stuffed with truffles, and I felt convinced that my 2 nymphs must have some rudimentary ideas on the subject of stimulants. I should have passed the time pleasantly enough if it had not been for the occasional visits of a rat, who nearly made me sick with his disgusting odor. I remembered that I had been annoyed in the same way at Cologne under somewhat similar circumstances. At last 10 o'clock struck, and I heard the pastor's voice as he came downstairs talking. He warned the girls not to play any tricks together, and to go to sleep quietly. That brought back to my memory Rose leaving Madame Orio's house at Venice 22 years before, and reflecting on my character, I found myself much changed, though not more reasonable. But if I was not so sensible to the charms of the sex, the 2 beauties who were awaiting me were much superior to Madame Orio's nieces. In my long and profligate career, in which I have turned the heads of some hundreds of ladies, I have become familiar with all the methods of seduction. But my guiding principle has been never to direct my attack against novices or those whose prejudices were likely to prove an obstacle, except in the presence of another woman. I soon found out that timidity makes a girl averse to being seduced, while in company with another girl she is easily conquered. The weakness of the one brings on the fall of the other. Fathers and mothers are of the contrary opinion, but they are in the wrong. They will not trust their daughter to take a walk or go to a ball with a young man, but if she has another girl with her, there is no difficulty made. I repeat, they are in the wrong. If the young man has the requisite skill, their daughter is a lost woman. A feeling of false shame hinders them from making an absolute and determined resistance, and the first step once taken, the rest comes inevitably and quickly. The girl grants some small favor, and immediately makes her friend grant a much greater one to hide her own blushes, and if the seducer is clever at his trade, the young innocent will soon have gone too far to be able to draw back. Besides, the more innocence a girl has, the less she knows of the methods of seduction. Before she has had time to think, pleasure attracts her, Curiosity draws her a little farther, and opportunity does the rest. For example, I might possibly have been able to seduce Hedvig without Helen. But I am certain I should never have succeeded with Helen if she had not seen her cousin take liberties with me, which she no doubt thought contrary to the feelings of modesty which a respectable young woman ought to have. Though I do not repent of my amorous exploits, I am far from wishing that my example should serve for the perversion of the fair sex, who have so many claims on my homage. I desire that what I say may be a warning to fathers and mothers, and secure me a place in their esteem at any rate. Soon after the pastor had gone, I heard 3 light knocks on my prison door. I opened it, and my hand was folded in a palm as soft as satin. All my being was moved. It was Helen's hand, and that happy moment had already repaid me for my long waiting. "Follow me on tiptoe," she whispered, as soon as she had shut the door. But in my impatience I clasped her in my arms and made her feel the effect which her mere presence had produced on me, while at the same time I assured myself of her docility. "There," she said, "now come upstairs softly after me." I followed her as best I could in the darkness, and she took me along a gallery into a dark room, and then into a lighted one which contained Hedvig almost in a state of nudity. She came to me with open arms as soon as she saw me, and, embracing me ardently, expressed her gratitude for my long and dreary imprisonment. "Divine Hedvig," I answered, "if I had not loved you madly, I would not have stayed a quarter of an hour in that dismal cell, but I am ready to spend 4 hours there every day till I leave Geneva for your sake. But we must not lose any time. Let us go to bed." "Do you too go to bed," said Helen. "I will sleep on the sofa." "No, no," cried Hedvig. "Don't think of it. Our fate must be exactly equal." "Yes, darling Helen," said I, embracing her. "I love you both with equal ardor, and these ceremonies are only wasting the time in which I ought to be assuring you of my passion. Imitate my proceedings. I am going to undress, and then I shall lie in the middle of the bed. Come and lie beside me, and I'll show you how I love you. If all is safe, I will remain with you till you send me away, but whatever you do, do not put out the light." In the twinkling of an eye, discussing the theory of shame the while with the theological Hedvig, I presented myself to their gaze in the costume of Adam. Hedvig blushed and parted with the last shred of her modesty, citing the opinion of Saint Clement Alexandrinus that the seat of shame is in the shirt. I praised the charming perfection of her shape, in the hope of encouraging Helen, who was slowly undressing herself. But an accusation of mock modesty from her cousin had more effect than all my praises. At last this Venus stood before me in a state of nature, covering her most secret parts with her hand, and hiding one breast with the other, and appearing woefully ashamed of what she could not conceal. Her modest confusion, this strife between departing modesty and rising passion, enchanted me. Hedvig was taller than Helen, her skin was whiter, and her breasts double the size of Helen's. But in Helen there was more animation, her shape was more gently molded, and her breast might have been the model for the Venus de Medicis. She got bolder by degrees, and we spent some moments in admiring each other, and then we went to bed. Nature spoke out loudly, and all we wanted was to satisfy its demands. With much coolness, I made a woman of Hedvig, and when all was over she kissed me and said that the pain was nothing in comparison with the pleasure. The turn of Helen, who was 6 years younger than Hedvig, now came, but the finest fleece that I have ever seen was not won without difficulty. She was jealous of her cousin's success, and held it open with her 2 hands, and though she had to submit to great pain before being initiated into the amorous mysteries, her sighs were sighs of happiness, as she responded to my ardent efforts. Her great charms and the vivacity of her movements shortened the sacrifice, and when I left the sanctuary, my 2 sweethearts saw that I needed repose. The altar was purified of the blood of the victims, and we all washed, delighted to serve one another. Life returned to me under their curious fingers, and the sight filled them with joy. I told them that I wished to enjoy them every night till I left Geneva, but they told me sadly that this was impossible. In 5 or 6 days' time, perhaps, the opportunity may recur again, but that will be all. "Ask us to sup at your inn tomorrow," said Hedvig, "and maybe chance will favor the commission of a sweet felony." I followed this advice. I overwhelmed them with happiness for several hours, passing 5 or 6 times from one to the other before I was exhausted. In the intervals, Seeing them to be docile and desirous, I made them execute Ayrton's most complicated postures, which amused them beyond words. We kissed whatever took our fancy, and just as Hedvig applied her lips to the mouth of the pistol, it went off and the discharge inundated her face and her bosom. She was delighted and watched the process to the end with all the curiosity of a doctor. The night seemed short, though we had not lost a moment's time, and at daybreak we had to part. I left them in bed, and I was fortunate enough to get away without being observed. I slept till noon, and then having made my toilette I went to call on the pastor, to whom I praised Hedvig to the skies. This was the best way to get him to come to supper at Balance's the next day. "We shall be in the town," said I, "and can remain together as long as we please, but do not forget to bring the amiable widow and her charming daughter." He promised he would bring them both. In the evening, I went to see the syndic and his 3 friends, who naturally found me rather insensible to their charms. I excused myself by saying that I had a bad headache. I told them that I had asked the young theologian to supper, and invited the girls and the syndic to come too, but as I had foreseen, the latter would not hear of their going as it would give rise to gossip. I took care that the most exquisite wines should form an important feature of my supper. The pastor and the widow were both sturdy drinkers, and I did my best to please them. When I saw that they were pretty mellow and were going over their old recollections, I made a sign to the girls, and they immediately went out as if to go to a retiring room. Under pretext of showing them the way, I went out too, and took them into a room telling them to wait for me. I went back to the supper room, and finding the old friends taken up with each other and scarcely conscious of my presence, I gave them some punch, and told them that I would keep the young ladies company. They were looking at some pictures, I explained. I lost no time, and showed them some extremely interesting sights. These stolen sweets have a wonderful charm. When we were to some extent satisfied, we went back, and I plied the punch ladle more and more freely. Helen praised the pictures to her mother, and asked her to come and look at them. "I don't care to," she replied. "Well," said Helen, "let us go and see them again." I thought this stratagem admissible, and going out with my 2 sweethearts I worked wonders. Hedvig philosophized over pleasure, and told me she would never have known it if I had not chanced to meet her uncle. Helen did not speak. She was more voluptuous than her cousin, and swelled out like a dove, and came to life only to expire a moment afterwards. I wondered at her astonishing fecundity. While I was engaged in one operation, she passed from death to life 14 times. It is true that it was the 6th time with me, so I made my progress rather slower to enjoy the pleasure she took in it. Before we parted, I agreed to call on Helen's mother every day to ascertain the night I could spend with them before I left Geneva. We broke up our party at 2 o'clock in the morning. 3 or 4 days after, Helen told me briefly that Hedvig was to sleep with her that night, and that she would leave the door open at the same time as before. "I will be there. And I will be there to shut you up, but you cannot have a light as the servant might see it." I was exact to the time, and when 10 o'clock struck they came to fetch me in high glee. "I forgot to tell you," said Helen, "that you would find a fowl there." I felt hungry, and made short work of it, and then we gave ourselves up to happiness. I had to set out on my travels in 2 days. I had received a couple of letters from M. Raberty. In the first he told me that he had followed my instructions as to the Cordicelli, and in the second that she would probably he paid for dancing at the carnival as first figuranti. I had nothing to keep me at Geneva, and Madame Durf, according to our agreement, would be waiting for me at Lyon. I was therefore obliged to go there. Thus the night that I was to pass with my 2 charmers would be my last. My lessons had taken effect, and I found they had become past mistresses in the art of pleasure. But now and again, joy gave place to sadness. "We shall be wretched, sweetheart," said Hedvig, "and if you like we will come with you." "I promised to come and see you before 2 years have expired," said I, and in fact they had not so long to wait. We fell asleep at midnight, and waking at 4 renewed our sweet battles till 6 o'clock. Half an hour after I left them, worn out with my exertions, and I remained in bed all day. In the evening I went to see the syndic and his young friends. I found Helen there, and she was cunning enough to feign not to be more vexed at my departure than the others, and to further the deception she allowed the syndic to kiss her. I followed suit, and begged her to bid farewell for me to her learned cousin, and to excuse my taking leave of her in person. The next day I set out in the early morning, and on the following day I reached Lyon. Madame Durf was not there, she had gone to an estate of hers at Bresse. I found a letter in which she said that she would be delighted to see me, and I waited on her without losing any time. She greeted me with her ordinary cordiality, and I told her that I was going to Turin to meet Frédéric Gualdo, the head of the Fraternity of the Rosy Cross, and I revealed to her by the oracle that he would come with me to Marseille, and that there he would complete her happiness. After having received this oracle, she would not go to Paris before she saw us. The oracle also bade her wait for me at Lyon with young Duranda, who begged me to take him with me to Turin. It may be imagined that I succeeded in putting him off. Madame Durf had to wait a fortnight to get me 50,000 francs which I might require on my journey. In the course of this fortnight, I made the acquaintance of Madame Pernon and spent a good deal of money with her husband, a rich mercer, in refurnishing my wardrobe. Madame Pernon was handsome and intelligent. She had a Milanese lover, named Bono, who did business for a Swiss banker named Sacco. It was through Madame Perron that Bono got Madame Durf the 50,000 francs I required. She also gave me the 3 dresses which she had promised to the Countess of Lascaris, but which that lady had never seen. One of these dresses was furred and was exquisitely beautiful. I left Lyon equipped like a prince and journeyed towards Turin, where I was to meet the famous Gualdo, who was none other than Ascanio Pigomez, whom I had summoned from Bern. I thought it would be easy to make the fellow play the part one had destined for him, but I was cruelly deceived, as the reader will see. I could not resist stopping at Chambéry to see my fair nun, whom I found looking beautiful and contented. She was grieving, however, after the young boarder, who had been taken from the convent and married. I got to Turin at the beginning of December, and at Rivoli I found the Corticelli, who had been warned by the Chevalier de Raberty of my arrival. She gave me a letter from this worthy gentleman, giving the address of the house he had taken for me, as I did not want to put up at an inn. I immediately went to take possession of my new lodging. Chapter 17. My old friend's passions Agatha Count, Borromeo the Ball Lord Percy. The Corticelli was as gentle as a lamb, and left me as we got into Turin. I promised I would come and see her, and immediately went to the house the Chevalier had taken, which I found convenient in every way. The worthy Chevalier was not long in calling on me. He gave me an account of the moneys he had spent on the Corticelli and handed over the rest to me. I am flush of money, I said, and I intend to invite my friends to supper frequently. Can you lay your hands on a good cook? I know a pearl amongst cooks, said he, and you can have him directly. You, Chevalier, are the pearl of men. Get me this wonder, tell him I am hard to please, and agree on the sum I am to pay him per month. The cook, who was an excellent one, came the same evening. It would be a good idea, said Raberty, to call on the Count de Gley. He knows that the Corticelli is your mistress, and he has given a formal order to Madame Pascenza, the lady with whom she lives, that when you come and see her, you are not to be left alone together. This order amused me, and as I did not care about the Corticelli, it did not trouble me in the least, though Raberty, who thought I was in love with her, seemed to pity me. Since she has been here, he said, her conduct has been irreproachable. I am glad to hear that. You might let her take some lessons from the dancing master Duper, said he. He will no doubt give her something to do at the carnival. I promised to follow his advice, and I then paid a visit to the superintendent of police. He received me well, complimented me on my return to Turin, and then added with a smile, I warn you that I have been informed that you keep a mistress, and that I have given strict orders to the respectable woman with whom she lives not to leave her alone with you. I am glad to hear it, I replied, and the more as I fear her mother is not a person of very rigid morals. I advised the Chevalier Raberty of my intentions with regard to her, and I am glad to see that he has carried them out so well. I hope the girl will show herself worthy of your protection. Do you think of staying here throughout the carnival? Yes, if your excellency approves. It depends entirely on your good conduct. A few peccadillos excepted, my conduct is always above reproach. There are some peccadillos we do not tolerate here. Have you seen the Chevalier Osorio? I think of calling on him today or tomorrow. I hope you will remember me to him. He rang his bell, bowed, and the audience was over. The Chevalier Osorio received me at his office and gave me a most gracious reception. After I had given him an account of my visit to the superintendent, he asked me, with a smile, if I felt inclined to submit with docility to not seeing my mistress in freedom. "Certainly," said I, "for I am not in love with her." Osorio looked at me slyly and observed, "Somehow I don't think your indifference will be very pleasing to the virtuous duenna." I understood what he meant, but personally I was delighted not to be able to see the Corticelli save in the presence of a female dragon. It would make people talk, and I loved a little scandal, and felt curious to see what would happen. When I returned to my house, I found the Genoese Passano, a bad poet and worse painter, to whom I had intended to give the part of a Rosicrucian, because there was something in his appearance which inspired, if not respect, at least awe and a certain feeling of fear. In point of fact, this was only a natural presentiment that the man must be either a clever rogue or a morose and sullen scholar. I made him sup with me and gave him a room on the 3rd floor, telling him not to leave it without my permission. At supper, I found him insipid in conversation, drunken, ignorant, and ill-disposed, and I already repented of having taken him under my protection, but the thing was done. The next day, feeling curious to see how the Corticelli was lodged, I called on her, taking with me a piece of Lyons silk. I found her and her mother in the landlady's room, and as I came in the latter said that she was delighted to see me and that she hoped I would often dine with them. I thanked her briefly and spoke to the girl coolly enough. "Show me your room," said I. She took me there in her mother's company. "Here is something to make you a winter dress," said I, showing her the silk. "Is this from the Marchioness?" "No, it is from me." "But where are the 3 dresses she said she would give me?" "You know very well on what conditions you were to have them, so let us say no more about it." She unfolded the silk, which she liked very much, but she said she must have some trimmings. The Pashenza offered her services and said she would send for a dressmaker who lived close by. I acquiesced with a nod, and as soon as she had left the room, the Signora Laura said she was very sorry only to be able to receive me in the presence of the landlady. "I should have thought," said I, "that a virtuous person like you would have been delighted. I thank God for it every morning and night." "You infernal old hypocrite," said I, looking contemptuously at her. "Upon my word, anybody who didn't know you would be taken in." In a few minutes, Victorine and another girl came in with their bandboxes. "Are you still at Madame R.'s?" said I. "Yes, sir," said she with a blush. When the Corticelli had chosen what she wanted, I told Victorine to present my compliments to her mistress, and tell her that I would call and pay for the articles. The landlady had also sent for a dressmaker, and while the Corticelli was being measured, she showed me her figure and said she wanted a corset. I jested on the pregnancy with which she threatened me, and of which there was now no trace, pitying Count N for being deprived of the joys of fatherhood. I then gave her what money she required and took my leave. She escorted me to the door and asked me if she should have the pleasure of seeing me again before long. "It's a pleasure, is it?" I replied. "Well, I don't know when you will have it again. It depends on my leisure and my fancy." It is certain that if I had any amorous feelings or even curiosity about the girl, I should not have left her in that house for a moment, but I repeat my love for her had entirely vanished. There was one thing, however, which annoyed me intolerably, namely, that in spite of my coolness towards her, the little hussy pretended to think that I had forgotten and forgiven everything. On leaving the Corticelli, I proceeded to call on my bankers, amongst others on M. Martin, whose wife was justly famous for her wit and beauty. I chanced to meet the horse-dealing Jew, who had made money out of me by means of his daughter Lee. She was still pretty, but married, and her figure was too rounded for my taste. She and her husband welcomed me with great warmth, but I cared for her no longer, and did not wish to see her again. I called on Madame R., who had been awaiting me impatiently ever since Victorine had brought news of me. I sat down by the counter, and had the pleasure of hearing from her lips the amorous histories of Turin for the past few months. Victorine and Caton are the only 2 of the old set that still remain, but I have replaced them with others. Has Victorine found anyone to operate on her yet? No, she is just as you left her, but a gentleman who is in love with her is going to take her to Milan. This gentleman was the Comte de Perros, whose acquaintance I made 3 years afterwards at Milan. I shall speak of him in due time. Madame R. told me that, in consequence of her getting into trouble several times with the police, she had been obliged to promise the Count de Gley only to send the girls to ladies, and, consequently, if I found any of them to my taste, I should be obliged to make friends with their relations and take them to the festas. She showed me the girls in the workroom, but I did not think any of them worth taking trouble about. She talked about the Passionza, and when I told her that I kept the Corticelli and of the hard conditions to which I was obliged to submit, she exclaimed with astonishment and amused me by her jests on the subject. "You are in good hands, my dear sir," said she. "The woman is not only a spy of de Gley's, but a professional procuress. I wonder the Chevalier Raberty placed the girl with her." She was not so surprised when I told her that the Chevalier had good reasons for his action, and that I myself had good reasons of my own for wishing the Corticelli to remain there. Our conversation was interrupted by a customer who wanted silk stockings. Hearing him speak of dancing, I asked him if he could tell me the address of Duper, the ballet master. "No one better, sir, for I am Duper at your service." I am delighted at this happy chance. The Chevalier Raberty gave me to understand that you might be able to give dancing lessons to a ballet girl of my acquaintance. M. de Raberty mentioned your name to me this morning. You must be the Chevalier de Seingalt. Exactly. I can give the young lady lessons every morning at 9 o'clock at my own home. No, do you come to her house, but at whatever hour you like. I will pay you, and I hope you will make her one of your best pupils. I must warn you, however, that she is not a novice. I will call on her today, and tomorrow I will tell you what I can make of her, but I think I had better tell you my terms. I charge 3 Piedmontese livres a lesson. I think that is very reasonable. I will call on you tomorrow. You do me honor. Here is my address. If you like to come in the afternoon, you will see the rehearsal of a ballet. Is it not rehearsed at the theater? Yes, but at the theater, no onlookers are allowed by the orders of the superintendent of police. This superintendent of yours puts his finger into a good many pies. In too many. But at your own house anybody may come. Undoubtedly, but I could not have the dancers there if my wife were not present. The superintendent knows her and has great confidence in her. You will see me at the rehearsal. The wretched superintendent had erected a fearful system of surveillance against the lovers of pleasure, but it must be confessed that he was often cheated. Voluptuousness was all the more rampant when thus restrained, and so it ever will be while men have passions and women desires. To love and enjoy, to desire and to satisfy one's desires, such is the circle in which we move, and whence we can never be turned. When restrictions are placed upon the passions as in Turkey, they still attain their ends, but by methods destructive to morality. At the worthy Mazzali's I found 2 gentlemen to whom she introduced me. One was old and ugly, decorated with the Order of the White Eagle. His name was Count Borromeo. The other, young and brisk, was Count A.B. of Milan. After they had gone, I was informed that they were paying assiduous court to the Chevalier Raberty, from whom they hoped to obtain certain privileges for their lordships which were under the Sardinian rule. The Milanese count had not a penny, and the lord of the Borromean Isles was not much better off. He had ruined himself with women, and not being able to live at Milan, he had taken refuge in the fairest of his isles, and enjoyed their perpetual spring and very little else. I paid him a visit on my return from Spain, but I shall relate our meeting when I come to my adventures, my pleasures, my misfortunes, and above all my follies there. For of such threads was the weft of my life composed, and folly was the prominent element. The conversation turned on my house, and the lively Mazzali asked me how I liked my cook. I replied that I had not yet tried him, but I proposed to put him to test the next day, if she and the gentleman would do me the honor of supping with me. The invitation was accepted, and she promised to bring her dear Chevalier with her, and to warn him of the event, as his health only allowed him to eat once a day. I called on Duper in the afternoon. I saw the dancers, male and female, the latter accompanied by their mothers, who stood on one side muffled up in thick cloaks. As I passed them under review in my lordly manner, I noticed that one of them still looked fresh and pretty, which augured well for her daughter, though the fruit does not always correspond to the tree. Duper introduced me to his wife, who was young and pretty, but who had been obliged to leave the theater owing to the weakness of her chest. She told me that if the Corticelli would work hard, her husband would make a great dancer of her, as her figure was eminently suited for dancing. While I was talking with Madame Duper, the Corticelli, late Lascaris, came running up to me with the air of a favorite, and told me she wanted some ribbons and laces to make a bonnet. The others' girls began to whisper to each other, and guessing what they must be saying, I turned to Duper without taking any notice of Madame Madcap, and gave him 12 pistoles, saying that I would pay for the lessons 3 months in advance, and that I hoped he would bring his new pupil on well. Such a heavy payment in advance caused general surprise, which I enjoyed, though pretending not to be aware of it. Now I know that I acted foolishly, but I have promised to speak the truth in these memoirs, which will not see the light till all light has left my eyes, and I will keep my promise. I have always been greedy of distinction. I have always loved to draw the eyes of men towards men, but I must also add that if I have humiliated anyone, it has always been a proud man or a fool, for it has been my rule to please everyone if I can. I sat on one side, the better to observe the swarm of girls, and I soon fixed my eyes on one whose appearance struck me. She had a fine figure, delicate features, a noble air, and a patient look which interested me in the highest degree. She was dancing with a man who did not scruple to abuse her in the coarsest manner when she made any mistakes, but she bore it without replying, though an expression of contempt mingled with the sweetness of her face. Instinct drew me to the mother I have remarked on, and I asked her to whom the dancer that interested me belonged. I am her mother, she replied. You, madam, I should not have thought it possible. I was very young when she was born. I should think so. Where do you come from? I am from Lucca, and what is more, a poor widow. How can you be poor, when you are still young and handsome, and have an angel for a daughter? She replied only by an expressive glance. I understood her reserve, and I stayed by her without speaking. Soon after, Agatha, as her daughter was named, came up to her to ask for a handkerchief to wipe her face. Allow me to offer you mine, said I. It was a white handkerchief, and scented with attar of roses. This latter circumstance gave her an excuse for accepting it, but after smelling it, she wanted to return it to me. You have not used it, said I, do so. She obeyed, and then returned it to me with a bow by way of thanks. You must not give it me back, fair Agatha, till you have had it washed. She smiled and gave it to her mother, glancing at me in a grateful manner, which I considered of good omen. May I have the pleasure of calling on you, said I. I cannot receive you, sir, except in the presence of my landlady. This cursed restriction is general in Turin, then? Yes, the superintendent uses everybody in the same way. Then I shall have the pleasure of seeing you again here. In the evening I had one of the best suppers I ever had in my life, if I except those I enjoyed during my stay at Turin. My cook was worthy of a place in the kitchen of Lucullus, but without detracting from his skill, I must do justice to the products of the country. Everything is delicious. Game, fish, birds, meat, vegetables, fruit, milk, and truffles all are worthy of the table of the greatest gourmets, and the wines of the country yield to none. What a pity that strangers do not enjoy liberty at Turin. It is true that better society and more politeness, such as are found in several French and Italian towns, are to be wished for. The beauty of the women of Turin is no doubt due to the excellence of the air and diet. I had not much trouble in extracting a promise from Madame Matsali and the 2 counts to sup with me every night, but the Chevalier de Rayberty would only promise to come whenever he could. At the Carignan Theatre, where opera bouffe was being played, I saw Redegond, with whom I had failed at Florence. She saw me in the pit and gave me a smile, so I wrote to her, offering my services if the mother had changed her way of thinking. She answered that her mother was always the same, but that if I would ask the Corticelli she could come and sup with me, though the mother would doubtless have to be of the party. I gave her no answer, as the terms she named were by no means to my taste. I had a letter from Madame du Roumain, enclosing one from M. de Choiseul to M. de Chauvelin, the French ambassador at Turin. It will be remembered that I had known this worthy nobleman at Soleure, and had been treated with great politeness by him, but I wished to have a more perfect title to his acquaintance. Hence, I asked Madame du Roumain to give me a letter. M. de Chauvelin received me with the greatest cordiality, and reproaching me for having thought a letter of introduction necessary, introduced me to his charming wife, who was no less kind than her husband. 3 or 4 days later, he asked me to dine with him, and I met at his table M. Imberti, the Venetian ambassador, who said he was very sorry not to be able to present me at court. On hearing the reason, M. de Chauvelin offered to present me himself, but I thought it best to decline with thanks. No doubt it would have been a great honor, but the result would be that I should be more spied on than even in this town of spies, where the most indifferent actions do not pass unnoticed. My pleasures would have been interfered with. Count Borromeo continued to honor me by coming every night to sup with me, preserving his dignity the while, for as he accompanied Madame Matsali, it was not to be supposed that he came because he was in need of a meal. Count A.B. came more frankly, and I was pleased with him. He told me one day that the way I put up with his visits made him extremely grateful to Providence, for his wife could not send him any money, and he could not afford to pay for his dinner at the inn, so that if it were not for my kindness, he would often be obliged to go hungry to bed. He showed me his wife's letters. He had evidently a high opinion of her. "I hope," he would say, "that you will come and stay with us at Milan, and that she will please you." He had been in the service of Spain, and by what he said I judged his wife to be a pleasing brunette of 25 or 26. The Count had told her how I had lent him money several times, and of my goodness to him, and she replied, begging him to express her gratitude to me, and to make me promise to stay with them at Milan. She wrote wittily, and her letters interested me to such an extent that I gave a formal promise to journey to Milan, if it were only for the sake of seeing her. I confess that in doing so I was overcome by my feelings of curiosity. I knew they were poor, and I should not have given a promise which would either bring them into difficulties or expose me to paying too dearly for my lodging. However, by way of excuse, I can only say that curiosity is near akin to love. I fancied the Countess sensible like an Englishwoman, passionate like a Spaniard, caressing like a Frenchwoman, and as I had a good enough opinion of my own merit, I did not doubt for a moment that she would respond to my affection. With these pleasant delusions in my head, I counted on exciting the jealousy of all the ladies and gentlemen of Milan. I had plenty of money, and I longed for an opportunity of spending it. Nevertheless, I went every day to rehearsal at Duper's, and I soon got madly in love with Agatha. Madame Duper, won over by several presents I made her, received my confidences with kindness, and by asking Agatha and her mother to dinner, procured me the pleasure of a more private meeting with my charmer. I profited by the opportunity to make known my feelings, and I obtained some slight favors, but so slight were they that my flame only grew the fiercer. Agatha kept on telling me that everybody knew that the Corticelli was my mistress, and that for all the gold in the world, she would not have it said that she was my last shift, as I could not see the Corticelli in private. I swore to her that I did not love the Corticelli, and that I only kept her to prevent M. Rayberty being compromised. But all this was of no avail. She had formed her plans, and nothing would content her but a formal rupture which would give all Turin to understand that I loved her and her alone. On these conditions, she promised me her heart, and everything which follows in such cases. I loved her too well not to endeavor to satisfy her, since my satisfaction depended on hers. With this idea, I got Duper to give a ball at my expense in some house outside the town, and to invite all the dancers, male and female, who were engaged for the carnival at Turin. Every gentleman had the right to bring a lady to have supper and look on, as only the professional dancers were allowed to dance. I told Duper that I would look after the refreshment department, and that he might tell everybody that no expense was to be spared. I also provided carriages and sedan chairs for the ladies, but nobody was to know that I was furnishing the money. Duper saw that there was profit in store for him and went about it at once. He found a suitable house, asked the lady dancers, and distributed about 50 tickets. Agatha and her mother were the only persons who knew that the project was mine, and that I was responsible to a great extent for the expenses. But these facts were generally known the day after the ball. Agatha had no dress that was good enough, so I charged Madame Duper to provide one at my expense, and I was well served. It is well known that when this sort of people dip their fingers into others' purses they are not sparing, but that was just what I wanted. Agatha promised to dance all the quadrilles with me, and to return to Turin with Madame Duper. On the day fixed for the ball, I stayed to dinner at the Dupers to be present at Agatha's toilette. Her dress was a rich and newly made Lyon silk, and the trimming was exquisite Alencon point lace, of which the girl did not know the value. Madame R., who had arranged the dress, and Madame Duper had received instructions to say nothing about it to her. When Agatha was ready to start, I told her that the earrings she was wearing were not good enough for her dress. "That's true," said Madame Duper, "and it's a great pity." "Unfortunately," said the mother, "my poor girl hasn't got another pair." "I have some pretty imitation pendants, which I could lend you," said I. "They are really very brilliant." I had taken care to put the earrings which Madame Durf had intended for the Countess Lascaris in my pocket. I drew them out, and they were greatly admired. "One would swear they were real diamonds," said Madame Duper. I put them in Agatha's ears. She admired them very much and said that all the other girls would be jealous, as they would certainly take them for real stones. I went home and made an elaborate toilette, and on arriving at the ball I found Agatha dancing with Lord Percy, a young fool who was the son of the Duke of Northumberland and an extravagant spendthrift. I noticed several handsome ladies from Turin who, being merely onlookers, might be thinking that the ball was given for their amusement, like the fly on the chariot wheel. All the ambassadors were present, and amongst others M. de Chauvelin, who told me that to make everything complete my pretty housekeeper at Soleure was wanting. The Marquis and Marchioness de Pry were there also. The Marquis did not care to dance, so was playing a little game of quins with a rude gamester who would not let the Marquis's mistress look over his cards. She saw me, but pretended not to recognize me, the trick I had played her at Aix being probably enough to last her for some time. The minuets came to an end, and Duper announced the quadrilles, and I was glad to see the Chevalier Villefollet dancing with the Corticelli. My partner was Agatha, who had great difficulty in getting rid of Lord Percy, though she told him that she was fully engaged. Minuets and quadrilles followed each other in succession, and refreshments began to make their appearance. I was delighted to see that the refreshment counter was furnished with the utmost liberality. The Piedmontese, who are great at calculations, estimated that Duper must lose by it. The firing of champagne corks was continuous. Feeling tired, I asked Agatha to sit down, and I was telling her how I loved her when Madame de Chauvelin and another lady interrupted us. I rose to give them place, and Agatha imitated my example, but Madame de Chauvelin made her sit down beside her and praised her dress, and above all the lace trimming. The other lady said how pretty her earrings were, and what a pity it was that those imitation stones would lose their brilliance in time. Madame de Chauvelin, who knew something about precious stones, said that they would never lose their brilliance, as they were diamonds of the first water. "It is not so," she added to Agatha, who in the candor of her heart confessed that they were imitation and that I had lent them to her. At this Madame de Chauvelin burst out laughing and said, "M. de Seingalt has deceived you, my dear child. A gentleman of his caste does not lend imitation jewelry to such a pretty girl as you are. Your earrings are set with magnificent diamonds." She blushed, for my silence confirmed the lady's assertion, and she felt that the fact of my having lent her such stones was a palpable proof of the great esteem in which I held her. Madame de Chauvelin asked me to dance a minuet with Agatha, and my partner executed the dance with wonderful grace. When it was over, Madame de Chauvelin thanked me and told me that she should always remember our dancing together at Soleure, and that she hoped I would dance again with her at her own house. A profound bow showed her how flattered I felt by the compliment. The ball did not come to an end till 4 o'clock in the morning, and I did not leave it till I saw Agatha going away in the company with Madame Duper. I was still in bed the next morning when my man told me a pretty woman wanted to speak to me. I had her in and was delighted to find it was Agatha's mother. I made her sit down beside me and gave her a cup of chocolate. As soon as we were alone, she drew my earrings from her pocket and said, with a smile, that she had just been showing them to a jeweler who had offered her 1,000 sequins for them. "The man's mad," said I. "You ought to have let him have them. They are not worth 4 sequins." So saying, I drew her to my arms and gave her a kiss. Feeling that she had shared in the kiss, and that she seemed to like it, I went farther, and at last we spent a couple of hours in showing what a high opinion we had of each other. Afterwards, we both looked rather astonished, and it was the beautiful mother who first broke the silence. "Am I to tell my girl," said she, with a smile, "of the way in which you prove to me that you love her?" "I leave that to your discretion, my dear," said I. "I have certainly proved that I love you, but it does not follow that I do not adore your daughter. In fact, I burn for her, and yet, if we are not careful to avoid being alone together, what has just happened between us will often happen again. It is hard to resist you, and it is possible that I may have occasion to speak to you again in private. You may be sure you will always be welcome, and all I ask of you is not to put any obstacles in the way of my suit with Agatha. I have also a favor to ask. If it is within my power, you may be sure I will grant it." "Very good. Then tell me if these earrings are real, and what was your intention in putting them in my daughter's ears?" "The diamonds are perfectly genuine, and my intention was that Agatha should keep them as a proof of my affection." She heaved a sigh, and then told me that I might ask them to supper with Dupper and his wife whenever I pleased. I thanked her, gave her 10 sequins, and sent her away happy. On reflection, I decided that I had never seen a more sensible woman than Agatha's mother. It would have been impossible to announce the success of my suit in a more delicate or more perspicuous manner. My readers will no doubt guess that I seized the opportunity and brought this interesting affair to a conclusion. The same evening I asked Dupper and his wife, Agatha and her mother, to sup with me the next day, in addition to my usual company. But as I was leaving Dupper's, I had an adventure. My man, who was a great rascal, but who behaved well on this occasion, ran up to me panting for breath, and said triumphantly, "Sir, I have been looking for you to warn you that I have just seen the Chevalier de Villefollette slip into Madame Passionsa's house, and I suspect he is making an amorous call on the Corticelli." I immediately walked to the abode of the worthy spy in high spirits, and hoping that my servant's guess had been correct. I walked in and found the landlady and the mother sitting together. Without noticing them, I was making my way towards the Corticelli's room when the 2 old ladies arrested my course, telling me that the signora was not well and wanted rest. I pushed them aside and entered the room so swiftly and suddenly that I found the gentleman in a state of nature, while the girl remained stretched on the bed as if petrified by my sudden apparition. "Sir," said I hope you will pardon me for coming in without knocking." Wait a moment. Far from waiting, I went away in high glee and told the story to the Chevalier Raberty, who enjoyed it as well as I did. I asked him to warn the Passionsa woman that from that day I would pay nothing for Corticelli, who had ceased to belong to me. He approved and said, "I suppose you will not be going to complain to the Count de Gley." It is only fools who complain, above all in circumstances like these. This scandalous story would have been consigned to forgetfulness if it had not been for the Chevalier de Villefollette's indiscretion. He felt angry at being interrupted in the middle of the business, and remembering he had seen my man just before fixed on him as the informer. Meeting him in the street, the Chevalier reproached him for spying, whereon the impudent rascal replied that he was only answerable to his master, and that it was his duty to serve me in all things. On this the Chevalier caned him, and the man went to complain to the superintendent, who summoned Villefollette to appear before him and explain his conduct. Having nothing to fear, he told the whole story. The Chevalier de Raberty, too, was very ill received when he went to tell Madame Passionsa that neither he nor I were going to pay her anything more in future, but he would listen to no defense. The Chevalier came to sup with me, and he informed me that on leaving the house he had met a police sergeant, whom he concluded had come to cite the landlady to appear before the Count de Gley. The next day, just as I was going to M. de Chauvelin's ball, I received to my great surprise a note from the superintendent begging me to call on him as he had something to communicate to me. I immediately ordered my chairman to take me to his residence. M. de Gley received me in private with great politeness, and after giving me a chair, he began a long and pathetic discourse, the gist of which was that it was my duty to forgive this little slip of my mistress's. "That's exactly what I am going to do," said I, "and for the rest of my days I never wish to see the Corticelli again or to make or mar in her affairs, and for all this I am greatly obliged to the Chevalier de Villefollette. I see you are angry. Come, come, you must not abandon the girl for that. I will have the woman passions punished in such a way as to satisfy you, and I will place the girl in a respectable family where you can go and see her in perfect liberty. I am greatly obliged to you for your kindness, indeed I am grateful, but I despise the passions too heartily to wish for her punishment, and as to the Corticelli and her mother, they are two female swindlers, who have given me too much trouble already. I am well quit of them. You must confess, however, that you had no right to make a forcible entry into a room in a house which does not belong to you. I had not the right, I confess, but if I had not taken it, I could never have had a certain proof of the perfidy of my mistress, and I should have been obliged to continue supporting her, though she entertained other lovers. The Corticelli pretends that you are her debtor, and not vice versa. She says that the diamonds you have given another girl belong of right to her, and that Madame Durf, whom I have the honor to know, presented her with them. She is a liar, and as you know Madame Durf, kindly write to her, she is at Lyon, and if the Marchioness replies that I owe the wretched girl anything, be sure that I will discharge the debt. I have 100,000 francs in good banks of this town, and the money will be a sufficient surety for the earrings I have disposed of. I am sorry that things have happened so, and I am very glad, as I have ridden myself of a burden that was hard to bear. Thereupon we bowed politely to one another, and I left the office. At the French ambassador's ball I heard so much talk of my adventure that at last I refused to reply to any more questions on the subject. The general opinion was that the whole affair was a trifle of which I could not honorably take any notice, but I thought myself the best judge of my own honor, and was determined to take no notice of the opinions of others. The Chevalier de Villefollette came up to me and said that if I abandoned the Corticelli for such a trifle, he should feel obliged to give me satisfaction. I shook his hand, saying, "My dear Chevalier, it will be enough if you do not demand satisfaction of me." He understood how the land lay and said no more about it, but not so his sister, the Marchioness de Pry, who made a vigorous attack on me after we had danced together. She was handsome and might have been victorious if she had liked, but luckily she did not think of exerting her power, and so gained nothing. 3 days after, Madame de Saint-Gilles, a great power in Turin, and a kind of protecting deity to all actresses, summoned me to her presence by a liveried footman. Guessing what she wanted, I called on her unceremoniously in a morning coat. She received me politely, and began to talk of the Corticelli affair with great affability, but I did not like her, and replied dryly that I had had no hesitation in abandoning the girl to the protection of the gallant gentleman with whom I had surprised her in flagrante delicto. She told me I should be sorry for it, and that she would publish a little story which she had already read and which did not do me much credit. I replied that I never changed my mind, and that threats were of no avail with me. With that parting shot I left her. I did not attach much importance to the town gossip, but a week after I received a manuscript containing an account accurate in most respects of my relations with the Corticelli and Madame Durf, but so ill-written and badly expressed that nobody could read it without weariness. It did not make the slightest impression on me, and I stayed a fortnight longer in Turin without its causing me the slightest annoyance. I saw the Corticelli again in Paris 6 months after, and will speak of our meeting in due time. The day after M. de Chauvelin's ball I asked Agatha, her mother, the dupers, and my usual company to supper. It was the mother's business to so arrange matters that the earrings should become Agatha's lawful property, so I left everything to her. I knew she would manage to introduce the subject, and while we were at supper she said that the common report of Turin was that I had given her daughter a pair of diamond earrings worth 500 louis, which the Corticelli claimed as hers by right. I do not know, she added, if they are real diamonds or if they belong to the Corticelli, but I do know that my girl has received no such present from the gentleman. Well, well, said I, we will have no more surmises in the matter. And going up to Agatha I put the earrings on her, saying, Dearest Agatha, I make you a present of them before this company, and my giving them to you now is a proof that hitherto they have belonged to me. Everybody applauded, and I read in the girl's eyes that I should have no cause to regret my generosity. We then fell to speaking of the affair of Villefollet and the Corticelli, and of the efforts that had been made to compel me to retain her. The Chevalier Raberty said that in my place he would have offered Madame de St. Giles or the superintendent to continue paying for her board, but merely as an act of charity, and that I could have deposited money with either of them. I should be very glad to do so, said I, and the next day the worthy Chevalier made the necessary arrangements with Madame de St. Giles, and I furnished the necessary moneys. In spite of this charitable action, the wretched manuscript came out, but, as I have said, without doing me any harm. The superintendent made the Corticelli live in the same house with Redegond, and Madame Pascenza was left in peace. After supper, with the exception of the Chevalier Raberty, we all masked and went to the ball at the Opera House. I soon seized the opportunity of escaping with Agatha, and she granted me all that love can desire. All constraint was banished. She was my titular mistress, and we were proud of belonging the one to the other, for we loved each other. The suppers I had given at my house had set me perfectly at liberty, and the superintendent could do nothing to thwart our love, though he was informed of it, so well are the spies of Turin organized. Divine Providence made use of me as its instrument in making Agatha's fortune. It may be said that Providence might have chosen a more moral method, but are we to presume to limit the paths of Providence to the narrow circle of our prejudices and conventions? It has its own ways, which often appear dark to us because of our ignorance. At all events, if I am able to continue these memoirs for 6 or 7 years more, the reader will see that Agatha showed herself grateful. But to return to our subject. The happiness we enjoyed by day and night was so great, Agatha was so affectionate, and I so amorous, that we should certainly have remained united for some time if it had not been for the event I am about to relate. It made me leave Turin much sooner than I had intended, for I had not purposed to visit the wonderful Spanish countess at Milan till Lent. The husband of the Spanish lady had finished his business and left Turin, thanking me with tears in his eyes, and if it had not been for me, he would not have been able to quit the town, for I paid divers small debts he had incurred and gave him the wherewithal for his journey. Often is vice thus found allied to virtue or masking in virtue's guise, but what matter? I allowed myself to be taken in and did not wish to be disabused. I do not seek to conceal my faults. I have always led a profligate life, and have not always been very delicate in the choice of means to gratify my passions, but even amidst my vices, I was always a passionate lover of virtue. Benevolence, especially, has always had a great charm for me, and I have never failed to exercise it unless when restrained by the desire of vengeance of vice, which has always had a controlling influence on my actions. Lord Percy, as I have remarked, was deeply in love with my Agatha. He followed her about everywhere, was present at all the rehearsals, waited for her at the wings, and called on her every day, although her landlady, a duenna of the Pascenza school, would never let her see him alone. The principal methods of seduction rich presents had not been spared, but Agatha persistently refused them all, and forbade her duenna to take anything from the young nobleman. Agatha had no liking for him, and kept me well informed of all his actions, and we used to laugh at him together. I knew that I possessed her heart, and consequently Lord Percy's attempts neither made me angry or jealous, nay, they flattered my self-esteem, for his slighted love made my own happiness stand out in greater relief. Everybody knew that Agatha remained faithful to me, and at last Lord Percy was so convinced of the hopelessness of the attempt that he resolved on making a friend of me and winning me over to his interests. With the true Englishman's boldness and coolness, he came to me one morning and asked me to give him breakfast. I welcomed him in the French manner, that is, with combined cordiality and politeness, and he was soon completely at his ease. With insular directness, he went straight to the point at the first interview, declared his love for Agatha, and proposed an exchange which amused, but did not offend me, as I knew that such bargains were common in England. "I know," said he, "that you are in love with Redegond, and have long tried vainly to obtain her. Now I am willing to exchange her for Agatha, and all I want to know is what sum of money you want over and above. You are very good, my dear lord, but to determine the excess of value would require a good mathematician. Redegond is all very well and inspires me with curiosity, but what is she compared to Agatha? I know, and I therefore offer you any sum you like to mention. Percy was very rich and very passionate. I am sure that if I had named 25,000 guineas as overplus, or rather as exchange for, I did not care for Redegond, he would have said done. However, I did not, and I am glad of it. Even now, when 100,000 francs would be a fortune to me, I never repent of my delicacy. After we had breakfasted merrily together, I told him that I liked him well, but that in the first place it would be well to ascertain whether the two commodities would consent to change masters. I am sure of Redegond's consent, said Lord Percy. But I am not at all sure of Agatha's, said I. Why not? I have very strong grounds for supposing that she would not consent to the arrangement. What reasons have you for the contrary opinion? She will show her sense. But she loves me. Well, Redegond loves me. I dare say, but does she love me? I am sure I don't know, but she will love you. Have you consulted her upon the point? No, but it is all the same. What I want to know now is whether you approve of my plan and how much you want for the exchange, for your Agatha is worth much more than my Redegond. I am delighted to hear you do my mistress justice. As for the money question, we will speak of that later. In the first place, I will take Agatha's opinion and will let you know the result tomorrow morning. The plan amused me, and though I was passionately attached to Agatha, I knew my inconstant nature well enough to be aware that another woman, may be not so fair as she, would soon make me forget her. I therefore resolved to push the matter through if I could do so in a manner that would be advantageous for her. What surprised me was that the young nobleman had gained possession of Redegond, whose mother appeared so intractable, but I knew what an influence caprice has on woman, and this explained the enigma. Agatha came to supper as usual, and laughed heartily when I told her of Lord Percy's proposal. Tell me, said I, if you would agree to the change. I will do just as you like, said she, and if the money he offers be acceptable to you, I advise you to close with him. I could see by the tone of her voice that she was jesting, but her reply did not please me. I should have liked to have my vanity flattered by a peremptory refusal, and consequently I felt angry. My face grew grave, and Agatha became melancholy. We will see, said I, how it all ends. Next day I went to breakfast with the Englishman, and told him Agatha was willing, but that I must first hear what Redegond had to say. Quite right, he observed. I should require to know how we are to live together. The four of us had better go masked to the first ball at the Carignan Theatre. We will sup at a house which belongs to me, and there the bargain can be struck. The party took place according to agreement, and at the given signal we all left the ballroom. My lord's carriage was in waiting, and we all drove away and got down at a house I seemed to know. We entered the hall, and the first thing I saw was the cordicelli. This roused my choler, and taking Percy aside I told him that such a trick was unworthy of a gentleman. He laughed, and said he thought I should like her to be thrown in, and that two pretty women were surely worth as much as Agatha. This amusing answer made me less angry, but calling him a madman, I took Agatha by the arm and went out without staying for any explanations. I would not make use of his carriage, and instead of returning to the ball, we went home in sedan chairs and spent a delicious night in each other's arms. Episode 20, Milan. Chapter 18. I give up Agatha to Lord Percy. I set out for Milan, the actress at Pavia Countess, a B, disappointment Marquis, trial Zenobia the two Marchionesses Q, the Venetian Barbaro. Far from punishing the Corticelli by making her live with Redegond, the Count de Gley seemed to have encouraged her, and I was not sorry for it, since as long as she did not trouble me any more I did not care how many lovers she had. She had become a great friend of Redegond's, and did exactly as she pleased, for their duenna was much more easy-going than the Passionza. Nobody knew of the trick which Lord Percy had played me, and I took care to say nothing about it. However, he did not give up his designs on Agatha. His passion for her was too violent. He hit upon an ingenious method for carrying out his plans. I have already said that Percy was very rich and spent his money wildly, not caring at what expenditure he gratified his passion. I was the last person to reproach him for his extravagance, and in a country where money is always scarce, his guineas opened every door to him. 4 or 5 days after the ball night, Agatha came to tell me that the manager of the Alexandria Theatre had asked her if she would take the part of second dancer throughout the carnival time. He offered me 60 sequins, she added, and I told him I would let him know by tomorrow. Do you advise me to accept his offer? If you love me, dearest Agatha, you will prove it by refusing all engagements for a year. You know I will let you want for nothing. I will get you the best masters, and in that time you can perfect your dancing, and will be able to ask for a first-class appointment, with a salary of 500 sequins a year. Mama thinks that I should accept the offer, as the dancing on the stage will improve my style, and I can study under a good master all the same. I think myself that dancing in public would do me good. There is reason in what you say, but you do not need the 60 sequins. You will dishonor me by accepting such a poor offer, and you will do yourself harm too, as you will not be able to ask for a good salary after taking such a small one. But 60 sequins is not so bad for a carnival engagement. But you don't want 60 sequins. You can have them without dancing at all. If you love me, I repeat, you will tell the manager that you are going to rest for a year. I will do what you please, but it seems to me the best plan would be to ask an exorbitant sum. You are right, that is a good idea. Tell him you must be first dancer, and that your salary must be 500 sequins. I will do so, and am only too happy to be able to prove that I love you. Agatha had plenty of inborn common sense, which only needed development. With that, and the beauty which heaven had given her, her future was assured. She was eventually happy, and she deserved her happiness. The next day, she told me that the manager did not appear at all astonished at her demands. He reflected a few minutes, said she, and told me he must think it over and would see me again. It would be amusing if he took me at my word, would it not? Yes, but we should then have to inquire whether he is a madman or a beggar on the verge of bankruptcy. And if he turns out to be a man of means? In that case, you would be obliged to accept. That is easily said and easily done, but have I sufficient talent? Where shall I find an actor to dance with me? I will engage to find you one. As to talent, you have enough and to spare, but you will see that it will come to nothing. All the time I felt a presentiment that she would be engaged, and I was right. The manager came to her the next day and offered her the agreement for her signature. She was quite alarmed and sent for me. I called at her house, and finding the manager there, asked him what security he could give for the fulfillment of his part of the engagement. He answered by naming M. Martin, a banker of my acquaintance, who would be his surety. I could make no objection to this, and the agreement was made out in duplicate in good form. On leaving Agatha, I went to M. Rayberty and told him the story. He shared my astonishment that M. Martin should become surety for the manager whom he knew, and whose financial position was by no means good. But the next day the problem was solved, for in spite of the secrecy that had been observed, we found out that it was Lord Percy who was behind the manager. I might still bar the Englishman's way by continuing to keep Agatha, in spite of his 500 sequins, but I was obliged to return to France after Easter to wait on Madame d'Urf, and afterwards, peace having been concluded, I thought it would be a good opportunity for seeing England. I therefore determined to abandon Agatha, taking care to bind her new lover to provide for her, and I proceeded to make a friend of the nobleman. I was curious to see how he would win Agatha's good graces, for she did not love him, and physically he was not attractive. In less than a week we had become intimate. We supped together every night either at his house or mine, and Agatha and her mother were always of the party. I concluded that his attentions would soon touch Agatha's heart, and that finding herself so beloved she would end by loving. This was enough to make me determine not to put any obstacles in their way, and I resolved to leave Turin earlier than I had intended. In consequence, I spoke as follows to Lord Percy, while we were breakfasting together. My lord, you know that I love Agatha, and that she loves me. Nevertheless, I am your friend, and since you adore her, I will do my best to hasten your bliss. I will leave you in possession of this treasure, but you must promise that when you abandon her, you will give her 2,000 guineas. My dear sir, said he, I will give them her now if you like. No, my lord, I do not wish her to know anything about our agreement while you are living happily together. Then I will give you a bond binding myself to pay her the 2,000 guineas when we separate. I don't want that. The word of an Englishman is enough. But since we cannot command the fates and may die without having time to put our affairs in order, I wish you to take such steps as may seem convenient to you, whereby that sum would go to her after your death. I give you my word on it. That is enough, but I have one other condition to make. Say on. It is that you promise to say nothing to Agatha before my departure. I swear I will not. Very good, and on my part one promise to prepare her for the change. The same day the Englishman, whose love grew hotter and hotter, made Agatha and her mother rich presents, which under any other circumstances I should not have allowed them to accept. I lost no time in preparing Agatha and her mother for the impending change. They seemed affected, but I knew they would soon get reconciled to the situation. Far from giving me any cause for complaint, Agatha was more affectionate than ever. She listened attentively to my advice as to her conduct towards her new lover and the world in general, and promised to follow it. It was to this advice that she owed her happiness, for Percy made her fortune. However, she did not leave the theatre for some years, when we shall hear more of her. I was not the man to take presents from my equals, and Percy, no doubt being aware of that, succeeded in making me a handsome present in a very singular way. I told him that I thought of paying a visit to England and requested him to give me a letter of introduction to the Duchess, his mother, whereon he drew out a portrait of her set with magnificent diamonds, and gave it to me, saying, "This is the best letter I can give you. I will write and tell her that you will call and give her the portrait, unless, indeed, she likes to leave it in your hands. I hope my lady will think me worthy of such an honor. There are certain ideas, it seems to me, which enter no head but an Englishman's. I was invited by Count A.B. to Milan, and the Countess wrote me a charming letter, begging me to get her 2 pieces of sarcenet, of which she enclosed the patterns. After taking leave of all my friends and acquaintances, I got a letter of credit on the banker, Greppi, and started for the capital of Lombardy. My separation from Agatha cost me many tears, but not so many as those shed by her. Her mother wept also, for she loved me, and was grateful for all my kindness to her daughter. She said again and again that she could never have borne any rival but her own daughter, while the latter sobbed out that she wished she had not to part from me. I did not like Pasano, so I sent him to his family at Genoa, giving him the wherewithal to live till I came for him. As to my man, I dismissed him for good reasons and took another, as I was obliged to have somebody. But since I lost my Spaniard, I have never felt confidence in any of my servants. I traveled with a Chevalier de Rossignon, whose acquaintance I had made, and we went by Cazel to see the opera bouffe there. Rossignon was a fine man, a good soldier, fond of wine and women, and though he was not learned, he knew the whole of Dante's Divine Comedy by heart. This was his hobby horse, and he was always quoting it, making the passage square with his momentary feelings. This made him insufferable in society, but he was an amusing companion for anyone who knew the sublime poet and could appreciate his numerous and rare beauties. Nevertheless, he made me privately give in my assent to the proverb, "Beware of the man of one book." Otherwise, he was intelligent, statesmanlike, and good-natured. He made himself known at Berlin by his services as ambassador to the King of Sardinia. There was nothing interesting in the opera at Cazel, so I went to Pavia, where, though utterly unknown, I was immediately welcomed by the Marchioness Cordy, who received all strangers of any importance. In 1786, I made the acquaintance of her son, an admirable man, who honored me with his friendship, and died quite young in Flanders with the rank of Major General. I wept bitterly for his loss, but tears, after all, are but an idle tribute to those who cause them to flow. His good qualities had endeared him to all his acquaintances, and if he had lived longer, he would undoubtedly have risen to high command in the army. I only stopped 2 days at Pavia, but it was decreed that I should get myself talked of, even in that short time. At the second ballet at the opera, an actress dressed in a tippet held out her cap to the bones as if to beg an alms, while she was dancing a pas de deux. I was in the Marchioness of Cordy's box, and when the girl held out her cap to me, I was moved by feelings of ostentation and benevolence to draw forth my purse and drop it in. It contained about 20 ducats. The girl took it, thanked me with a smile, and the pit applauded loudly. I asked the Marquis Belcredi, who was near me, if she had a lover. She has a penniless French officer, I believe, he replied. There he is in the pit. I went back to my inn and was supping with M. Basili, a Modenese colonel, when the ballet girl, her mother, and her younger sister came to thank me for my providential gift. We are so poor, said the girl. I had almost done supper, and I asked them all to sup with me after the performance the next day. This offer was quite a disinterested one, and it was accepted. I was delighted to have made a woman happy at so little expense and without any ulterior objects, and I was giving orders to the landlord for the supper, when Clermont, my man, told me that a French officer wanted to speak to me. I had him in and asked what I could do for him. There are 3 courses before you, Mr. Venetian, said he, and you can take which you like. Either countermand this supper, invite me to come to it, or come and measure swords with me now. Clermont, who was attending to the fire, did not give me time to reply, but seized a burning brand and rushed on the officer, who thought it best to escape. Luckily for him, the door of my room was open. He made such a noise in running downstairs that the waiter came out and caught hold of him, thinking he had stolen something. But Clermont, who was pursuing him with his firebrand, had him released. This adventure became town talk directly. My servant, proud of his exploit and sure of my approval, came to tell me that I need not be afraid of going out, as the officer was only a braggart. He did not even draw his sword on the waiter who had caught hold of him, though the man only had a knife in his belt. At all events, he added, I will go out with you. I told him that he had done well this time, but that for the future he must not interfere in my affairs. Sir, he replied, your affairs of this kind are mine too. I shall take care not to go beyond my duty. With this speech, which I thought very sensible, though I did not tell him so, he took one of my pistols and saw to the priming, smiling at me significantly. All good French servants are of the same stamp as Clermont. They are devoted and intelligent, but they all think themselves cleverer than their masters, which indeed is often the case. And when they are sure of it, they become the masters of their masters, tyrannize over them, and give them marks of contempt which the foolish gentlemen endeavor to conceal. But when the master knows how to make himself respected, the Clermonts are excellent. The landlord of my inn sent a report of the affair to the police, and the French officer was banished from the town the same day. At dinner, Colonel Basili asked to hear the story and said that no one but a French officer would think of attacking a man in his own room in such a foolish manner. I differed from him. The French are brave, I replied, but generally they are perfectly polite and have wonderful tact. Wretchedness and love, joined to a false spirit of courage, makes a fool of a man all the world over. At supper, the ballet girl thanked me for ridding her of the poor devil, who, as she said, was always threatening to kill her and wearied her besides. Though she was not beautiful, there was something captivating about this girl. She was graceful, well-mannered, and intelligent, her mouth was well-shaped, and her eyes large and expressive. I think I should have found her a good bargain, but as I wanted to get away from Pavia, and piqued myself on having been good-natured without ulterior motive, I bade her farewell after supper, with many thanks for her kindness in coming. My politeness seemed rather to confuse her, but she went away reiterating her gratitude. Next day I dined at the celebrated Chartreuse, and in the evening I reached Milan and got out at Count A. Bis, who had not expected me till the following day. The Countess, of whom my fancy had made a perfect woman, disappointed me dreadfully. It is always so when passion gives reins to the imagination. The Countess was certainly pretty, though too small, and I might still have loved her, in spite of my disappointment, but at our meeting she greeted me with a gravity that was not to my taste, and which gave me a dislike to her. After the usual compliments, I gave her the 2 pieces of sarcenet she had commissioned me to get. She thanked me, telling me that her confessor would reimburse me for my expenditure. The Count then took me to my room and left me there till supper. It was nicely furnished, but I felt ill at ease and resolved to leave in a day or 2 if the Countess remained immovable. 24 hours was as much as I cared to give her. We made a party of 4 at supper, the Count talking all the time to draw me out and to hide his wife's sulkiness. I answered in the same gay strain, speaking to his wife, however, in the hope of rousing her. It was all lost labor. The little woman only replied by faint smiles which vanished almost as they came, and by monosyllabic answers of the briefest description, without taking her eyes off the dishes which she thought tasteless. And it was to the priest, who was the fourth person present, that she addressed her complaints, almost speaking affably to him. Although I liked the Count very well, I could not help pronouncing his wife decidedly ungracious. I was looking at her to see if I could find any justification for her ill humor on her features, but as soon as she saw me, she turned away in a very marked manner and began to speak about nothing to the priest. This conduct offended me, and I laughed heartily at her contempt or her designs on me, for as she had not fascinated me at all, I was safe from her tyranny. After supper, the sarcenet was brought in. It was to be used for a dress with hoops, made after the extravagant fashion then prevailing. The Count was grieved to see her fall so short of the praises he had lavished on her, and came to my room with me, begging me to forgive her Spanish ways, and saying that she would be very pleasant when she knew me better. The Count was poor, his house was small, his furniture shabby, and his footman's livery threadbare. Instead of plate he had china, and one of the Countess's maids was chief cook. He had no carriages nor horses, not even a saddle horse of any kind. Claremont gave me all this information, and added that he had to sleep in a little kitchen, and was to share his bed with the man who had waited at table. I had only one room, and having 3 heavy trunks, found myself very uncomfortable, and I decided on seeking some other lodging more agreeable to my tastes. The Count came early in the morning to ask what I usually took for breakfast. "My dear Count," I replied, "I have enough fine Turin chocolate to go all round. Does the Countess like it?" "Very much, but she won't take it unless it is made by her woman." "Here are £6. Make her accept it, and tell her that if I hear anything about payment, I shall take it back." "I am sure she will accept it, and thank you too. Shall I have your carriage housed?" "I shall be extremely obliged to you, and I shall be glad if you would get me a hired carriage, and a guide for whom you can answer." "It shall be done." The Count was going out when the priest, who had supped with us the night before, came in to make his bow. He was a man of 41 of the tribe of domestic chaplains who are so common in Italy who, in return for keeping the accounts of the house, live with its master and mistress. In the morning, this priest said Mass in a neighboring church. For the rest of the day, he either occupied himself with the cares of the house or was the lady's obedient servant. As soon as we were alone, he begged me to say that he had paid me the 300 Milanese crowns for the sarcenet, if the Countess asked me about it. "Dear, dear Abbé," said I, laughing, "this sort of thing is not exactly proper in a man of your sacred profession. How can you advise me to tell a lie? No, sir. If the Countess asks me any such impertinent question, I shall tell her the truth." "I am sure she will ask you, and if you answer like that, I shall suffer for it." "Well, sir, if you are in the wrong, you deserve to suffer. But as it happens, I should be blamed for nothing." "Well, go and tell her it's a present, and if she won't have that, tell her I am in no hurry to be paid." "I see, sir, that you don't know the lady or the way in which this house is managed. I will speak to her husband." In a quarter of an hour, the Count told me that he owed me a lot of money, which he hoped to pay back in the course of Lent, and that I must add the sarcenet to the account. I embraced him and said that he would have to keep the account himself, as I never noted down any of the moneys that I was only too happy to lend to my friends. "If your wife asks me whether I have received the money, be sure I will answer in the affirmative." He went out shedding grateful tears, while I felt indebted to him for having given me the opportunity of doing him a service, for I was very fond of him. In the morning, the Countess being invisible, I watched my man spreading out my suits over the chairs, amongst them being some handsome women's cloaks, and a rich red dress deeply trimmed with fur, which had been originally intended for the luckless Cordicelli. I should no doubt have given it to Agatha if I had continued to live with her, and I should have made a mistake, as such a dress was only fit for a lady of rank. At 1 o'clock I received another visit from the Count, who told me that the Countess was going to introduce me to their best friend. This was the Marquis Triuizy, a man of about my own age, tall, well-made, squinting slightly, and with all the manner of a nobleman. He told me that besides coming to have the honor of my acquaintance, he also came to enjoy the fire. "For," said he, "there's only one fireplace in the house, and that's in your room." As all the chairs were covered, the Marquis drew the Countess onto his knee and made her sit there like a baby, but she blushed and escaped from his grasp. The Marquis laughed heartily at her confusion, and she said, "Is it possible that a man of your years has not yet learnt to respect a woman?" "Really, Countess," said he, "I thought it would be very disrespectful to continue sitting while you were standing." While Claremont was taking the clothes off the chairs, the Marquis noticed the mantles and the beautiful dress, and asked me if I were expecting a lady. "No," said I, "but I hope to find someone at Milan who will be worthy of such presents." I added, "I know the Prince Triolzi at Venice. I suppose he is of your family." "He says he is, and it may be so, but I am certainly not a member of his family." This let me know that I should do well to say no more about the prince. "You must stay to dinner, Marquis," said Count A.B., "and as you only like dishes prepared by your own cook, you had better send for them." The Marquis agreed, and we made good cheer. The table was covered with fair linen and handsome plate, the wine was good and plentiful, and the servants quick and well dressed. I could now understand the Marquis's position in the house. It was his wit and mirth which kept the conversation going, and the Countess came in for a share of his pleasantries, while she scolded him for his familiarity. I could see, however, that the Marquis did not want to humiliate her. On the contrary, he was fond of her, and only wished to bring down her exaggerated pride. When he saw her on the point of bursting into tears of rage and shame, he quieted her down by saying that no one in Milan respected her charms and her high birth more than he. After dinner, the tailor who was to measure the Countess for a domino for the ball was announced. On the Marquis's praising the colors and the beauty of the materials, she told him that I had brought her the sarcenet from Turin, and this reminded her to ask me whether I had been paid. "Your husband settled with me," said I, "but you have given me a lesson I can never forget." "What lesson?" said the Marquis. I had hoped that the Countess would have deigned to receive this poor present at my hands. "And she wouldn't take it. It's absurd, on my life." "There is nothing to laugh at," said the Countess, "but you laugh at everything." While the man was measuring her, she complained of feeling cold, as she was in her stays, and her beautiful breast was exposed. Thereupon the Marquis put his hands on it, as if he were quite accustomed to use such familiarities. But the Spaniard, no doubt ashamed because of my presence, got into a rage, and abused him in the most awful manner, while he laughed pleasantly, as if he could calm the storm when he pleased. This was enough to inform me of the position in which they stood to one another, and of the part one ought to take. We remained together till the evening, when the Countess and the Marquis went to the opera, and the Count came with me to my room, till my carriage was ready to take us there too. The opera had begun when we got in, and the first person I noticed on the stage was my dear Therese Palsy, whom I had left at Florence. It was a pleasant surprise to me, and I foresaw that we should renew our sweet interviews. While I remained at Milan, I was discreet enough to say nothing to the Count about his wife's charms, or the way their house was managed. I saw that the place was taken, and the odd humors of the lady prevented my falling in love with her. After the second act, we went to the assembly rooms, where 5 or 6 banks at faro were being held. I staked and lost 100 ducats as if to pay for my welcome, and then rose from the table. At supper the Countess seemed to unbend a little. She condoled with me on my loss, and I said that I was glad of it as it made her speak so. Just as I rang my bell the next morning, Claremont told me that a woman wanted to speak to me. "Is she young?" "Both young and pretty, sir." "That will do nicely. Show her in." I saw a simply dressed girl who reminded me of Lee. She was tall and beautiful, but had not as high pretensions as the Jewess, as she only wanted to know whether she could do my washing for me. I was quite taken with her. Claremont had just brought me my chocolate, and I asked her to sit down on the bed, but she answered modestly that she did not want to trouble me and would come again when I was up. "Do you live at any distance?" "I live on the ground floor of this house." "All by yourself?" "No, sir, I have my father and mother." "And what is your name?" "Zenobia." "Your name is as pretty as you are. Will you give me your hand to kiss?" "I can't," she replied with a smile. "My hand is another's." "You are engaged, are you?" "Yes, to a tailor, and we are going to be married before the end of the carnival." "Is he rich or handsome?" "Neither the one nor the other." Then why are you going to marry him? Because I want to have a house of my own. I like you and will stand your friend. Go and fetch your tailor. I will give him some work to do. As soon as she went out, I got up and told Claremont to put my linen on a table. I had scarcely finished dressing when she came back with her tailor. It was a striking contrast, for he was a little shriveled-up man whose appearance made one laugh. "Well, Master Tailor," said I, "so you are going to marry this charming girl?" "Yes, sir, the banns have been published already." "You are a lucky fellow indeed to have so much happiness in store. When are you going to marry her?" "In 10 or 12 days." "Why not tomorrow?" "Your worship is in a great hurry." "I think I should be indeed," said I, laughing, "if I were in your place. I want you to make me a domino for the ball tomorrow." "Certainly, sir, but your excellency must find me the stuff, for nobody in Milan would give me credit for it, and I couldn't afford to lay out so much money in advance. When you are married, you will have money and credit too. In the meanwhile, here are 10 sequins for you." He went away in high glee at such a windfall. I gave Zenobia some lace to do up, and asked her if she was afraid of having a jealous husband. "He is neither jealous nor amorous," she replied. "He is only marrying me because I earn more than he does. With your charms, I should have thought you might have made a better match. I have waited long enough. I have got tired of maidenhood. Besides, he is sharp if he is not handsome, and perhaps a keen head is better than a handsome face. You are sharp enough yourself anyhow, but why does he put off the wedding? Because he hasn't got any money and wants to have a fine wedding for his relations to come to. I should like it myself. I think you are right, but I can't see why you should not let an honest man kiss your hand. That was only a piece of slyness to let you know I was to be married. I have no silly prejudices myself." "Ah, that's better. Tell your future husband that if he likes me to be the patron of the wedding, I will pay for everything." "Really?" "Yes, really. I will give him 25 sequins on the condition that he spends it all on the wedding." 25 sequins, that will make people talk, but what care we? I will give you an answer tomorrow. "And a kiss now." "With all my heart." Zenobia went away in great delight, and I went out to call on my banker and dear Therese. When the door was opened, the pretty maid recognized me, and taking me by the hand led me to her mistress, who was just going to get up. Her emotion at seeing me was so great that she could not utter a word, but only clasped me to her breast. Our natural transports over, Therese told me that she had got tired of her husband, and that for the last 6 months they had not been living together. She had made him an allowance to get rid of him, and he lived on it at Rome. "And where is Cesarino?" "In this town. You can see him whenever you like." "Are you happy?" "Quite. People say that I have a lover, but it is not true, and you can see me at any time with perfect liberty." We spent 2 pleasant hours in telling each other of our experiences since our last meeting. And then, finding her as fresh and fair as in the season of our early loves, I asked her if she had vowed to be faithful to her husband. "At Florence," she replied, "I was still in love with him. But now, if I am still pleasing in your eyes, we can renew our connection and live together till we die. I will soon show you, darling, that I love you as well as ever." She answered only by giving herself up to my embrace. After action and contemplation, I left her as amorous as she had been 18 years before, but my passion found too many new objects to remain constant long. Countess A.B. began to be more polite. "I know where you have been," said she, with a pleased air, "but if you love that person, you will not go and see her again, or else her lover will leave her." "Then I would take his place, madam." "You are right in amusing yourself with women who know how to earn your presents. I am aware that you never give anything till you have received evident proofs of their affection. That has always been my principle. It's an excellent way to avoid being duped. The lover of the person you have been with kept a lady in society for some time in great splendor, but all the rest of us despised her. Why so, if you please? Because she lowered herself so terribly. Greppi is absolutely a man of no family whatever." Without expressing my surprise at the name of Greppi, I replied that a man need not be well-born to be an excellent lover. "The only thing needful," said I, "is a fine physique and plenty of money, and those ladies who despised their friend were either ridiculously proud or abominably envious. I have not the slightest doubt that if they could find any more jeepies, they would be willing enough to lower themselves. She would doubtless have made a sharp reply, for what I had said had angered her. But the Marquis Trialzy arriving, she went out with him, while her husband and myself went to a place where there was a bank at Faro, the banker only having 100 sequins before him. I took a card and staked small sums like the rest of the company. After losing 20 ducats, I left the place. As we were going to the opera, the poor count told me I had made him lose 10 ducats on his word of honor, and that he did not know how he could pay it by the next day. I pitied him and gave him the money without a word, for misery has always appealed strongly to me. Afterwards, I lost 200 ducats at the same bank to which I had lost money the evening before. The count was in the greatest distress. He did not know that Greppi, whom his proud wife considered so worthless, had 100,000 francs of my money, and that I possessed jewelry to an even greater amount. The countess, who had seen me lose, asked me if I would sell my beautiful dress. "They say it's worth 1,000 sequins," said she. "Yes, that is so, but I would sell everything I possess before parting with any of the articles which I intend for the fair sex. Marquis Trialzy wants it badly to present to someone. I am very sorry, but I cannot sell it to him." She went away without a word, but I could see that she was exceedingly vexed at my refusal. As I was leaving the opera house, I saw Therese getting into her sedan chair. I went up to her and told her that I was sure she was going to sup with her lover. She whispered in my ear that she was going to sup by herself and that I might come if I dared. I gave her an agreeable surprise by accepting the invitation. "I will expect you then," she said. I asked the count to ride home in my carriage, and taking a chair I reached Therese's house just as she was going in. What a happy evening we had. We laughed heartily when we told each other our thoughts. "I know you were in love with Countess A.B.," said she, "and I felt sure you would not dare to come to supper with me. And I thought I should confound you by accepting your invitation, as I knew Greppi was your lover." "He is my friend," she replied. "If he loves me in any other way than that of friendship, I pity him, for as yet he has not discovered the secret of seduction." "Do you think he ever will?" "No, I don't. I am rich." "Yes, but he is richer than you." "I know that, but I think he loves his money better than he loves me." "I understand. You will make him happy if he loves you well enough to ruin himself." "That is it, but it will never come to pass. But here we are, together again after a divorce of nearly 20 years. I don't think you will find any change in me." "That is a privilege which nature grants to the fair sex only. You will find me changed, but you will be able to work miracles." This was a piece of politeness, for she was hardly capable of working any miracle. However, after an excellent supper, we spent 2 hours in amorous raptures, and then Morpheus claimed us for his own. When we awoke, I did not leave her before giving her a good day equal to the good night which had sent us to sleep. When I got back, I found the fair Zenobia, who said the tailor was ready to marry her next Sunday if my offer was not a joke. "To convince you of the contrary," said I, "here are the 25 sequins." Full of gratitude, she let herself fall into my arms, and I covered her mouth and her beautiful bosom with my fiery kisses. Therese had exhausted me, so I did not go any further, but the girl no doubt attributed my self-restraint to the fact that the door was open. I dressed carefully and made myself look less weary, and to freshen myself up I had a long drive in an open carriage. When I returned, I found the Marquis of Trialzy teasing the Countess as usual. On that day he furnished the dinner, and it was consequently a very good one. The conversation turned on the dress in my possession, and the Countess told the Marquis, like an idiot, that it was destined for the lady who would make me desirous and gratify my desire. With exquisite politeness, the Marquis told me that I deserved to enjoy favors at a cheaper rate. "I suppose you will be giving it to the person with whom you spent the night," said the Countess. "That's an impossibility," I answered, "for I spent the night in play." Just then Clermont came in and told me an officer wanted to speak to me. I went to the door and saw a handsome young fellow who greeted me with an embrace. I recognized him as Barbaro, the son of a Venetian noble and brother of the fair and famous Madame Gritty Scambro, of whom I spoke 10 years ago, whose husband had died in the citadel of Catero, where the state inquisitors had imprisoned him. My young friend had also fallen into disgrace with the despotic inquisitors. We had been good friends during the year before my imprisonment, but I had heard nothing of him since. Barbero told me the chief incidents in a life that had been adventurous enough, and informed me that he was now in the service of the Duke of Modena, the governor of Milan. "I saw you losing money at Canano's bank," said he, "and remembering our old friendship, I want to communicate to you a sure way of winning money. All that is necessary is for me to introduce you to a club of young men who are very fond of play and cannot possibly win. Where does this club meet? In an extremely respectable house. If you agree, I will keep the bank myself, and I am sure of winning. I want you to lend me capital, and I only ask a fourth of the profits. I suppose you can hold the cards well." "You are right." This was as much as to tell me that he was an adroit sharper, or, in other words, a skillful corrector of fortune's mistakes. He concluded by saying that I should find something worth looking at in the house he had mentioned. "My dear sir," I replied, "I will give you my decision after seeing the club to which you want to introduce me. Will you be at the Theatre Coffee House at 3 o'clock tomorrow?" "Yes, but I hope to see you at the ball in the evening." Zenobia's betrothed brought me my domino, and the Countess had hers already. As the ball did not begin till the opera was over, I went to hear Theres's singing. In the interval between the acts, I lost another 200 sequins, and then went home to dress for the ball. The Countess said that if I would be kind enough to take her to the ball in my carriage and fetch her home in it, she would not send for the Marquis Triolzi. I replied that I was at her service. Under the impression that the fair Spaniard had only given me the preference to enable me to take liberties with her, I told her I should be very glad to give her the dress, and that the only condition was that I should spend a night with her. "You insult me cruelly," said she. "You must know my character better than that." "I know everything, my dear Countess, but after all, the insult's nothing. You can easily forgive me if you pluck up a little spirit, trample on a foolish prejudice, get the dress, and make me happy for a whole night long. That it all very well when one is in love, but you must confess that your coarse way of speaking is more likely to make me hate you than love you. I use that style because I want to come to the point. I have no time to waste. And you, Countess, must confess in your turn that you would be delighted to have me sighing at your feet. It would be all the same to me. I don't think I could love you. Then we are agreed on one point at all events, for I love you no more than you love me. And yet you would spend 1,000 sequins for the pleasure of passing a night with me. Not at all. I don't want to sleep with you for the sake of the pleasure, but to mortify your infernal pride, which becomes you so ill." God knows what the fierce Spaniard would have answered, but at that moment the carriage stopped at the door of the theatre. We parted, and after I had got tired of threading my way amidst the crowd, I paid a visit to the gaming room, hoping to regain the money I had lost. I had more than 500 sequins about me and a good credit at the bank, but I certainly did my best to lose everything I had. I sat down at Canano's bank, and noticing that the poor Count, who followed me wherever I went, was the only person who knew me, I thought I should have a lucky evening. I only punted on one card and spent 4 hours without losing or gaining. Towards the end, wishing to force fortune's favor, I lost rapidly and left all my money in the hands of the banker. I went back to the ballroom, where the Countess rejoined me, and we returned home. When we were in the carriage, she said, "You lost an immense sum, and I am very glad of it. The Marquis will give you 1,000 sequins, and the money will bring you luck. And you too, for I suppose you will have the dress." "Maybe." "No, madam, you shall never have it in this way, and you know the other. I despise 1,000 sequins. And I despise you in your presence. You may despise me as much as you please, and you may be sure I despise you." With these polite expressions, we reached the house. When I got to my room, I found the Count there with a long face, as if he wanted to pity me but dared not do it. However, my good temper gave him the courage to say, "Triolzi will give you 1,000 sequins. That will fit you up again." "For the dress, you mean?" "Yes." "I wanted to give it to your wife, but she said she would despise it, coming from my hands." "You astonish me. She is mad after it. You must have wounded her haughty temper in some way or another, but sell it and get the 1,000 sequins. I will let you know tomorrow." I slept 4 or 5 hours, and then rose and went out in my great coat to call on Greppi, for I had no more money. I took 1,000 sequins, begging him not to tell my affairs to anyone. He replied that my affairs were his own, and that I could count on his secrecy. He complimented me on the esteem in which Madame Palsy held me, and said he hoped to meet me at supper at her house one night. Such a meeting would give me the greatest pleasure, I replied. On leaving him I called on Therese, but as there were some people with her I did not stay long. I was glad to see that she knew nothing about my losses or my affairs. She said that Greppi wanted to sup with me at her house, and that she would let me know when the day was fixed. When I got home I found the Count in front of my fire. "My wife is in a furious rage with you," said he, "and won't tell me why. The reason is, my dear Count, that I won't let her accept the dress from any hand but mine. She told me that she should despise it as a gift from me, but she has nothing to be furious about, that I know. It's some mad notion of hers, and I don't know what to make of it. But pray attend to what I am about to say to you. You despise 1,000 sequins good. I congratulate you. But if you are in a position to despise a sum which would make me happy, offer up a foolish vanity on the shrine of friendship, take the 1,000 sequins, and lend them to me, and let my wife have the dress, for of course he will give it her." This proposal made me roar with laughter, and certainly it was of a nature to excite the hilarity of a sufferer from confirmed melancholia, which I was far from being. However, I stopped laughing when I saw how the poor Count blushed from shame. I kissed him affectionately to calm him, but at last I was cruel enough to say, "I will willingly assist you in this arrangement. I will sell the dress to the Marquis as soon as you please, but I won't lend you the money. I'll give it to you in the person of your wife at a private interview, but when she receives me she must not only be polite and complacent, but as gentle as a lamb. Go and see if it can be arranged, my dear Count. 'Tis absolutely my last word." "I will see," said the poor husband, and with that he went out. Barbero kept his appointment with exactitude. I made him get into my carriage, and we alighted at a house at the end of Milan. We went to the first floor, and there I was introduced to a fine-looking old man, an amiable lady of pleasing appearance, and then to 2 charming cousins. He introduced me as a Venetian gentleman in disgrace with the state inquisitors, like himself, adding that as I was a rich bachelor their good or ill favor made no difference to me. He said I was rich, and I looked like it. My luxury of attire was dazzling. My rings, my snuff-boxes, my chains, my diamonds, my jeweled cross hanging on my breast, all gave me the air of an important personage. The cross belonged to the Order of the Spur the Pope had given me, but as I had carefully taken the spur away, it was not known to what order I belonged. Those who might be curious did not dare to ask me, for one can no more inquire of a knight what order he belongs to than one can say to a lady, "How old are you?" I wore it till 1785, when the Prince Palatine of Russia told me in private that I would do well to get rid of the thing. "It only serves to dazzle fools," said he, "and here you have none such to deal with." I followed his advice, for he was a man of profound intelligence. Nevertheless, he removed the cornerstone of the Kingdom of Poland. He ruined it by the same means by which he had made it greater. The old man to whom Barbero presented me was a marquis. He told me that he knew Venice, and as I was not a patrician, I could live as pleasantly anywhere else. He told me to consider his house and all he possessed as mine. The 2 young marchionesses had enchanted me. They were almost ideal beauties. I longed to inquire about them of some good authority, for I did not put much faith in Barbero. In half an hour the visitors commenced to come on foot and in carriages. Among the arrivals were several pretty and well-dressed girls, and numerous smart young men, all vying with each other in their eagerness to pay court to the 2 cousins. There were 20 of us in all. We sat round a large table, and began to play a game called bankruptcy. After amusing myself for a couple of hours in losing sequins, I went out with Barbero to the opera. "The 2 young ladies are 2 incarnate angels," I said to my countrymen. "I shall pay my duty to them, and shall find out in a few days whether they are for me. As for the gaming speculation, I will lend you 200 sequins, but I don't want to lose the money, so you must give me good security." "To that I agree willingly, but I am certain of giving it you back with good interest. You shall have a half share and not 25%. and I must strongly insist that nobody shall know of my having anything to do with your bank. If I hear any rumors, I shall bet heavily on my own account. You may be sure I shall keep the secret. It is to my own interest to have it believed that I am my own capitalist. Very good. Come to me early tomorrow morning and bring me good security, and you shall have the money. He embraced me in the joy of his heart. The picture of the two fair ladies was still in my brain, and I was thinking of inquiring of Greppi when I chanced to see Triolzi in the pit of the opera house. He saw me at the same moment and came up to me, saying gaily that he was sure I had had a bad dinner, and that I had much better dine with him every day. You make me blush, Marquis, for not having called on you yet. No, no, there can be nothing of that kind between men of the world, who know the world's worth. We are agreed there, at all events. By the way, I hear you have decided on selling me that handsome dress of yours. I am really very much obliged to you, and will give you the 15,000 livres whenever you like. You can come and take it tomorrow morning. He then proceeded to tell me about the various ladies I noticed in the theater. Seizing the opportunity, I said, when I was in church the other day, I saw two exquisite beauties. A man at my side told me they were cousins, the Marchionesses Q and I think he said. Do you know them? I am quite curious to hear about them. I know them. As you say, they are charming. It's not very difficult to obtain access to them, and I suppose they are good girls, as I have not heard their names in connection with any scandal. However, I know that M. Deal. F has a lover, but it is a great secret. He is the only son of one of the noblest of our families. Unfortunately, they are not rich, but if they are clever, as I am sure they are, they may make good matches. If you like, I can get someone to introduce you there. I haven't made up my mind yet. I may be able to forget them easily, only having seen them once. Nevertheless, I am infinitely obliged to you for your kind offer. After the ballet, I went into the assembly room, and I heard there he is several times repeated as I came in. The banker made me a bow and offered me a place next to him. I sat down, and he handed me a pack of cards. I punted, and with such inveterate bad luck that in less than an hour I lost 700 sequins. I should probably have lost all the money I had in my pocket if Canano had not been obliged to go away. He gave the cards to a man whose looks displeased me, and I rose and went home and got into bed directly, so as not to be obliged to conceal my ill temper. In the morning, Barbero came to claim the 200 sequins. He gave me the right to sequestrate his pay by way of surety. I do not think I should have had the heart to exercise my rights if things had gone wrong, but I liked to have some control over him. When I went out, I called on Greppi and took 2,000 sequins in gold. Chapter 19. Humiliation of the Countess Zenobia's wedding pharaoh conquest of the fair Irene plan for a masquerade. On my return, I found the Count with one of the Marquis's servants, who gave me a note begging me to send the dress, which I did directly. The Marquis will dine with us, said the Count, and no doubt he will bring the money with him for this treasure. You think it a treasure, then? Yes, fit for a queen to wear. I wish the treasure had the virtue of giving you a crown. One head-dress is as good as another. The poor devil understood the allusion, and as I liked him, I reproached myself for having humiliated him unintentionally, but I could not resist the temptation to jest. I hastened to smooth his brow by saying that as soon as I got the money for the dress I would take it to the Countess. I have spoken to her about it, said he, and your proposal made her laugh, but I am sure she will make up her mind when she finds herself in possession of the dress. It was a Friday. The Marquis sent in an excellent fish dinner and came himself soon after with the dress in a basket. The present was made with all ceremony, and the proud Countess was profuse in her expressions of thanks, which the giver received coolly enough, as if accustomed to that kind of thing. However, he ended by the no means flattering remark that if she had any sense she would sell it, as everybody knew she was too poor to wear it. This suggestion by no means met with her approval. She abused him to her heart's content, and told him he must be a great fool to give her a dress which he considered unsuitable to her. They were disputing warmly when the Marchioness Menofoglio was announced. As soon as she came in, her eyes were attracted by the dress, which was stretched over a chair, and finding it superb, she exclaimed, "I would gladly buy that dress." "I did not buy it to sell again," said the Countess sharply. "Excuse me," replied the Marchioness, I thought it was for sale, and I am sorry it is not." The Marquis, who was no lover of dissimulation, began to laugh, and the Countess, fearing he would cover her with ridicule, hastened to change the conversation. But when the Marchioness was gone, the Countess gave reins to her passion and scolded the Marquis bitterly for having laughed. However, he only replied by remarks which, though exquisitely polite, had a sting in them, and at last the lady said she was tired and was going to lie down. When she had left the room, the Marquis gave me the 15,000 francs, telling me that they would bring me good luck at Canano's. "You are a great favorite of Canano S," he added, "and he wants you to come and dine with him. He can't ask you to supper, as he is obliged to spend his nights in the assembly rooms. Tell him I will come any day he likes except the day after tomorrow, when I have to go to a wedding at the Apple Garden." "I congratulate you," said the Count and the Marquis together. "It will no doubt be very pleasant. I expect to enjoy myself heartily there. Could not we come too? Do you really want to?" "Certainly." "Then I will get you an invitation from the fair bride herself on the condition that the Countess comes as well. I must warn you that the company will consist of honest people of the lower classes, and I cannot have them humiliated in any way." "I will persuade the Countess," said Triolzy. "To make your task an easier one, I may as well tell you that the wedding is that of the fair Zenobia." "Bravo, I am sure the Countess will come to that." The Count went out and shortly reappeared with Zenobia. The Marquis congratulated her and encouraged her to ask the Countess to the wedding. She seemed doubtful, so the Marquis took her by the hand and led her into the proud Spaniard's room. In half an hour they returned informing us that my lady had deigned to accept the invitation. When the Marquis had gone, the Count told me that I might go and keep his wife company if I had nothing better to do, and that he would see to some business. "I have the 1,000 sequins in my pocket," I remarked, "and if I find her reasonable, I will leave them with her." "I will go and speak to her first." "Do so." While the Count was out of the room, I exchanged the 1,000 sequins for the 15,000 francs in banknotes, which Greppi had given me. I was just shutting up my cash box when Zenobia came in with my lace cuffs. She asked me if I would like to buy a piece of lace. I replied in the affirmative, and she went out and brought it me. I liked the lace, and bought it for 18 sequins, and said, "This lace is yours, dearest Zenobia, if you will content me this moment. I love you well, but I should be glad if you would wait till after my marriage." "No, dearest, now or never. I cannot wait. I shall die if you do not grant my prayer. Look, do you not see what a state I am in?" "I see it plainly enough, but it can't be done." "Why not? Are you afraid of your husband noticing the loss of your maidenhead?" "Not I, and if he did I shouldn't care. I promise you if he dared to reproach me, he should not have me at all." "Well said, for my leavings are too good for him. Come quick." "But you will shut the door at least." "No, the noise would be heard, and might give rise to suspicion. Nobody will come in." With these words I drew her towards me, and finding her as gentle as a lamb and as loving as a dove, the amorous sacrifice was offered with abundant libations on both sides. After the first ecstasy was over, I proceeded to examine her beauties, and with my usual amorous frenzy, told her that she should send her tailor out to graze and live with me. Fortunately, she did not believe in the constancy of my passion. After a second assault I rested, greatly astonished that the Count had not interrupted our pleasures. I thought he must have gone out, and I told Zenobia my opinion, whereon she overwhelmed me with caresses. Feeling at my ease, I set her free from her troublesome clothes, and gave myself up to toying with her in a manner calculated to arouse the exhausted senses. And then, for the third time, we were clasped to each other's arms, while I made Zenobia put herself into the many attitudes which I knew from experience as most propitious to the voluptuous triumph. We were occupied a whole hour in these pleasures, but Zenobia, in the flower of her age and a novice, poured forth many more libations than I. Just as I lost life for the third time, and Zenobia for the 14th, I heard the Count's voice. I told my sweetheart, who had heard it as well, and after we had dressed hastily, I gave her the 18 sequins, and she left the room. A moment after the Count came in laughing, and said, "I have been watching you all the time by this chink, which he showed me, and I have found it very amusing. I am delighted to hear it, but keep it to yourself." Of course, of course. My wife, said he, will be very pleased to see you, and I, he added, shall be very pleased as well. You are a philosophical husband, said I, but I am afraid after the exercises you witnessed the Countess will find me rather slow. Not at all, the recollection will make it all the pleasanter for you. Mentally perhaps, but in other respects. Oh, you will manage to get out of it. My carriage is at your service, as I shall not be going out for the rest of the day. I softly entered the Countess's room, and finding her in bed, inquired affectionately after her health. I am very well, said she, smiling agreeably. My husband has done me good. I had seated myself quietly on the bed, and she had shewn no vexation, certainly a good omen. Aren't you going out any more today? Said she. You have got your dressing gown on. I fell asleep lying on my bed, and when I awoke, I decided on keeping you company if you will be as good and gentle as you are pretty. If you behave well to me, you will always find me so. And will you love me? That depends on you, so you are going to sacrifice Canano to me this evening. Yes, and with the greatest pleasure. He has won a lot from me already, and I foresee that he will win the 15,000 francs I have in my pocket tomorrow. This is the money the Marquis Triolzi gave me for the dress. It would be a pity to lose such a large sum. You are right, and I need not lose them if you will be complacent, for they are meant for you. Allow me to shut the door. What for? Because I am perishing with cold and desire, and intend warming myself in your bed. I will never allow that. I don't want to force you. Goodbye, Countess. I will go and warm myself by my own fire, and tomorrow I will wage war on Canano's bank. You are certainly a sad dog. Stay here, I like your conversation. Without more ado, I locked the door, took off my clothes, and seeing that her back was turned to me, jumped into bed beside her. She had made up her mind, and let me do as I liked, but my combats with Zenobia had exhausted me. With closed eyes, she let me place her in all the postures which lubricity could suggest, while her hands were not idle. But all was in vain, my torpor was complete, and nothing would give life to the instrument which was necessary to the operation. Doubtless the Spaniard felt that my nullity was an insult to her charms. Doubtless I must have tortured her by raising desires which I could not appease. For several times, I felt my fingers drenched with a flow that showed she was not passive in the matter. But she pretended all the while to be asleep. I was vexed at her being able to feign insensibility to such an extent, and I attached myself to her head. But her lips, which she abandoned to me, and which I abused disgracefully, produced no more effect than the rest of her body. I felt angry that I could not effect the miracle of resurrection, and I decided on leaving a stage where I had so wretched a part, but I was not generous to her, and put the finishing stroke to her humiliation by saying, "'Tis not my fault, madam, that your charms have so little power over me. Here, take these 15,000 francs by way of consolation." With this apostrophe, I left her. My readers, more especially my lady readers, if I ever have any, will no doubt pronounce me a detestable fellow after this. I understand their feelings, but beg them to suspend their judgment. They will see afterwards that my instinct served me wonderfully in the course I had taken. Early the next day, the Count came into my room with a very pleased expression. "My wife is very well," said he, "and told me to wish you good day." I did not expect this, and I no doubt looked somewhat astonished. "I am glad," he said, "that you gave her francs instead of the sequins you got from Triolzi, and I hope, as Triolzi said, you will have luck with it at the bank." "I am not going to the opera," said I, "but to the masked ball, and I don't want anyone to recognize me." I begged him to go and buy me a new domino, and not to come near me in the evening, so that none but he should know who I was. As soon as he had gone out, I began to write letters. I had heavy arrears to make up in that direction. The Count brought me my domino at noon, and after hiding it we went to dine with the Countess. Her affability, politeness, and gentleness astounded me. She looked so sweetly pretty that I repented having outraged her so scandalously. Her insensibility of the evening before seemed inconceivable, and I began to suspect that the signs I had noticed to the contrary were only due to the animal faculties which are specially active in sleep. Was she really asleep, said I to myself, when I was outraging her so shamefully? I hoped it had been so. When her husband left us alone, I said, humbly and tenderly, that I knew I was a monster, and that she must detest me. "You a monster," said she. "On the contrary, I owe much to you, and there is nothing I can think of for which I have cause to reproach you." I took her hand, tenderly, and would have carried it to my lips, but she drew it away gently and gave me a kiss. My repentance brought a deep blush to my face. When I got back to my room, I sealed my letters and went to the ball. I was absolutely unrecognizable. Nobody had ever seen my watches or my snuff boxes before, and I had even changed my purses for fear of anybody recognizing me by them. Thus armed against the glances of the curious, I sat down at Canano's table and commenced to play in quite a different fashion. I had 100 Spanish pieces in my pocket worth 700 Venetian sequins. I had got this Spanish money from Greppi, and I took care not to use what Triolzi had given me for fear he should know me. I emptied my purse on the table, and in less than an hour it was all gone. I rose from the table and everybody thought I was going to beat a retreat, but I took out another purse and put 100 sequins on one card, going second, with Perali, 7, and the Va. The stroke was successful, and Canano gave me back my 100 Spanish pieces, on which I sat down again by the banker and recommenced regular play. Canano was looking at me hard. My snuff box was the one which the Elector of Cologne had given me, with the prince's portrait on the lid. I took a pinch of snuff, and he gave me to understand that he would like one too, and the box was subjected to a general examination. A lady whom I did not know said the portrait represented the Elector of Cologne in his robes as Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. The box was returned to me, and I saw that it had made me respected, so small a thing imposes on people. I then put 50 sequins on one card, going Perali and Paix de Perali, and at daybreak I had broken the bank. Canano said politely that if I liked to be spared the trouble of carrying all that gold he would have it weighed and give me a check. A pair of scales was brought, and it was found that I had 34 pounds weight in gold, amounting to 2,856 sequins. Canano wrote me a check, and I slowly returned to the ballroom. Barbero had recognized me with the keenness of a Venetian. He accosted me and congratulated me on my luck, but I gave him no answer, and seeing that I wished to remain incognito, he left me. A lady in a Greek dress, richly adorned with diamonds, came up to me, and said in a falsetto voice that she would like to dance with me. I made a sign of assent, and as she took off her glove I saw a finely shaped hand as white as alabaster, one of the fingers bearing an exquisite diamond ring. It was evidently no ordinary person, and though I puzzled my head I could not guess who she could be. She danced admirably, in the style of a woman of fashion, and I too exerted myself to the utmost. By the time the dance was over I was covered with perspiration. "You look hot," said my partner in her falsetto voice. "Come and rest in my box." My heart leaped with joy, and I followed her with great delight. But as I saw Greppi in the box to which she took me, I had no doubt that it must be Therese, which did not please me quite so well. In short, the lady took off her mask. It was Therese, and I complimented her on her disguise. "But how did you recognize me, dearest?" "By your snuff box. I knew it, otherwise I should never have found you out." "Then you think that nobody has recognized me?" "Nobody, unless in the same way as I did. None of the people here have seen my snuff box." I took the opportunity of handing over to Greppi Canano's check, and he gave me a receipt for it. Therese asked us to supper for the ensuing evening, and said, "There will be 4 of us in all." Greppi seemed curious to know who the 4th person could be, but I right guessed it would be my dear son Cesarino. As I went down once more to the ballroom, 2 pretty female dominoes attacked me right and left, telling me that Messer Grand was waiting for me outside. They then asked me for some snuff, and I gave them a box ornamented with an indecent picture. I had the impudence to touch the spring and show it them, and after inspecting it, they exclaimed, Fie, your punishment is never to know who we are." I was sorry to have displeased the 2 fair maskers, who seemed worth knowing, so I followed them, and meeting Barbero, who knew everybody, I pointed them out to him, and heard to my delight that they were the 2 marchionesses Q and F. I promised Barbero to go and see them. He said that everybody in the ballroom knew me, and that our bank was doing very well, though, of course, that was a trifle to me. Towards the end of the ball, when it was already full daylight, a masker, dressed as a Venetian gondolier, was accosted by a lady masker, also in Venetian costume. She challenged the gondolier to prove himself a Venetian by dancing the forlana with her. The gondolier accepted and the music struck up, but the boatman, who was apparently a Milanese, was hooted, while the lady danced exquisitely. I was very fond of the dance, and I asked the unknown Venetian lady to dance it again with me. She agreed, and a ring was formed round us, and we were so applauded that we had to dance it over again. This would have sufficed if a very pretty shepherdess without a mask had not begged me to dance it with her. I could not refuse her, and she danced exquisitely, going round and round the circle 3 times and seeming to hover in the air. I was quite out of breath. When it was finished, she came up to me and whispered my name in my ear. I was astonished, and feeling the charm of the situation, demanded her name. "You shall know," said she in Venetian, "if you will come to the 3 Kings. "Are you alone?" "No, my father and mother, who are old friends of yours, are with me." "I will call on Monday." What a number of adventures to have in one night. I went home wearily and went to bed, but I was only allowed to sleep for 2 hours. I was roused and begged to dress myself. The Countess, the Marquis, and the Count, all ready for Zenobia's wedding, teased me till I was ready, telling me it was not polite to keep a bride waiting. Then they all congratulated me on my breaking the bank and the run of luck against me. I told the Marquis that it was his money that had brought me luck, but he replied by saying that he knew what had become of his money. This indiscretion, either on the Count's part or the Countess's, surprised me greatly. It seemed to me contrary to all the principles in intrigue. "Canano knew you," said the Marquis, "by the way you opened your snuff-box, and he hopes to see us to dinner before long. He says he hopes you will win 100 pounds weight of gold. He has a fancy for you." "Canano," said I, "has keen eyes and plays Pharaoh admirably. I have not the slightest wish to win his money from him." We then started for the apple garden, where we found a score of honest folks and the bride and bridegroom, who overwhelmed us with compliments. We soon put the company at their ease. At first our presence overawed them, but a little familiarity soon restored the general hilarity. We sat down to dinner, and among the guests were some very pretty girls, but my head was too full of Zenobia to care about them. The dinner lasted 3 hours. It was an abundant repast, and the foreign wines were so exquisite that it was easy to see that the sum I had furnished had been exceeded. Good fellowship prevailed, and after the first bumper had passed round, everybody proposed somebody else's health, and as each tried to say something different to his neighbor, the most fearful nonsense prevailed. Then everybody thought himself bound to sing, and they were not at all first-rate vocalists by any means. We laughed heartily and also caused laughter, for our speeches and songs were as bad as those of our humble friends. When we rose from the table, kissing became general, and the Countess could not resist laughing when she found herself obliged to hold out her cheeks for the salute of the tailor, who thought her laughter a special mark of favor. Strains of sweet music were heard, and the ball was duly opened by the newly married couple. Zenobia danced, if not exactly well, at least gracefully, but the tailor, who had never put his legs to any other use besides crossing them, cut such a ridiculous figure that the Countess had much ado to restrain her laughter. But in spite of that, I led out Zenobia for the next minuet, and the proud Countess was obliged to dance with the wretched tailor. When the minuet stopped, the square dances began, and refreshments were liberally handed round. Confetti, a kind of sweetmeat, even better than that made at Verdun, were very plentiful. When we were just going, I congratulated the husband and offered to bring Zenobia home in my carriage, which he was pleased to style a very honorable offer. I gave my hand to Zenobia and helped her into the carriage, and having told the coachman to go slowly, I put her on my knee extinguisher fashion and kept her there all the time. Zenobia was the first to get down, and noticing that my breeches of gray velvet were spoiled, I told her that I would be with her in a few minutes. In 2 minutes I put on a pair of black satin breeches, and I rejoined the lady before her husband came in. She asked what I had been doing, and on my telling her that our exploits in the carriage had left very evident marks on my trousers, she gave me a kiss and thanked me for my forethought. Before long the husband and his sister arrived. He thanked me, calling me his gossip, and then noticing the change in my dress, he asked me how I had contrived to make the alteration so quickly. "I went to my room, leaving your wife at your house, for which I beg your pardon." Didn't you see that the gentleman had spilt a cup of coffee over his handsome breeches? Said Zenobia. My dear wife, said the crafty tailor, I don't see everything, nor is it necessary that I should do so, but you should have accompanied the gentleman to his room. Then turning to me with a laugh, he asked me how I had enjoyed the wedding. Immensely, and my friends have done the same, but you must let me pay you, dear gossip, for what you spent over and above the 24 sequins. You can tell me how much it is. Very little, a mere trifle. Zenobia shall bring you the bill. I went home feeling vexed with myself for not having foreseen that the rogue would notice my change of dress and guess the reason. However, I consoled myself with the thought that the tailor was no fool, and that it was plain that he was content to play the part we had assigned to him. So, after wishing good night to the Count, the Countess, and the Marquis, who all thanked me for the happy day they had spent, I went to bed. As soon as I was awake, I thought of the shepherdess who had danced the forlana so well at the ball, and I resolved to pay her a visit. I was not more interested in her beauty than to find out who her father and mother, old friends of mine, could be. I dressed and walked to the Three Kings, and on walking into the room which the shepherdess had indicated to me, what was my astonishment to find myself face to face with the Countess Rinaldi, whom Zavoysky had introduced me to at the Locanda of Casaletto 16 years ago. The reader will remember how M. de Bragadin paid her husband the money he won from me at play. Madame Rinaldi had aged somewhat, but I knew her directly. However, as I had never had more than a passing fancy for her, we did not go back to days which did neither of us any honor. I am delighted to see you again, said I. Are you still living with your husband? You will see him in half an hour, and he will be glad to present his respects to you. I should not at all care for it myself, madam. There are old quarrels between us which I do not want to renew, so, madam, farewell. No, don't go yet, sit down. Pardon me. Irene, don't let the gentleman go. At these words Irene ran and barred the way not like a fierce mastiff, but like an angel, entreating me to stay with that mingled look of innocence, fear, and hope, of which girls know the effect so well. I felt I could not go. Let me through, fair Irene, said I. We may see each other somewhere else. Pray do not go before you have seen my father. The words were spoken so tenderly that our lips met. Irene was victorious. How can one resist a pretty girl who implores with a kiss? I took a chair, and Irene, proud of her victory, sat on my knee and covered me with kisses. I took it into my head to task the Countess where and when Irene was born. At Mantua, said she, 3 months after I left Venice. And when did you leave Venice? 6 months after I met you. That is a curious coincidence, and if we had been tenderly acquainted, you might say that Irene was my daughter, and I should believe you, and think that my affection for her was purely paternal. Your memory is not very good, sir. I wonder at that. I may tell you that I never forget certain things, but I guess your meaning. You want me to subdue my liking for Irene. I am willing to do so, but she will be the loser. This conversation had silenced Irene, but she soon took courage and said she was like me. No, I answered. If you were like me, you would not be so pretty. I don't think so. I think you are very handsome. You flatter me. Stay to dinner with us. No, if I stayed, I might fall in love with you, and that would be a pity, as your mother says I am your father. I was joking, said the Countess. You may love Irene with a good conscience. We will see what can be done. When Irene had left the room, I said to the mother, I like your daughter, but I won't be long sighing for her, and you mustn't take me for a dupe. Speak to my husband about it. We are very poor, and we want to go to Cremona. I suppose Irene has a lover. No. But she has had one, of course. Never anything serious. I can't believe it. It's true, nevertheless. Irene is intact. Just then Irene came in with her father, who had aged to such an extent that I should never have known him in the street. He came up to me and embraced me, begging me to forget the past. It is only you, he added, who can furnish me with funds to go to Cremona. I have several debts here and am in some danger of imprisonment. Nobody of any consequence comes to see me. My dear daughter is the only thing of value which I still possess. I have just been trying to sell this pinchbeck watch, and though I asked only 6 sequins, which is half what it is worth, they would not give me more than 2. When a man gets unfortunate, everything is against him. I took the watch and gave the father 6 sequins for it, and then handed it to Irene. She said with a smile that she could not thank me, as I only gave her back her own, but she thanked me for the present I had made her father. "Here," said she seriously to the old man, "you can sell it again now." This made me laugh. I gave the Count 10 sequins in addition, embraced Irene, and said I must be gone, but that I would see them again in 3 or 4 days. Irene escorted me to the bottom of the stairs, and as she allowed me to assure myself that she still possessed the rose of virginity, I gave her another 10 sequins, and told her that the first time she went alone to the ball with me I would give her 100 sequins. She said she would consult her father. Feeling sure that the poor devil would hand over Irene to me, and having no apartment in which I could enjoy her in freedom, I stopped to read a bill in a pastry-cook's window. It announced a room to let. I went in, and the pastry-cook told me that the house belonged to him, and his pretty wife, who was suckling a baby, begged me to come upstairs and see the room. The street was a lonely one and had a pleasing air of mystery about it. I climbed to the 3rd floor, but the rooms there were wretched garrets of no use to me. "The 1st floor," said the woman, "consists of a suite of 4 nice rooms, but we only let them together." "Let us go and see them." "Good, they will do. What is the rent?" "You must settle that with my husband." "And can't I settle anything with you, my dear?" So saying, I gave her a kiss which she took very kindly, but she smelt of nursing, which I detested, so I did not go any farther despite her radiant beauty. I made my bargain with the landlord, and paid a month's rent in advance, for which he gave me a receipt. It was agreed that I should come and go as I pleased, and that he should provide me with food. I gave him a name so common as to tell him nothing whatever about me, but he seemed to care very little about that. As I had agreed with Barbero to visit the fair marchionesses, I dressed carefully, and after a slight repast with the Countess, who was pleasant but did not quite please me, I met my fellow countrymen, and we called on the 2 cousins. "I have come," said I, "to beg your pardons for having revealed to you the secret of the snuff-box." They blushed and scolded Barbero, thinking that he had betrayed them. On examining them, I found them far superior to Irene, my present flame, but their manner, the respect they seemed to require, frightened me. I was not at all disposed to dance attendance on them. Irene, on the contrary, was an easy prey. I had only to do her parents a service, and she was in my power, while the 2 cousins had their full share of aristocratic pride, which debases the nobility to the level of the vilest of the people, and only imposes upon fools, who after all are in the majority everywhere. Further, I was no longer at that brilliant age which fears nothing, and I was afraid that my appearance would hardly overcome them. It is true that Barbero had made me hope that presents would be of some use, but after what the Marquis Trialsi had said, I feared that Barbero had only spoken on supposition. When the company was sufficiently numerous, the card tables were brought in. I sat down by M. Deal, Q, and disposed myself to play for small stakes. I was introduced by the aunt, the mistress of the house, to a young gentleman in Austrian uniform who sat beside me. My dear countryman played like a true sharper, much to my displeasure. My fair neighbor, at the end of the game, which lasted 4 hours, found herself the gainer of a few sequins, but the officer, who had played on his word of honor, after losing all the money in his pockets, owed 10 louis. The bank was the winner of 50 sequins, including the officer's debt. As the young man lived at some distance, he honored me by coming in my carriage. On the way, Barbero told us he would introduce us to a girl who had just come from Venice. The officer caught fire at this, and begged that we should go and see her directly, and we accordingly went. The girl was well enough looking, but neither I nor the officer cared much about her. While they were making some coffee for us, and Barbero was entertaining the young lady, I took a pack of cards, and had not much difficulty in inducing the officer to risk 20 sequins against the 20 I put on the table. While we were playing, I spoke to him of the passion with which the young marchioness inspired me. "She's my sister," said he. I knew as much, but pretended to be astonished, and I went on playing. Taking the opportunity, I told him that I knew of no one who could let the marchioness know of my affection better than he. I made him laugh, and as he thought I was jesting, he only gave vague answers. but seeing that while I talked of my passion I forgot my card, he soon won the 20 sequins from me and immediately paid them to Barbero. In the excess of his joy, he embraced me as if I had given him the money. And when we parted, he promised to give me some good news of his sister at our next meeting. I had to go to supper with Therese, Greppi, and my son, but having some spare time before me, I went to the opera house. The third act was going on, and I accordingly visited the card room, and there lost 200 sequins at a single deal. I left the room almost as if I was flying from an enemy. Canano shook me by the hand and told me he expected me and the Marquis to dinner every day, and I promised we would come at the earliest opportunity. I went to Therese S. and found Greppi there before me. Therese and Don Cesarino, whom I covered with kisses, came in a quarter of an hour afterwards. The banker stared at him in speechless wonder. He could not make out whether he was my son or my brother. Seeing his amazement, Therese told him Cesarino was her brother. This stupefied the worthy man still more. At last he asked me if I had known Therese's mother pretty well, and on my answering in the affirmative he seemed more at ease. The meal was excellent, but all my attention went to my son. He had all the advantages of a good disposition and an excellent education. He had grown a great deal since I had seen him at Florence, and his mental powers had developed proportionately. His presence made the party grave, but sweet. The innocence of youth throws around it an ineffable charm. It demands respect and restraint. An hour after midnight we left Therese, and I went to bed, well pleased with my day's work, for the loss of 200 sequins did not trouble me much. When I got up I received a note from Irene, begging me to call on her. Her father had given her permission to go to the next ball with me, and she had a domino, but she wanted to speak to me. I wrote and told her I would see her in the course of the day. I had written to tell the Marquis Triolzi that I was going to dine with Canano, and he replied that he would be there. We found this skilled gamester in a fine house, richly furnished, and showing traces on every side of the wealth and taste of its owner. Canano introduced me to 2 handsome women, one of whom was his mistress, and to 5 or 6 marquises, for at Milan no noble who is not a marquis is thought anything of, just as in the same way they are all counts at Vicenza. The dinner was magnificent and the conversation highly intellectual. In a mirthful moment, Canano said he had known me for 17 years, his acquaintance dating from the time I had juggled a professional gamester, calling himself Count Celi, out of a pretty ballet girl whom I had taken to Mantua. I confessed the deed and amused the company by the story of what had happened at Mantua with Orlan, and how I had found Count Celi at Cesena metamorphosed into Count Alfani. Somebody mentioned the ball which was to be held the next day, and when I said I was not going they laughed. "I bet I know you," said Canano, "if you come to the bank." "I am not going to play any more," said I. "All the better for me," answered Canano, "for though your punting is unlucky, you don't leave off till you have won my money. But that's only my joke. Try again, and I protest I would see you win half my fortune gladly." Count Canano had a ring on his finger with a stone not unlike one of mine. It had cost him 2,000 sequins, while mine was worth 3,000. He proposed that we should stake them against each other after having them unmounted and valued. "When?" said I. "Before going to the opera." "Very good, but on 2 turns of the cards and a deal to each." "No, I never punt." "Then we must equalize the game." "How do you mean?" "By leaving doubles and the last 2 cards out of account. Then you would have the advantage. If you can prove that I will pay you 100 sequins. Indeed, I would bet anything you like that the game would still be to the advantage of the banker." "Can you prove it?" "Yes, and I will name the Marquis Triolzi as judge." I was asked to prove my point without any question of a bet. "The advantages of the banker," said I, "are 2. The first and the smaller is that all he has got to attend to is not to deal wrongly, which is a very small matter to an habitual player, and all the time the punter has to rack his brains on the chances of one card or another coming out. The other advantage is one of time. The banker draws his card at least a second before the punter, and this again gives him a purchase." No one replied, but after some thought, the Marquis Triolzi said that to make the chances perfectly equal the players would have to be equal, which was almost out of the question. "All that is too sublime for me," said Canano. "I don't understand it. But after all, there was not much to understand. After dinner, I went to the Three Kings to find out what Irene had to say to me and to enjoy her presence. When she saw me, she ran up to me, threw her arms round my neck, and kissed me, but with too much eagerness for me to lay much value on the salute. However, I have always known that if one wants to enjoy pleasure, one must not philosophize about it, or one runs a risk of losing half the enjoyment. If Irene had struck me in dancing the Forlana, why should not I have pleased her in spite of my superiority in age? It was not impossible, and that should be enough for me, as I did not intend to make her my wife. The father and mother received me as their preserver, and they may have been sincere. The Count begged me to come out of the room for a moment with him, and when we were on the other side of the door, said, "Forgive an old and unfortunate man, forgive a father. If I ask you whether it is true that you promised Irene 100 sequins, if I would let her go to the ball with you." "It is quite true, but of course you know what the consequences will be." At these words, the poor old rascal took hold of me in a way which would have frightened me if I had not possessed twice his strength, but it was only to embrace me. We went back to the room, he in tears and I laughing. He ran and told his wife, who had not been able to believe in such luck any more than her husband, and Irene added a comic element to the scene by saying, "You must not think me a liar, or that my parents suspected that I was imposing on them. They only thought you said 50 instead of 100, as if I were not worth such a sum. You are worth 1,000, my dear Irene. Your courage in barring the way pleased me extremely. But you must come to the ball in a domino. Oh, you will be pleased with my dress. Are those the shoes and buckles you are going to wear? Have you no other stockings? Wear your gloves. Good heavens, I have nothing. Quick, send for the tradesmen. We will choose what we want, and I will pay." Rinaldi went out to summon a jeweler, a shoemaker, a stocking maker, and a perfumer. I spent 30 sequins in what I considered necessary, but then I noticed that there was no English point on her mask and burst out again. The father brought in a milliner, who adorned the mask with an ell of lace for which I paid 12 sequins. Irene was in great delight, but her father and mother would have preferred to have the money in their pockets, and at bottom they were right. When Irene put on her fine clothes, I thought her delicious, and I saw what an essential thing dress is to a woman. "Be ready," said I, "before the time for the opera tomorrow, for before going to the ball we will sup together in a room which belongs to me, where we shall be quite at our ease. You know what to expect," I added, embracing her. She answered me with an ardent kiss. As I took leave of her father, he asked me where I was going after leaving Milan. "To Marseille, then to Paris, and then to London, at which place I intend stopping a year." "Your flight from the Leads was wonderfully lucky." "Yes, but I risked my life." "You have certainly deserved all your good fortune." "Do you think so? I have only used my fortune in subservience to my pleasures." "I wonder you do not have a regular mistress." "The reason is that I like to be my own master. A mistress at my coattails would be more troublesome than a wife. She would be an obstacle to the numerous pleasant adventures I encounter at every town. For example, if I had a mistress, I should not be able to take the charming Irene to the ball tomorrow." "You speak like a wise man." "Yes, though my wisdom is by no means of the austere kind." In the evening I went to the opera, and should no doubt have gone to the card table if I had not seen Cesar Reno in the pit. I spent 2 delightful hours with him. He opened his heart to me, and begged me to plead for him with his sister to get her consent to his going to sea, for which he had a great longing. He said that he might make a large fortune by a judicious course of trading. After a temperate supper with my dear boy, I went to bed. The next morning the fine young officer, the Marchioness of Q's brother, came and asked me to give him a breakfast. He said he had communicated my proposal to his sister, and that she had replied that I must be making a fool of him, as it was not likely that a man who lived as I did would be thinking of marrying. I did not tell you that I aspired to the honor of marrying her. No, and I did not say anything about marriage, but that's what the girls are always aiming at. I must go and disabuse her of the notion. That's a good idea. Principles are always the best in these affairs. Come at 2 o'clock, I shall be dining there, and as I have got to speak to her cousin, you will be at liberty to say what you like. This arrangement suited me exactly. I noticed that my future brother-in-law admired a little gold case on my night table, so I begged him to accept it as a souvenir of our friendship. He embraced me and put it in his pocket, saying he would keep it till his dying day. "You mean till the day when it advances your suit with a lady," said I. I was sure of having a good supper with Irene, so I resolved to take no dinner. As the Count had gone to St. Angelo, 15 miles from Milan, the day before, I felt obliged to wait on the Countess in her room to beg her to excuse my presence at dinner. She was very polite and told me by no means to trouble myself. I suspected that she was trying to impose on me, but I wanted her to think she was doing so successfully. In my character of dupe, I told her that in Lent I would make amends for the dissipation which prevented me paying my court to her. Happily, I added, Lent is not far off. "I hope it will be so," said the deceitful woman with an enchanting smile, of which only a woman with poison in her heart is capable. With these words, she took a pinch of snuff and offered me her box. "But what is this, my dear Countess? It isn't snuff." "No," she replied, "it makes the nose bleed and is an excellent thing for the headache." I was sorry that I had taken it, but said with a laugh that I had not got a headache and did not like my nose to bleed. "It won't bleed much," said she with a smile, "and it is really beneficial." As she spoke, we both began to sneeze, and I should have felt very angry if I had not seen her smile. Knowing something about these sneezing powders, I did not think we should bleed, but I was mistaken. Directly after, I felt a drop of blood, and she took a silver basin from her night table. "Come here," said she, "I am beginning to bleed too." There we were, bleeding into the same basin, facing each other in the most ridiculous position. After about 30 drops had fallen from each of us, the bleeding ceased. She was laughing all the time, and I thought the best thing I could do was to imitate her example. We washed ourselves in fair water in another basin. "This admixture of our blood," said she, still smiling, "will create a sweet sympathy between us, which will only end with the death of one or the other." I could make no sense of this, but the reader will soon see that the wretched woman did not mean our friendship to last very long. I asked her to give me some of the powder, but she refused, and on my inquiring the name of it, she replied that she did not know, as a lady friend had given it to her. I was a good deal puzzled by the effects of this powder, never having heard of the like before, and as soon as I left the Countess, I went to an apothecary to inquire about it. But Mr. Drench was no wiser than I. He certainly said that euphorbia sometimes produced bleeding of the nose, but it was not a case of sometimes, but always. This small adventure made me think seriously. The lady was Spanish, and she must hate me, and these two facts gave an importance to our bloodletting which it would not otherwise possess. I went to see the two charming cousins, and I found the young officer with M. Deal. F. in the room by the garden. The lady was writing, and on the pretext of not disturbing her eye went after M. Deal. Q, who was in the garden. I greeted her politely and said I had come to apologize for a stupid blunder which must have given her a very poor opinion of me. "I guess what you mean, but please to understand that my brother gave me your message in perfect innocence. Let him believe what he likes. Do you think I really believed you capable of taking such a step when we barely knew each other? I am glad to hear you say so. I thought the best thing would be to give a matrimonial turn to your gallantry. Otherwise, my brother, who is quite a young man, might have interpreted it in an unfavorable sense. That was cleverly done, and of course I have nothing more to say. Nevertheless, I am grateful to your brother for having given you to understand that your charms have produced a vivid impression on me. I would do anything to convince you of my affection. That is all very well, but it would have been wiser to conceal your feelings from my brother, and, allow me to add, from myself as well. You might have loved me without telling me, and then, though I should have perceived the state of your affections, I could have pretended not to do so. Then I should have been at my ease, but as circumstances now stand I shall have to be careful. Do you see? Really, Marchioness, you astonish me. I was never so clearly convinced that I have done a foolish thing. And what is still more surprising is that I was aware of all you have told me, but you have made me lose my head. I hope you will not punish me too severely. Pray inform me how it lies in my power to punish you. By not loving me. Ah, loving and not loving, that is out of one's power. Of a sudden we know that we are in love and our fate is sealed. I interpreted these last words to my own advantage and turned the conversation. I asked her if she was going to the ball. No. Perhaps you're going incognito. We should like to, but it is an impossibility. There is always someone who knows us. If you would take me into your service, I would wager anything that you would not be recognized. You would not care to trouble yourself about us. I like you to be a little skeptical, but put me to the proof. If you could manage to slip out unobserved, I would engage to disguise you in such a manner that no one would know you. We could leave the house with my brother and a young lady with whom he is in love. I am sure he would keep our counsel. I shall be delighted, but it must be for the ball on Sunday. I will talk it over with your brother. Kindly warn him not to let Barbero know anything about it. You will be able to put on your disguise in a place I know of. However, we can settle about that again. I shall carry the matter through, you may be sure, with great secrecy. Permit me to kiss your hand. She gave it me, and after imprinting a gentle kiss, I held it to my heart and had the happiness of feeling a soft pressure. I had no particular disguise in my head, but feeling sure of hitting on something, I put off the consideration of it till the next day. The present belonged to Irene. I put on my domino and went to the Three Kings, where I found Irene waiting for me at the door. She had run down as soon as she had seen my carriage, and I was flattered by this mark of her eagerness. We went to my rooms, and I ordered the confectioner to get me a choice supper by midnight. We had 6 hours before us, but the reader will excuse my describing the manner in which they were spent. The opening was made with the usual fracture, which Irene bore with a smile, for she was naturally voluptuous. We got up at midnight, pleasantly surprised to find ourselves famishing with hunger and a delicious supper waiting for us. Irene told me that her father had taught her to deal in such a manner that she could not lose. I was curious to see how it was done, and on my giving her a pack of cards, she proceeded to distract my attention by talking to me, and in a few minutes the thing was done. I gave her the 100 sequins I had promised her, and told her to go on with her play. If you only play on a single card, said she, you are sure to lose. Never mind, go ahead. She did so, and I was forced to confess that if I had not been warned, I should never have detected the trick. I saw what a treasure she must be to the old rascal Rinaldi. With her air of innocence and gaiety, she would have imposed on the most experienced sharpers. She said in a mortified manner that she never had any opportunity of turning her talents to account, as their associates were always a beggarly lot. She added tenderly that if I would take her with me, she would leave her parents there and win treasures for me. When I am not playing against sharpers, she said, I can also punt very well. Then you can come to Canano's bank and risk the 100 sequins I have given you. Put 20 sequins on a card, and if you win, go parally, 7, and the va, and leave the game when they turn up. If you can't make the 3 cards come out second, you will lose, but I will reimburse you. At this she embraced me and asked if I would take half the profits. No, said I, you shall have it all. I thought she would have gone mad with joy. We went off in sedan chairs, and the ball not having commenced, we went to the assembly rooms. Canano had not yet done anything, and he opened a pack of cards and pretended not to recognize me, but he smiled to see the pretty masker, my companion, sit down and play instead of me. Irene made him a profound bow as he made room for her by his side, and putting the 100 sequins before her, she began by winning 125, as instead of going 7 and the va, she only went the paix de parally. I was pleased to see her thus careful, and I let her go on. In the following deal, she lost on 3 cards in succession, and then won another paix de parally. She then bowed to the banker, pocketed her winnings, and left the table, but just as we were going out, I heard somebody sobbing, and on my turning to her, she said, I am sure it is my father weeping for joy. She had 360 sequins, which she took to him after amusing herself for a few hours. I only danced 1 minuet with her, for my amorous exploits and the heavy supper I had taken had tired me, and I longed for rest. I let Irene dance with whom she liked, and going into a corner fell asleep. I woke up with a start and saw Irene standing before me. I had been asleep for 3 hours. I took her back to the Three Kings, and left her in the charge of her father and mother. The poor man was quite alarmed to see so much gold on the table, and told me to wish him a pleasant journey, as he was starting in a few hours. I could make no opposition, and I did not wish to do so, but Irene was furious. "I won't go," she cried. "I want to stay with my lover. You are the ruin of my life. Whenever anybody takes a liking to me, you snatch me away. I belong to this gentleman, and I won't leave him." However, she saw that I did not back her up and began to weep, then kissed me again and again, and just as she was going to sit down, worn out with fatigue and despair, I went off, wishing them a pleasant journey and telling Irene we should meet again. The reader will learn in due time when and how I saw them again. After all the fatigue I had gone through, I was glad to go to bed. It was 8 o'clock when the young lieutenant awoke me. "My sister has told me about the masquerade," said he, "but I have a great secret to confide in you." "Say on, and count on my keeping your secret." One of the finest noblemen of the town, my friend and my cousin's lover, who has to be very careful of his actions on account of his exalted position, would like to be of the party if you have no objection. My sister and my cousin would like him to come very much. Of course he shall. I have been making my calculations for a party of 5, and now it will be a party of 6, that is all. You really are a splendid fellow. On Sunday evening you must be at a certain place, of which I will tell you. First of all we will have supper, then put on our disguises, and then go to the ball. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock we shall meet at your sister S. All I want to know is what is the height of your mistress and of the young nobleman. My sweetheart is 2 inches shorter than my sister, and a little thinner. My friend is just about the same make as you are, and if you were dressed alike, you would be mistaken for each other. That will do. Let me think it over and leave me alone now. There's a Capuchin waiting for me, and I am curious to learn his business. A Capuchin had called on me, and I had told Claremont to give him an alms, but he had said he wanted to speak to me in private. I was puzzled, for what could a Capuchin have to say to me? He came in, and I was at once impressed by his grave and reverend appearance. I made him a profound bow and offered him a seat, but he remained standing and said, "Sir, listen attentively to what I am about to tell you, and beware of despising my advice, for it might cost you your life. You would repent when it was too late. After hearing me, follow my advice immediately, but ask no questions, for I can answer none. You may guess, perhaps, that what silences me is a reason incumbent on all Christians, the sacred seal of the confessional. You may be sure that my word is above suspicion. I have no interests of my own to serve. I am acting in obedience to an inspiration. I think it must be your guardian angel speaking with my voice. God will not abandon you to the malice of your enemies. Tell me if I have touched your heart, and if you feel disposed to follow the counsels I am going to give you. I have listened to you, Father, with attention and respect. Speak freely and advise me. What you have said has not only moved me, but has almost frightened me. I promise to do as you tell me if it is nothing against honor or the light of reason." "Very good. A feeling of charity will prevent your doing anything to compromise me, whatever may be the end of the affair. You will not speak of me to anyone, or say either that you know me or do not know me. I swear to you I will not on my faith as a Christian, but speak, I entreat you. Your long preface has made me burn with impatience. This day, before noon, go by yourself to square number on the 2nd floor and ring at the bell on your left. Tell the person who opens the door that you want to speak to Madame. You will be taken to her room without any difficulty. I am sure your name will not be asked, but if they do ask you, give an imaginary name. When you are face to face with the woman, beg her to hear you and ask her for her secret, and to inspire confidence put a sequin or 2 in her hand. She is poor, and I am sure that your generosity will make her your friend. She will shut her door and tell you to say on. You must then look grave and tell her that you are not going to leave her house before she gives you the little bottle that a servant brought her yesterday with a note. If she resists, remain firm but make no noise. Do not let her leave the room or call anybody. Finally, tell her that you will give her double the money she may lose by giving you the bottle and all that depends on it. Remember these words, and all that depends on it. She will do whatever you want. It will not cost you much, but even if it did, your life is worth more than all the gold of Peru. I can say no more, but before I go, promise me that you will follow my advice." "Yes, Reverend Father, I will follow the inspiration of the angel who led you here." "May God give you his blessing." When the good priest went out, I did not feel at all disposed to laugh. Reason, certainly, bade me despise the warning, but my inherent superstition was too strong for reason. Besides, I liked the Capuchin. He looked like a good man, and I felt bound by the promise I had given him. He had persuaded me, and my reason told me that a man should never go against his persuasion. In fine, I had made up my mind. I took the piece of paper on which I had written the words I had to use, I put a pair of pistols in my pocket, and I told Claremont to wait for me in the square. This latter, I thought, was a precaution that could do no harm. Everything happened as the good Capuchin had said. The awful old creature took courage at the sight of the 2 sequins and bolted her door. She began by laughing and saying that she knew I was amorous, and that it was my fault if I were not happy, but that she would do my business for me. I saw by these words that I had to do with a pretended sorceress. The famous Mother Bontemps had spoken in the same way to me at Paris. But when I told her that I was not going to leave the room till I had got the mysterious bottle, and all that depended on it, her face became fearful. She trembled and would have escaped from the room. But I stood before her with an open knife and would not suffer her to pass. But on my telling her that I would give her double the sum she was to be paid for her witchcraft, and that thus she would be the gainer and not a loser in complying with my demands, she became calm once more. "I shall lose 6 sequins," said she, "but you will gladly pay double when I show you what I have got. I know who you are." "Who am I?" "Giacomo Casanova, the Venetian." It was then I drew the 10 sequins from my purse. The old woman was softened at the sight of the money, and said, "I would not have killed you outright, certainly, but I would have made you amorous and wretched." "Explain what you mean." "Follow me." I went after her into a closet, and was greatly amazed at seeing numerous articles about which my common sense could tell me nothing. There were phials of all shapes and sizes, stones of different colors, metals, minerals, big nails and small nails, pincers, crucibles, misshapen images, and the like. "Here is the bottle," said the old woman. "What does it contain?" "Your blood and the Countess's, as you will see in this letter." I understood everything then, and now I wonder I did not burst out laughing. But as a matter of fact, my hair stood on end, as I reflected on the awful wickedness of which the Spaniard was capable. A cold sweat burst out all over my body. "What would you have done with this blood?" "I should have plastered you with it." "What do you mean by plastered? I don't understand you." "I will show you." As I trembled with fear, the old woman opened a casket, a cubit long, containing a waxen statue of a man lying on his back. My name was written on it, and though it was badly molded, my features were recognizable. The image bore my cross of the Order of the Golden Spur, and the generative organs were made of an enormous size. At this, I burst into a fit of hysterical laughter, and had to sit down in an armchair till it was over. As soon as I had got back my breath, the sorceress said, "You laugh, do you? Woe to you if I had bathed you in the bath of blood mingled according to my art, and more woe still if, after I had bathed you, I had thrown your image on a burning coal." "Is this all?" "Yes. All the apparatus is to become mine for 12 sequins. Here they are. And now, quick, light me a fire that I may melt this monster, and as for the blood I think I will throw it out of the window." This was no sooner said than done. The old woman had been afraid that I should take the bottle and the image home with me, and use them to her ruin, and she was delighted to see me melt the image. She told me that I was an angel of goodness, and begged me not to tell anyone of what had passed between us. I swore I would keep my own counsel, even with the Countess. I was astonished when she calmly offered to make the Countess madly in love with me for another 12 sequins, but I politely refused and advised her to abandon her fearful trade if she did not want to be burnt alive. I found Claremont at his post, and I sent him home. In spite of all I had gone through, I was not sorry to have acquired the information, and to have followed the advice of the good Capuchin, who really believed me to be in deadly peril. He had doubtless heard of it in the confessional from the woman who had carried the blood to the witch. Auricular confession often works miracles of this kind. I was determined never to let the Countess suspect that I had discovered her criminal project, and I resolved to behave towards her so as to appease her anger, and to make her forget the cruel insult to which I had subjected her. It was lucky for me that she believed in sorcery. Otherwise, she would have had me assassinated. As soon as I got in, I chose the better of the 2 cloaks I had and presented her with it. She accepted the gift with exquisite grace and asked me why I gave it her. "I dreamt," said I, "that you were so angry with me that you were going to have me assassinated." She blushed and answered that she had not gone mad. I left her absorbed in a somber reverie. Nevertheless, whether she forgot and forgave, or whether she could hit upon no other way of taking vengeance, she was perfectly agreeable to me during the rest of my stay in Milan. The Count came back from his estate and said that we must really go and see the place at the beginning of Lent. I promised I would come, but the Countess said she could not be of the party. I pretended to be mortified, but in reality her determination was an extremely pleasant one to me. Chapter 20. The masquerade my amour with the fair Marchioness the deserted girl. I become her deliver my departure for St. Angelo. As I had engaged myself to provide an absolutely impenetrable disguise, I wanted to invent a costume remarkable at once for its originality and its richness. I tortured my brains, so to speak, and my readers shall see if they think my invention was a good one. I wanted someone on whom I could rely, and above all, a tailor. It may be imagined that my worthy gossip was the tailor I immediately thought of. Zenobia would be as serviceable as her husband. She could do some of the work and wait on the young ladies whom I was going to dress up. I talked to my gossip and told him to take me to the best second-hand clothes dealer in Milan. When we got to the shop, I said to the man, "I want to look at your very finest costumes, both for ladies and gentlemen. Would you like something that has never been worn?" "Certainly, if you have got such a thing. I have a very rich assortment of new clothes." "Get me, then, in the first place, a handsome velvet suit, all in one piece, which nobody in Milan will be able to recognize." Instead of one, he showed me a dozen such suits, all in excellent condition. I chose a blue velvet lined with white satin. The tailor conducted the bargaining, and it was laid on one side. This was for the pretty cousin's lover. Another suit, in smooth, sulphur-colored velvet throughout, I put aside for the young officer. I also took 2 handsome pairs of trousers in smooth velvet and 2 superb silk vests. I then chose 2 dresses, one flame-colored and the other purple, and a third dress in shot silk. This was for the officer's mistress. Then came lace shirts, 2 for men and 3 for women, then lace handkerchiefs, and finally scraps of velvet, satin, shot silk, etc., all of different colors. I paid 200 gold ducats for the lot, but on the condition that if anybody came to know that I had bought them by any indiscretion of his, he should give me the money and take back the materials in whatever condition they might be in. The agreement was written out and signed, and I returned with the tailor, who carried the whole bundle to my rooms over the pastrocooks. When it was all spread out on the table, I told the tailor that I would blow out his brains if he told anybody about it. And then, taking a stiletto, I proceeded to cut and slash the coats, vests, and trousers all over, to the astonishment of the tailor, who thought I must be mad to treat such beautiful clothes in this manner. After this operation, which makes me laugh to this day when I remember it, I took the scraps I had bought and said to the tailor, "Now, gossip, it is your turn. I want you to sew in these pieces into the holes I have made, and I hope your tailoring genius will aid you to produce some pretty contrasts. You see that you have got your work cut out for you and no time to lose. I will see that your meals are properly served in an adjoining chamber, but you must not leave the house till the work is finished. I will go for your wife, who will help you, and you can sleep together. For God's sake, sir, you don't want the ladies' dresses treated like the coats and trousers." "Just the same. What a pity, it will make my wife cry. I will console her." On my way to Zenobia's, I bought 5 pairs of white silk stockings, men's and women's gloves, 2 fine castor hats, 2 burlesque men's masks, and 3 graceful-looking female masks. I also bought 2 pretty china plates, and I carried them all to Zenobia's in a sedan chair. I found that charming woman engaged in her toilet. Her beautiful tresses hung about her neck, and her full breast was concealed by no kerchief. Such charms called for my homage, and to begin with, I devoured her with kisses. I spent half an hour with her, and my readers will guess that it was well employed. I then helped her to finish her toilette, and we went off in the sedan chair. We found the tailor engaged in picking out the scraps and cutting them to fit the holes I had made. Zenobia looked on in a kind of stupor, and when she saw me begin to slash the dresses, she turned pale and made an involuntary motion to stay my hand. For not knowing my intentions, she thought I must be beside myself. Her husband had got hardened and reassured her, and when she heard my explanation, she became calm, though the idea struck her as a very odd one. When it is a question of an affair of the heart, of the passions, or of pleasure, a woman's fancy moves much faster than a man's. When Zenobia knew that these dresses were meant for 3 beautiful women, whom I wished to make a center of attraction to the whole assembly, she improved on my cuts and slashes, and arranged the rents in such a manner that they would inspire passion without wounding modesty. The dresses were slashed especially at the breast, the shoulders, and the sleeves, so that the lace shift could be seen, and in its turn the shift was cut open here and there, and the sleeves were so arranged that half the arms could be seen. I saw sure that she understood what I wanted, and that she would keep her husband right, and I left them, encouraging them to work their best and quickest. But I looked in 3 or 4 times in the day, and was more satisfied every time with my idea and their execution. The work was not finished till the Saturday afternoon. I gave the tailor 6 sequins and dismissed him, but I kept Zenobia to attend on the ladies. I took care to place powder, pomade, combs, pins, and everything that a lady needs on the table, not forgetting ribbons and packthread. The next day I found play going on in a very spirited manner, but the 2 cousins were not at the tables, so I went after them. They told me they had given up playing as Barbaro always won. "You have been losing, then?" "Yes, but my brother has won something," said the amiable Q. "I hope luck will declare itself on your side also." "No, we are not lucky." When their aunt left the room, they asked me if the lieutenant had told me that a lady friend of theirs was coming to the ball with them. "I know all," I answered, "and I hope you will enjoy yourselves, but you will not do so more than I want to speak to the gallant lieutenant tomorrow morning." "Tell us about our disguises." "You will be disguised in such a manner that nobody will recognize you." "But how shall we be dressed?" "Very handsomely." "But what costume have you given us?" "That is my secret, ladies. However much I should like to please you, I shall say nothing till the time for you to dress comes round. Don't ask me anything more, as I have promised myself the enjoyment of your surprise. I am very fond of dramatic situations. You shall know all after supper." "Are we to have supper, then?" "Certainly, if you would like it. I am a great eater myself, and I hope you will not let me eat alone." "Then we will have some supper to please you. We will take care not to eat much dinner, so as to be able to vie with you in the evening. The only thing I am sorry about," added Mdil, "Q, is that you should be put to such expense." "It is a pleasure, and when I leave Milan I shall console myself with the thought that I have supped with the 2 handsomest ladies in the town. How is fortune treating you?" "Casanova wins 200 sequins from me every day." "But you won 2,000 from him in one night." "You will break his bank on Sunday. We will bring you luck." "Would you like to look on?" "We should be delighted, but my brother says you don't want to go with us." "Quite so. The reason is that I should be recognized. But I believe the gentleman who will accompany you is of the same figure as myself." "Exactly the same," said the cousin, "except that he is fair." "All the better," said I. "The fair always conquer the dark with ease." "Not always," said the other. "But tell us, at any rate, whether we are to wear men's dresses." Fie, fie, I should be angry with myself if I had entertained such a thought." "That's curious, why so?" "I'll tell you. If the disguise is complete, I am disgusted, for the shape of a woman is much more marked than that of a man, and consequently a woman in man's dress, who looks like a man, cannot have a good figure. But when a woman skews her shape well, then I am angry with her for showing too much, for I like to see the face and the general outlines of the form, and to guess the rest." "But the imagination is often deceptive." "Yes, but it is with the face that I always fall in love, and that never deceives me as far as it is concerned. Then, if I have the good fortune to see anything more, I am always in a lenient mood, and disposed to pass over small faults." "You are laughing." "I am smiling at your impassioned arguments. Would you like to be dressed like a man?" I was expecting something of the kind, but after you have said, we can make no more objections. I can imagine what you would say. I should certainly not take you for men, but I will say no more. They looked at each other, and blushed and smiled as they saw my gaze fixed on two preeminences, which one would never expect to see in any man. We began to talk of other things, and for 2 hours I enjoyed their lively and cultured conversation. When I left them, I went off to my apartments, then to the opera, where I lost 200 sequins, and finally supped with the Countess, who had become quite amiable. However, she soon fell back into her old ways when she found that my politeness was merely external, and that I had no intentions whatever of troubling her in her bedroom again. On the Saturday morning, the young officer came to see me, and I told him that there was only one thing that I wanted him to do, but that it must be done exactly according to my instructions. He promised to follow them to the letter, and I proceeded. You must get a carriage and 4, and as soon as the 5 of you are in it, tell the coachman to drive as fast as his horses can gallop out of Milan, and to bring you back again by another road to the house. There you must get down, send the carriage away, after enjoining silence on the coachman, and come in. After the ball you will undress in the same house, and then go home in sedan chairs. Thus we shall be able to baffle the inquisitive, who will be pretty numerous, I warn you. My friend the Marquis will see to all that, said he, and I promise you he will do it well, for he is longing to make your acquaintance. I shall expect you, then, at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Warn your friend that it is important the coachman should not be known, and do not let anybody bring a servant. All these arrangements being made, I determined to disguise myself as Pierrot. There's no disguise more perfect, for, besides concealing the features and the shape of the body, it does not even let the color of the skin remain recognizable. My readers may remember what happened to me in this disguise 10 years before. I made the tailor get me a new Pierrot costume, which I placed with the others, and with 2 new purses, in each of which I placed 500 sequins, I repaired to the pastrycook's before 7 o'clock. I found the table spread and the supper ready. I shut up Zenobia in the room where the ladies were to make their toilette, and at 5 minutes past 7 the joyous company arrived. The Marquis was delighted to make my acquaintance, and I welcomed him as he deserved. He was a perfect gentleman in every respect, handsome, rich, and young, very much in love with the pretty cousin whom he treated with great respect. The lieutenant's mistress was a delightful little lady and madly fond of her lover. As they were all aware that I did not want them to know their costumes till after supper, nothing was said about it, and we sat down to table. The supper was excellent. I had ordered it in accordance with my own tastes. That is to say, everything was of the best, and there was plenty of everything. When we had eaten and drunk well, I said, "As I am not going to appear with you, I may as well tell you the parts you are to play. You are to be 5 beggars, 2 men and 3 women, all rags and tatters." The long faces they pulled at this announcement were a pleasant sight to see. You will each carry a plate in your hands to solicit alms, and you must walk together about the ballroom as a band of mendicants. But now follow me and take possession of your ragged robes. Although I had much ado to refrain from laughing at the vexation and disappointment which appeared on all their faces, I succeeded in preserving my serious air. They did not seem in any kind of hurry to get their clothes, and I was obliged to tell them that they were keeping me waiting. They rose from the table, and I threw the door open, and all were struck with Zenobia's beauty as she stood up by the table on which the rich though tattered robes were displayed, bowing to the company with much grace. "Here, ladies," said I to the cousins, "are your dresses, and here is yours, mademoiselle, a little smaller. Here are your shifts, your handkerchiefs, and your stockings, and I think you will find everything you require on this table. Here are masks, the faces of which show so poorly beside your own, and here are 3 plates to crave alms. If anybody looks as high as your garters, they will see how wretched you are, and the holes in the stockings will let people know that you have not the wherewithal to buy silk to mend them. This packthread must serve you for buckles, and we must take care that there are holes in your shoes and also in your gloves, and as everything must match, as soon as you have put on your chemises, you must tear the lace round the neck." While I was going through this explanation, I saw surprise and delight efface the disappointment and vexation which had been there a moment before. They saw what a rich disguise I had provided for them, and they could not find it in their hearts to say, "What a pity." Here, gentlemen, are your beggar clothes. I forgot to lacerate your beaver hats, but that is soon done. Well, what do you think of the costume? Now, ladies, we must leave you. Shut the door fast, for it is a case of changing your shifts. Now, gentlemen, leave the room. The Marquis was enthusiastic. What a sensation we shall create, said he. Nothing could be better. In half an hour we were ready. The stockings in holes, the worn-out shoes, the lace in rags, the straggling hair, the sad masks, the notched platesall made a picture of sumptuous misery hard to be described. The ladies took more time on account of their hair, which floated on their shoulders in fine disorder. Deal. Q's hair was especially fine, it extended almost to her knees. When they were ready, the door was opened, and we saw everything which could excite desire without wounding decency. I admired Zenobia's adroitness. The rents in dresses and chemises disclosed parts of their shoulders, their breasts, and their arms, and their white legs shone through the holes in the stockings. I showed them how to walk, and to sway their heads to and fro, to excite compassion, and yet be graceful, and how to use their handkerchiefs to show people the tears in them and the fineness of the lace. They were delighted and longed to be at the ball, but I wanted to be there first to have the pleasure of seeing them come in. I put on my mask, told Zenobia to go to bed, as we would not be back till daybreak, and set out on my way. I entered the ballroom, and as there were a score of pierrots, nobody noticed me. 5 minutes after, there was a rush to see some maskers who were coming in, and I stood so as to have a good view. The Marquis came in first between the two cousins. Their slow, pitiful step matched the part wonderfully. Deal. Q, with her flame-colored dress, her splendid hair, and her fine shape, drew all eyes towards her. The astonished and inquisitive crowd kept silence for a quarter of an hour after they had come in, and then I heard on every side, "What a disguise! It's wonderful! Who are they? Who can they be? I don't know. I'll find out." I enjoyed the results of my inventiveness. The music struck up, and 3 fine dominoes went up to the 3 beggar girls to ask them to dance a minuet, but they excused themselves by pointing to their dilapidated shoes. I was delighted. It showed that they had entered into the spirit of the part. I followed them about for a quarter of an hour, and the curiosity about them only increased, and then I paid a visit to Canano's table, where play was running high. A masker dressed in the Venetian style was punting on a single card, going 50 sequins parally and paix de parally, in my fashion. He lost 300 sequins, and as he was a man of about the same size as myself, people said it was Casanova, but Canano would not agree. In order that I might be able to stay at the table, I took up the cards and punted 3 or 4 ducats like a beginner. The next deal, the Venetian masker had a run of luck, and going parally, paix de parally, and the va, won back all the money he had lost. The next deal was also in his favor, and he collected his winnings and left the table. I sat down in the chair he had occupied, and a lady said, "That's the Chevalier de Seingalt." "No," said another. "I saw him a little while ago in the ballroom disguised as a beggar, with 4 other maskers whom nobody knows." "How do you mean, dressed as a beggar?" said Canano. "Why, in rags, and the 4 others too, but in spite of that the dresses are splendid and the effect is very good. They are asking for alms." "They ought to be turned out," said another. I was delighted to have attained my object, for the recognition of me was a mere guess. I began putting sequins on one card, and I lost 5 or 6 times running. Canano studied me, but I saw he could not make me out. I heard whispers running round the table. "It isn't Seingalt, he doesn't play like that, besides he is at the ball." The luck turned, 3 deals were in my favor and brought me back more than I had lost. I continued playing with a heap of gold before me, and on my putting a fistful of sequins on a card it came out, and I went parally and pair de parally. I won again, and seeing that the bank was at a low ebb I stopped playing. Canano paid me and told his cashier to get 1,000 sequins, and as he was shuffling the cards I heard a cry of, "Here come the beggars." The beggars came in and stood by the table, and Canano, catching the Marquis's eye, asked him for a pinch of snuff. My delight may be imagined when I saw him modestly presenting a common horn snuff-box to the banker. I had not thought of this detail, which made everybody laugh immensely. Deal. Q stretched out her plate to ask an alms of Canano, who said, "I don't pity you with that fine hair of yours, and if you like to put it on a card, I will allow you 1,000 sequins for it." She gave no answer to this polite speech, and held out her plate to me, and I put a handful of sequins on it, treating the other beggars in the same way. "Pierrot seems to like beggars," said Canano with a smile. The 3 mendicants bowed gratefully to me and left the room. The Marquis Triolzi, who sat near Canano, said, "The beggar in the straw-colored dress is certainly Casanova." "I recognized him directly," replied the banker, "but who are the others?" "We shall find out in due time. A dearer costume could not be imagined. All the dresses are quite new." The 1,000 sequins came in, and I carried them all off in 2 deals. "Would you like to go on playing?" said Canano. I shook my head, and indicating with a sign of my hand that I would take a check, he weighed my winnings and gave me a check for 29 pounds of gold, amounting to 2,500 sequins. I put away the check, and after shaking him by the hand, I got up and rolled away in true Pierrot fashion, and after making the tour of the ballroom, I went to a box on the 3rd tier of which I had given the key to the young officer, and there I found my beggars. We took off our masks and congratulated each other on our success and told our adventures. We had nothing to fear from inquisitive eyes, for the boxes on each side of us were empty. I had taken them myself, and the keys were in my pocket. The fair beggars talked of returning me the alms I had given them, but I replied in such a way that they said no more about it. "I am taken for you, sir," said the Marquis, "and it may cause some annoyance to our fair friends here." "I have foreseen that," I replied, "and I shall unmask before the end of the ball. This will falsify all suppositions, and nobody will succeed in identifying you." "Our pockets are full of sweetmeats," said M. Deal. "Q, everybody wanted to fill our plates." "Yes," said the cousin, "everybody admired us. The ladies came down from their boxes to have a closer view of us, and everyone said that no richer disguise could be imagined." "You have enjoyed yourselves, then?" "Yes, indeed." "And I too. I feel quite boastful at having invented a costume which has drawn all eyes upon you, and yet has concealed your identity." "You have made us all happy," said the lieutenant's little mistress. "I never thought I should have such a pleasant evening." "Finis coronat opus," I replied, "and I hope the end will be even better than the beginning." So saying, I gave my sweetheart's hand a gentle pressure, and whether she understood me or not, I felt her hand tremble in mine. "We will go down now," said she. "So will I, for I want to dance, and I am sure I shall make you laugh as Pierrot." "Do you know how much money you gave each of us?" "I cannot say precisely, but I believe I gave each an equal share." "That is so. I think it is wonderful how you could do it." "I have done it 1,000 times. When I lose a parali of 10 sequins, I put 3 fingers into my purse, and am certain to bring up 30 sequins. I would bet I gave you each from 38 to 40 sequins." "40 exactly. It's wonderful. We shall remember this masked ball." "I don't think anybody will imitate us," said the Marquis. "No," said the cousin, "and we would not dare to wear the same dresses again." We put on our masks, and I was the first to go out. After numerous little jocularities with the harlequins, especially the female ones, I recognized Therese in a domino, and walking up to her as awkwardly as I could, I asked her to dance with me. "You are the Pierrot who broke the bank," she said. I answered the question in the affirmative by a nod. I danced like a madman, always on the point of falling to the ground and never actually doing so. When the dance was over, I offered her my arm and took her back to her box, where Greppi was sitting by himself. She let me come in, and their surprise was great when I took off my mask. They had thought I was one of the beggars. I gave M. Greppi Canano's check, and as soon as he had handed me an acknowledgement, I went down to the ballroom again with my mask off, much to the astonishment of the inquisitive, who had made sure that the Marquis was I. Towards the end of the ball, I went away in a sedan chair, which I stopped near the door of an hotel, and a little further on I took another which brought me to the door of the pastry cook S. I found Zenobia in bed. She said she was sure I would come back by myself. I undressed as quickly as I could and got into bed with this Venus of a woman. She was absolute perfection. I am sure that if Praxiteles had had her for a model, he would not have required several Greek beauties from which to compose his Venus. What a pity that such an exquisite figure should be the property of a sorry tailor. I stripped her naked, and after due contemplation, I made her feel how much I loved her. She was pleased with my admiration and gave me back as much as she got. I had her entirely to myself for the first time. When we heard the trot of 4 horses, we rose and put on our clothes in a twinkling. When the charming beggars came in, I told them that I should be able to help in their toilette as they had not to change their chemises, and they did not make many objections. My gaze was fixed all the while on Deal. I admired her charms, and I was delighted to see that she was not miserly in their display. After Zenobia had done her hair, she left her to me and went to attend on the others. She allowed me to put on her dress, and did not forbid my eyes wandering towards a large rent in her chemise, which let me see almost the whole of one of her beautiful breasts. "What are you going to do with this chemise?" "You will laugh at our silliness. We have determined to keep everything as a memorial of the splendid evening we have had. My brother will bring it all to the house. Are you coming to see us this evening?" "If I were wise, I should avoid you." "And if I were wise, I shouldn't ask you to come." "That is fairly answered. Of course I will come, but before we part, may I ask one kiss?" "Say 2. Her brother and the Marquis left the room, and 2 sedan chairs I had summoned took off the cousins. As soon as the Marquis was alone with me, he asked me very politely to let him share in the expenses. "I guessed you were going to humiliate me." "Such was not my intention, and I do not insist, but then you know I shall be humiliated." "Not at all, I reckon on your good sense. It really costs me nothing. Besides, I give you my word to let you pay for all the parties of pleasure we enjoy together during the carnival. We will sup here when you like, you shall invite the company, and I will leave you to pay the bill." "That arrangement will suit me admirably. We must be friends. I leave you with this charming attendant. I did not think that such a beauty could exist in Milan unknown to all but you. She is a townswoman who knows how to keep a secret, do you not? I would rather die than tell anyone that this gentleman is the Marquis of F. That's right, always keep your word, and take this trifle as a souvenir of me." It was a pretty ring, which Zenobia received with much grace. It might be worth about 50 sequins. When the Marquis was gone, Zenobia undressed me and did my hair for the night, and as I got into bed I gave her 24 sequins, and told her she might go and comfort her husband. "He won't be uneasy," said she, "he is a philosopher. He need be with such a pretty wife. Kiss me again, Zenobia, and then we must part." She threw herself upon me, covering me with kisses and calling me her happiness and her providence. Her fiery kisses produced their natural effect, and after I had given her a fresh proof of the power of her charms, she left me and I went asleep. It was 2 o'clock when I awoke ravenously hungry. I had an excellent dinner, and then I dressed to call on the charming Deal, whom I did not expect to find too hard on me after what she had said. Everybody was playing cards with the exception of herself. She was standing by a window reading so attentively that she did not hear me come into the room, but when she saw me near her, she blushed, shut up the book, and put it in her pocket. "I will not betray you," said I, "or tell anyone that I surprised you reading a prayer book. No, don't, for my reputation would be gone if I were thought to be a devotee. Has there been any talk of the masked ball or of the mysterious maskers? People talk of nothing else, and condole with us for not having been to the ball, but no one can guess who the beggars were. It seems that an unknown carriage and 4 that sped like the wind took them as far as the first stage, and where they went next God alone knows. It is said that my hair was false, and I have longed to let it down and thus give them the lie. It is also said that you must know who the beggars were, as you loaded them with ducats. One must let people say and believe what they like, and not betray ourselves. You are right, and after all we had a delightful evening. If you acquit yourself of all commissions in the same way, you must be a wonderful man. But it is only you who could give me such a commission. I today, and another tomorrow. I see you think I am inconstant, but believe me, if I find favor in your eyes, your face will ever dwell in my memory. I am certain you have told 1,000 girls the same story, and after they have admitted you to their favor, you have despised them. Pray do not use the word despise, or I shall suppose you think me a monster. Beauty seduces me. I aspire to its possession, and it is only when it is given me from other motives than love that I despise it. How should I despise one who loved me? I should first be compelled to despise myself. You are beautiful and I worship you, but you are mistaken if you think that I should be content for you to surrender yourself to me out of mere kindness. Ah, I see it is my heart you want. Exactly. To make me wretched at the end of a fortnight. To love you till death, and to obey your slightest wishes. My slightest wishes. Yes, for to me they would be inviolable laws. Would you settle in Milan? Certainly, if you made that a condition of my happiness. What amuses me in all this is that you are deceiving me without knowing it, if indeed you really love me. Deceiving you without knowing it, that is something new. If I am not aware of it, I am innocent of deceit. I am willing to admit your innocency, but you are deceiving me none the less, for after you had ceased to love me, no power of yours could bring love back again. That, of course, might happen, but I don't choose to entertain such unpleasant thoughts. I prefer to think of myself as loving you to all eternity. It is certain at all events that no other woman in Milan has attracted me. Not the pretty girl who waited on us, and whose arms you have possibly left an hour or two ago. What are you saying? She is the wife of the tailor who made your clothes. She left directly after you, and her husband would not have allowed her to come at all if he was not aware that she would be wanted to wait on the ladies whose dresses he had made. She is wonderfully pretty. Is it possible that you are not in love with her? How could one love a woman who is at the disposal of a low, ugly fellow? The only pleasure she gave me was by talking of you this morning. Of me? Yes, you will excuse me if I confess to having asked her which of the ladies she waited on looked handsomest without her chemise. That was a libertine's question. Well, what did she say? That the lady with the beautiful hair was perfect in every respect. I don't believe a word of it. I have learnt how to change my chemise with decency, and so as not to show anything I might not show a man. She only wished to flatter your impertinent curiosity. If I had a maid like that, she should soon go about her business. You are angry with me. No. It's no good saying no, your soul flashed forth in your denunciation. I am sorry to have spoken. Oh, it's of no consequence. I know men ask chambermaids questions of that kind, and they all give answers like your sweetheart, who perhaps wanted to make you curious about herself. But how could she hope to do that by extolling your charms above those of the other ladies? And how could she know that I preferred you? If she did not know it, I have made a mistake, but for all that, she lied to you. She may have invented the tale, but I do not think she lied. You are smiling again. I am delighted. I like to let you believe what pleases you. Then you will allow me to believe that you do not hate me. Hate you? What an ugly word. If I hated you, should I see you at all? But let's talk of something else. I want you to do me a favor. Here are 2 sequins. I want you to put them on an amb in the lottery. You can bring me the ticket when you call again, or still better, you can send it me, but don't tell anybody. You shall have the ticket without fail, but why should I not bring it? Because, perhaps, you're tired of coming to see me. Do I look like that? If so, I am very unfortunate, but what numbers will you have? 3 and 40, you gave them me yourself. How did I give them you? You put your hand 3 times on the board and took up 40 sequins each time. I am superstitious, and you will laugh at me, I dare say, but it seems to me that you must have come to Milan to make me happy. Now you make me happy indeed. You say you are superstitious, but if these numbers don't win, you mustn't draw the conclusion that I don't love you. That would be a dreadful fallacy. I am not superstitious as all that, nor so vile a logician. Do you believe I love you? Yes. May I tell you so 100 times? Yes. And prove it in every way. I must inquire into your methods before I consent to that, for it is possible that what you would call a very efficacious method might strike me as quite useless. I see you are going to make me sigh after you for a long time. As long as I can. And when you have no strength left, I will surrender. Does that satisfy you? Certainly, but I shall exert all my strength to abate yours. Do so, I shall like it. And will you help me to succeed? Perhaps. Ah, dear Marchioness, you need only speak to make a man happy. You have made me really so, and I am leaving you full of ardor. On leaving this charming conversationalist, I went to the theater, and then to the faro table, where I saw the masker who had won 300 sequins the evening before. This night he was very unlucky. He had lost 2,000 sequins, and in the course of the next hour his losses had doubled. Canano threw down his cards and rose, saying, "That will do." The masker left the table. He was a Genoese named Spinola. "The bank is prosperous," I remarked to Canano. "Yes," he replied, "but it is not always so. Piero was very lucky the other night." "You did not recognize me in the least." "No, I was so firmly persuaded that the beggar was you. You know who he is." "I haven't an idea. I never saw him before that day." In this last particular I did not lie. "It is said that they are Venetians, and that they went to Bergamo." "It may be so, but I know nothing about them. I left the ball before they did." In the evening I supped with the Countess, her husband, and Triolzi. They were of the same opinion as Canano. Triolzi said that I had let the cat out of the bag by giving the beggars handfuls of sequins. "That is a mistake," I answered. "When the luck is in my favor, I never refuse anyone who asks me for money, for I have a superstition that I should lose if I did. I had won 30 pounds weight of gold, and I could afford to let fools talk." The next day I got the lottery ticket and took it to the Marchioness. I felt madly in love with her because I knew she was in love with me. Neither of them were playing, and I spent 2 hours in their company, talking of love all the while and enjoying their conversation immensely, for they were exceedingly intelligent. I left them with the conviction that if the cousin, and not M. Deal Q, had been thrown in my way, I should have fallen in love with her in just the same manner. Although the carnival is 4 days longer at Milan than at any other town, it was now drawing to a close. There were 3 more balls. I played every day, and every day I lost 200 or 300 sequins. My prudence caused even more surprise than my bad fortune. I went every day to the fair cousins and made love, but I was still at the same point. I hoped, but could get nothing tangible. The fair Marchioness sometimes gave me a kiss, but this was not enough for me. It is true that so far I had not dared to ask her to meet me alone. As it was, I felt my love might die for want of food, and 3 days before the ball I asked her if she, her 2 friends, the Marquis and the Lieutenant, would come and sup with me. "My brother," she said, "will call on you tomorrow to see what can be arranged." This was a good omen. The next day the lieutenant came. I had just received the drawings at the lottery, and what was my surprise and delight to see the 2 numbers 3 and 40. I said nothing to the young Marquis, as his sister had forbidden me, but I foresaw that this event would be favorable to my suit. "The Marquis of F," said the worthy ambassador, "asks you to supper in your own rooms with all the band of beggars. He wishes to give us a surprise, and would be obliged if you would lend him the room to have a set of disguises made, and to ensure secrecy, he wants you to let have the same waiting maid." "With pleasure. Tell the Marquis that all shall be according to his pleasure. Get the girl to come there at 3 o'clock today, and let the pastry cook know that the Marquis has full powers to do what he likes in the place. Everything shall be done as you suggest." I guessed at once that the Marquis wanted to have a taste of Zenobia, but this seemed to me so natural that, far from being angry, I felt disposed to do all in my power to favor his plans. Live and let live has always been my maxim, and it will be so to my dying day, though now I do but live a life of memories. As soon as I was dressed I went out, and having told the pastry cook to consider the gentleman who was coming as myself, I called on the tailor, who was delighted at my getting his wife work. He knew by experience that she was none the worse for these little absences. "I don't want you," said I to the tailor, "as it is only women's dresses that have to be done. My good gossip here will be sufficient. At 3 o'clock she may go, and I shall not expect to see her again for 3 days." After I had dined I called as usual on the fair Marchioness, and found her in a transport of delight. Her lottery ticket had got her 500 sequins. "And that makes you happy, does it?" said I. "It does, not because of the gain in money, though I am by no means rich, but for the beauty of the idea and for the thought that I owe it all to you. These 2 things speak volumes in your favor." "What do they say?" "That you deserve to be loved." "And also that you love me." "No, but my heart tells me as much." "You make me happy, but does not your heart also tell you that you should prove your love?" "Dearest, can you doubt it?" With these words, she gave me her hand to kiss for the first time. My first idea, she added, was to put the whole 40 sequins on the amp. You hadn't sufficient courage. It wasn't that. I felt ashamed to do it. I was afraid that you might have a thought you would not tell me of, namely, that if I gave you the 40 sequins to risk on the lottery, you would think I despised your present. This would have been wrong, and if you had encouraged me, I should have risked all the money. I am so sorry not to have thought of it. You would have had 10,000 sequins, and I should be a happy man. We will say no more about it. Your brother tells me that we are going to the masked ball under the direction of the Marquis, and I leave you to imagine how glad I feel at the thought of spending a whole night with you. But one thought troubles me. What is that? I am afraid it will not go off so well as before. Don't be afraid. The Marquis is a man of much ingenuity and loves my cousin's honor as herself. He is sure to get us disguises in which we shall not be recognized. I hope so. He wants to pay for everything, including the supper. He cannot do better than imitate your example in that respect. On the evening of the ball, I went at an early hour to the pastry cook's, where I found the Marquis well pleased with the progress that had been made. The dressing room was shut. I asked him in a suggestive manner if he was satisfied with Zenobia. Yes, with her work, he answered. I did not ask her to do anything else for me. Oh, of course I believe it, but I am afraid your sweetheart will be rather skeptical. She knows that I cannot love anyone besides herself. Well, we will say no more about it. When the guests came, the Marquis said that, as the costumes would amuse us, we had better put them on before supper. We followed him into the next room, and he pointed out 2 thick bundles. Here, ladies, are your disguises, said he, and here is your maid who will help you while we dress in another room. He took the larger of the 2 bundles, and when we were shut up in our room, he undid the string and gave us our dresses, saying, "Let us be as quick as we can." We burst out laughing to see a set of women's clothes. Nothing was wanting: chemises, embroidered shoes with high heels, superb garters, and to relieve us of the trouble of having our hair done, exquisite caps with rich lace coming over the forehead. I was surprised to find that my shoes fitted me perfectly, but I heard afterwards that he employed the same bootmaker as I did. Corsets, petticoats, gowns, kerchief, fans, work bags, rouge boxes, masks, gloves, all were there. We only helped each other with our hair, but when it was done, we looked intensely stupid, with the exception of the young officer, who really might have been taken for a pretty woman. He had concealed his deficiency in feminine characteristics by false breasts and a bustle. We took off our breeches one after the other. "Your fine garters," said I to the Marquis, "make me want to wear some too." "Exactly," said the Marquis. "But the worst of it is nobody will take the trouble to find out whether we have garters or not, for 2 young ladies 5 feet 10 in height will not inspire very ardent desires." I had guessed that the girls would be dressed like men, and I was not mistaken. They were ready before us, and when we opened the door, we saw them standing with their backs to the fireplace. They looked 3 young pages minus their impudence, for though they endeavored to seem quite at their ease, they were rather confused. We advanced with the modesty of the fair sex, and imitating the air of shy reserve which the part demanded. The girls, of course, thought themselves obliged to mimic the airs of men, and they did not accost us like young men accustomed to behave respectfully to ladies. They were dressed as running footmen, with tight breeches, well-fitting waistcoats, open throats, garters with a silver fringe, laced waistbands, and pretty caps trimmed with silver lace, and a coat of arms emblazoned in gold. Their lace shirts were ornamented with an immense frill of a Lenken point. In this dress, which displayed their beautiful shapes under a veil which was almost transparent, they would have stirred the sense of a paralytic, and we had no symptoms of that disease. However, we loved them too well to frighten them. After the silly remarks usual on such occasions had been passed, we began to talk naturally while we were waiting for supper. The ladies said that as this was the first time they had dressed as men, they were afraid of being recognized. "Supposing somebody knew us," cried the cousin, "we should be undone." They were right, but our part was to reassure them, though I at any rate would have preferred to stay where we were. We sat down to supper, each next to his sweetheart, and to my surprise the lieutenant's mistress was the first to begin the fun. Thinking that she could not pretend to be a man without being impudent, she began to toy with the lady lieutenant, who defended himself like a prudish miss. The two cousins, not to be outdone, began to caress us in a manner that was rather free. Zenobia, who was waiting on us at table, could not help laughing when Deal Cure approached her for having made my dress too tight in the neck. She stretched out her hand as if to toy with me, whereupon I gave her a slight box on the ear, and imitating the manner of a repentant cavalier, she kissed my hand and begged my pardon. The Marquis said he felt cold, and his mistress asked him if he had his breeches on and put her hand under his dress to see, but she speedily drew it back with a blush. We all burst out laughing, and she joined in and proceeded with her part of hearty lover. The supper was admirable. Everything was choice and abundant. Warm with love and wine, we rose from the table at which we had been for 2 hours, but as we got up sadness disfigured the faces of the two pretty cousins. They did not dare to go to the ball in a costume that would put them at the mercy of all the libertines there. The Marquis and I felt that they were right. "We must make up our minds," said the lieutenant. "Shall we go to the ball or go home?" "Neither," said the Marquis. "We will dance here." "Where are the violins?" asked his mistress. "You could not get them tonight for their weight in gold." "Well," said I, "we will do without them. We will have some punch, laugh, and be merry, and we shall enjoy ourselves better than at the ball, and when we are tired we can go to sleep. We have 3 beds here." "2 would be enough," said the cousin. "True, but we can't have too much of a good thing." Zenobia had gone to sup with the pastor cook's wife, but she was ready to come up again when she should be summoned. After 2 hours spent in amorous trifling, the lieutenant's mistress, feeling a little dizzy, went into an adjoining room and lay down on the bed. Her lover was soon beside her. Deal Q, who was in the same case, told me that she would like to rest, so I took her into a room where she could sleep the night and advised her to do so. "I don't think I need fear it's going any farther," I said. "We will leave the Marquis with your cousin then, and I will watch over you while you sleep." "No, no, you shall sleep too." So saying, she went into the dressing room and asked me to get her cloak. I brought it to her, and when she came in she said, "I breathe again. Those dreadful trousers were too tight, they hurt me." She threw herself on the bed, with nothing on besides her cloak. "Where did the breeches hurt you?" said I. "I can't tell you, but I should think you must find them dreadfully uncomfortable." "But, dearest, our anatomy is different, and breeches do not trouble us at all where they hurt you." As I spoke, I held her to my breast and let myself fall gently beside her on the bed. We remained thus a quarter of an hour without speaking, our lips glued together in one long kiss. I left her a moment by herself, and when I returned she was between the sheets. She said she had undressed to be able to sleep better, and, shutting her eyes, turned away. I knew that the happy hour had come, and taking off my woman's clothes in a twinkling, I gently glided into the bed beside her, for the last struggles of modesty must be tenderly respected. I clasped her in my arms, and a gentle pressure soon aroused her passions, and turning towards me, she surrendered to me all her charms. After the first sacrifice, I proposed a wash, for though I could not exactly flatter myself that I had been the first to break open the lock, the victim had left some traces on the bed, which looked as if it were so. The offer was received with delight, and when the operation was over she allowed me to gaze on all her charms, which I covered with kisses. Growing bolder, she made me grant her the same privilege. "What a difference there is," said she, "between nature and art. But of course you think that art is the better." "No, certainly not. But there may be imperfections in nature, whereas art is perfect." "I do not know whether there be any imperfection in what I behold, but I do know that I have never seen anything so beautiful." In fact, she had the instrument of love before her eyes in all its majesty, and I soon made her feel its power. She did not remain still a moment, and I have known few women so ardent and flexible in their movements. "If we were wise," said she, "instead of going to the ball again, we would come here and enjoy ourselves." I kissed the mouth which told me so plainly that I was to be happy, and I convinced her by my transports that no man could love her as ardently as I did. I had no need to keep her awake, she showed no inclination for sleep. We were either in action or contemplation, or engaged in amorous discourse the whole time. I cheated her now and then, but to her own advantage, for a young woman is always more vigorous than a man, and we did not stop till the day began to break. There was no need for concealment, for each had enjoyed his sweetheart in peace and happiness, and it was only modesty which silenced our congratulations. By this silence, we did not proclaim our happiness, but neither did we deny it. When we were ready, I thanked the Marquis, and asked him to supper for the next ball night without any pretense of our going to the masquerade, if the ladies had no objection. The lieutenant answered for them in the affirmative, and his mistress threw her arms round his neck, reproaching him for having slept all night. The Marquis confessed to the same fault, and I repeated the words like an article of faith, while the ladies kissed us and thanked us for our kindness to them. We parted in the same way as before, except that this time the Marquis remained with Zenobia. I went to bed as soon as I got home and slept till 3 o'clock. When I got up, I found the house was empty, so I went to dine at the pastry cook's, where I found Zenobia and her husband, who had come to enjoy the leavings of our supper. He told me that I had made his fortune, as the Marquis had given his wife 24 sequins and the woman's dress he had worn. I gave her mine as well. I told my gossip that I should like some dinner, and the tailor went away in a grateful mood. As soon as I was alone with Zenobia, I asked her if she were satisfied with the Marquis. "He paid me well," she answered, a slight blush mounting on her cheeks. "That is enough," said I. "No one can see you without loving you, or love you without desiring to possess your charms." The Marquis did not go so far as that. It may be so, but I am surprised to hear it. When I had dined, I hastened to call on the fair Marchioness, whom I loved more than ever after the delicious night she had given me. I wanted to see what effect she would have on me after making me so happy. She looked prettier than ever. She received me in a way becoming in a mistress who is glad to have acquired some rights over her lover. "I was sure," said she, "that you would come and see me." And though her cousin was there, she kissed me so often and so ardently that there was no room for doubt as to the manner in which we had spent our night together. I passed 5 hours with her, which went by all too quickly, for we talked of love, and love is an inexhaustible subject. This 5 hours' visit on the day after our bridal showed me that I was madly in love with my new conquest, while it must have convinced her that I was worthy of her affection. Countess A.B. had sent me a note asking me to sup with her, her husband, and the Marquis Triolzi and other friends. This engagement prevented my paying a visit to Canano, who had won 1,000 sequins of me since my great victory as Pierrot. I knew that he boasted that he was sure of me, but in my own mind I had determined to gain the mastery. At supper the Countess waged war on me. I slept out at night. I was rarely visible. She tried hard to steal my secret from me and to get some information as to my amorous adventures. It was known that I sometimes supped at Theres's with Greppi, who was laughed at because he had been silly enough to say that he had nothing to dread from my power. The better to conceal my game, I said he was quite right. The next day Barbero, who was as honest as most professional sharpers are, brought me the 200 sequins I had lent him, with a profit of 200 more. He told me that he had had a slight difference with the lieutenant, and was not going to play any more. I thanked him for having presented me to the fair Marchioness, telling him that I was quite in love with her and in hopes of overcoming her scruples. He smiled and praised my discretion, letting me understand that I did not take him in, but it was enough for me not to confess to anything. About 3 o'clock I called on my sweetheart and spent 5 hours with her as before. As Barbero was not playing, the servants had been ordered to say that no one was at home. As I was the declared lover of the Marchioness, her cousin treated me as an intimate friend. She begged me to stay at Milan as long as possible, not only to make her cousin happy, but for her sake as well, since without me, she could not enjoy the Marquis's society in private, and while her father was alive, he would never dare to come openly to the house. She thought she would certainly become his wife as soon as her old father was dead, but she hoped vainly, for soon after the Marquis fell into evil ways and was ruined. Next evening we all assembled at supper, and instead of going to the ball, gave ourselves up to pleasure. We spent a delicious night, but it was saddened by the reflection that the carnival was drawing to a close, and with it our mutual pleasures would be over. On the eve of Shrove Tuesday, as there was no ball, I sat down to play, and not being able once to hit on 3 winning cards, I lost all the gold I had about me. I should have left the table as usual if a woman disguised as a man had not given me a card and urged me by signs to play it. I risked 100 sequins on it, giving my word for the payment. I lost, and in my endeavors to get back my money I lost 1,000 sequins, which I paid the next day. I was just going out to console myself with the company of my dear Marchioness, when I saw the evil-omened masker approaching, accompanied by a man, also in disguise, who shook me by the hand and begged me to come at 10 o'clock to the Three Kings, at such a number, if the honor of an old friend was dear to me. What friend is that? Myself. What is your name? I cannot tell you. Then you need not tell me to come, for if you were a true friend of mine you would tell me your name. I went out and he followed me, begging me to come with him to the end of the arcades. When we got there he took off his mask, and I recognized Croce, whom my readers may remember. I knew he was banished from Milan, and understood why he did not care to give his name in public, but I was exceedingly glad I had refused to go to his inn. I am surprised to see you here, said I. I dare say you are. I have come here in this carnival season, when one can wear a mask, to compel my relations to give me what they owe me. But they put me off from one day to another, as they are sure I shall be obliged to go when Lent begins. And will you do so? I shall be obliged to, but as you will not come and see me, give me 20 sequins, which will enable me to leave Milan. My cousin owes me 10,000 livres and will not pay me a tenth even. I will kill him before I go. I haven't a farthing, and that mask of yours has made me lose 1,000 sequins, which I do not know how to pay. I know, I am an unlucky man and bring bad luck to all my friends. It was I who told her to give you a card, in the hope that it would change the run against you. Is she a Milanese girl? No, she comes from Marseille and is the daughter of a rich agent. I fell in love with her, seduced her, and carried her off to her unhappiness. I had plenty of money then, but wretch that I am, I lost it all at Genoa, where I had to sell all my possessions to enable me to come here. I have been a week in Milan. Pray give me the wherewithal to escape. I was touched with compassion, and I borrowed 20 sequins from Casanova and gave them to the poor wretch, telling him to write to me. This almsgiving did me good. It made me forget my losses, and I spent a delightful evening with the Marchioness. The next day we supped together at my rooms and spent the rest of the night in amorous pleasures. It was the Saturday, the last day of the carnival at Milan, and I spent the whole of the Sunday in bed, for the Marchioness had exhausted me, and I knew that a long sleep would restore my strength. Early on Monday morning, Clermont brought me a letter which had been left by a servant. It had no signature, and ran as follows. Have compassion, sir, on the most wretched creature breathing. M. de la Croix has gone away in despair. He has left me here in the inn, where he has paid for nothing. Good God, what will become of me? I conjure you to come and see me, be it only to give me your advice. I did not hesitate for a moment, and it was not from any impulses of love or profligacy that I went, but from pure compassion. I put on my great coat, and in the same room in which I had seen Irene I saw a young and pretty girl, about whose face there was something peculiarly noble and attractive. I saw in her innocence and modesty oppressed and persecuted. As soon as I came in, she humbly apologized for having dared to trouble me, and she asked me to tell a woman who was in the room to leave it, as she did not speak Italian. She has been tiring me for more than an hour. I cannot understand what she says, but I can make out that she wants to do me a service. However, I do not feel inclined to accept her assistance. Who told you to come and see this young lady? Said I to the woman. One of the servants of the inn told me that a young lady from foreign parts had been left alone here, and that she was much to be pitied. My feelings of humanity made me come and see if I could be useful to her, but I see she is in good hands, and I am very glad of it for her sake, poor dear. I saw that the woman was a procuress, and I only replied with a smile of contempt. The poor girl then told me briefly what I had already heard, and added that Croce, who called himself de Sainte Croix, had gone to the gaming table as soon as he had got my 20 sequins, and that he had then taken her back to the inn, where he had spent the next day in a state of despair, as he did not dare to show himself abroad in the daytime. In the evening he put on his mask and went out, not returning till the next morning. Soon after he put on his great coat and got ready to go out, telling me that if he did not return he would communicate with me by you, at the same time giving me your address, of which I have made use as you know. He has not come back, and if you have not seen him, I am sure he has gone off on foot without a penny in his pocket. The landlord wants to be paid, and by selling all I have I could satisfy his claims. But good God, what is to become of me then? Dare you return to your father? Yes, sir, I dare return to him. He will forgive me when on my knees, and with tears in my eyes I tell him that I am ready to bury myself in a nunnery. Very good. Then I will take you to Marseille myself, and in the meanwhile I will find you a lodging with some honest people. Till then, shut yourself up in your room, do not admit anyone to see you, and be sure I will have a care for you. I summoned the landlord and paid the bill, which was a very small one, and I told him to take care of the lady till my return. The poor girl was dumb with surprise and gratitude. I said goodbye kindly and left her without even taking her hand. It was not altogether a case of the devil turning monk. I always had a respect for distress. I had already thought of Zenobia in connection with the poor girl's lodging, and I went to see her on the spot. In her husband's presence, I told her what I wanted, and asked if she could find a corner for my new friend. She shall have my place, cried the worthy tailor, if she won't mind sleeping with my wife. I will hire a small room hard by, and will sleep there as long as the young lady stays. That's a good idea, gossip, but your wife will lose by the exchange. Not much, said Zenobia, and the tailor burst out laughing. As for her meals, he added, she must arrange that herself. That's a very simple matter, said I. Zenobia will get them, and I will pay for them. I wrote the girl a short note, telling her of the arrangements I had made, and charged Zenobia to take her the letter. The next day I found her in the poor lodging with these worthy folks, looking pleased and ravishingly pretty. I felt that I could behave well for the present, but I sighed at the thought of the journey. I should have to put a strong restraint on myself. I had nothing more to do at Milan, but the Count had made me promise to spend a fortnight at St. Angelo. This was an estate belonging to him, 15 miles from Milan, and the Count spoke most enthusiastically of it. If I had gone away without seeing St. Angelo, he would have been exceedingly mortified. A married brother of his lived there, and the Count often said that his brother was longing to know me. When we returned, he would no doubt let me depart in peace. I had made up my mind to show my gratitude to the worthy man for his hospitality. So on the 4th day of Lent, I took leave of Therese, Greppi, and the affectionate Marchioness for 2 weeks, and we set out on our way. To my great delight, the Countess did not care to come. She much preferred staying in Milan with Triolzi, who did not let her lack for anything. We got to St. Angelo at 3 o'clock, and found that we were expected to dinner. Chapter 21. An ancient castle Clementine the fair penitent Lodi, a mutual passion. The manorial castle of the little town of St. Angelo is a vast and ancient building, dating back at least 8 centuries, but devoid of regularity, and not indicating the date of its erection by the style of its architecture. The ground floor consists of innumerable small rooms, a few large and lofty apartments, and an immense hall. The walls, which are full of chinks and crannies, are of that immense thickness which proves that our ancestors built for their remote descendants, and not in our modern fashion. For we are beginning to build in the English style, that is, barely for 1 generation. The stone stairs had been trodden by so many feet that one had to be very careful in going up or down. The floor was all of bricks, and as it had been renewed at various epochs with bricks of divers colors, it formed a kind of mosaic, not very pleasant to look upon. The windows were of a piece with the rest, they had no glass in them, and the sashes having in many instances given way, they were always open. Shutters were utterly unknown there. Happily, the want of glass was not much felt in the genial climate of the country. The ceilings were conspicuous by their absence, but there were heavy beams, the haunts of bats, owls, and other birds, and light ornament was supplied by the numerous spiders, webs. In this great Gothic palace for a palace, it was rather than castle, for it had no towers or other attributes of feudalism, except the enormous coat of arms which crowned the gateway in this palace. I say, the memorial of the ancient glories of the Counts A.B., which they loved better than the finest modern house. There were 3 sets of rooms better kept than the rest. Here dwelt the masters, of whom there were 3, the Count A.B., my friend, Count Ambrose, who always lived there, and a third, an officer in the Spanish Walloon Guards. I occupied the apartment of the last named, but I must describe the welcome I received. Count Ambrose received me at the gate of the castle as if I had been some high and puissant prince. The door stood wide open on both sides, but I did not take too much pride to myself on this account, as they were so old that it was impossible to shut them. The noble count who held his cap in his hand, and was decently but negligently dressed, though he was only 40 years old, told me with high-born modesty that his brother had done wrong to bring me here to see their miserable place, where I should find none of those luxuries to which I had been accustomed, but he promised me a good old-fashioned Milanese welcome instead. This is a phrase of which the Milanese are very fond, but as they put it into practice, it becomes them well. They are generally most worthy and hospitable people, and contrast favorably with the Piedmontese and Genoese. The worthy Ambrose introduced me to his countess and his two sisters-in-law, one of whom was an exquisite beauty, rather deficient in manner, but this was no doubt due to the fact that they saw no polished company whatever. The other was a thoroughly ordinary woman, neither pretty nor ugly, of a type which is plentiful all the world over. The countess looked like a Madonna. Her features had something angelic about them in their dignity and openness. She came from Lodi and had only been married 2 years. The three sisters were very young, very noble, and very poor. While we were at dinner, Count Ambrose told me that he had married a poor woman because he thought more of goodness than riches. "She makes me happy," he added, "and though she brought me no dower, I seem to be a richer man, for she has taught me to look on everything we don't possess as a superfluity." "There, indeed," said I, "you have the true philosophy of an honest man." The countess, delighted at her husband's praise and my approval, smiled lovingly at him, and took a pretty baby from the nurse's arms and offered it her alabaster breast. This is the privilege of a nursing mother. Nature tells her that by doing so she does nothing against modesty. Her bosom, feeding the helpless, arouses no other feelings than those of respect. I confess, however, that the sight might have produced a tenderer sentiment in me. It was exquisitely beautiful, and I am sure that if Raphael had beheld it, his Madonna would have been still more lovely. The dinner was excellent, with the exception of the made dishes, which were detestable. Soup, beef, fresh salted pork, sausages, mortadella, milk dishes, vegetables, game, mascarpone cheese, preserved fruit sole were delicious. But the Count having told his brother that I was a great gourmand, the worthy Ambrose had felt it his duty to give me some ragouts, which were as bad as can well be imagined. I had to taste them, out of politeness, but I made up my mind that I would do so no more. After dinner, I took my host apart, and showed him that with 10 plain courses his table would be delicate and excellent, and that he had no need of introducing any ragouts. From that time, I had a choice dinner every day. There were 6 of us at table, and we all talked and laughed with the exception of the fair Clementine. This was the young countess who had already made an impression on me. She only spoke when she was obliged to do so, and her words were always accompanied with a blush. But as I had no other way of getting a sight of her beautiful eyes, I asked her a good many questions. However, she blushed so terribly that I thought I must be distressing her, and I left her in peace, hoping to become better acquainted with her. At last I was taken to my apartment and left there. The windows were glazed and curtained as in the dining-room, but Claremont came and told me that he could not unpack my trunks as there were no locks to anything and should not care to take the responsibility. I thought he was right, and I went to ask my friend about it. "There's not a lock or a key," said he, "in the whole castle except in the cellar, but everything is safe for all that. There are no robbers at St. Angelo, and if there were they would not dare to come here." "I dare say, my dear Count, but you know it is my business to suppose robbers everywhere. My own valet might take the opportunity of robbing me, and you see I should have to keep silence if I were robbed." "Quite so, I feel the force of your argument. Tomorrow morning, a locksmith shall put locks and keys to your doors, and you will be the only person in the castle who is proof against thieves." I might have replied in the words of Juvenal, "Cantibit vacuus coram latron viator," but I should have mortified him. I told Claremont to leave my trunks alone till next day, and I went out with Count A.B. and his sisters-in-law to take a walk in the town. Count Ambrose and his better half stayed in the castle. The good mother would never leave her nursling. Clementine was 18, her married sister being 4 years older. She took my arm, and my friend offered his to Eleanor. "We will go and see the beautiful penitent," said the Count. I asked him who the beautiful penitent was, and he answered without troubling himself about his sisters-in-law. She was once a Lise of Milan, and enjoyed such a reputation for beauty that not only all the flower of Milan, but people from the neighboring towns were at her feet. Her hall door was opened and shut 100 times in a day, and even then she was not able to satisfy the desires aroused. At last, an end came to what the old and the devout called a scandal. Count Firmian, a man of learning and wit, went to Vienna, and on his departure received orders to have her shut up in a convent. Our august Marie Therese cannot pardon mercenary beauty, and the Count had no choice but to have the fair sinner imprisoned. She was told that she had done amiss and dealt wickedly. She was obliged to make a general confession and was condemned to a lifelong penance in this convent. She was absolved by Cardinal Pazzabinelli, Archbishop of Milan, and he then confirmed her, changing the name of Therese, which she had received at the baptismal font, to Mary Magdalene, thus showing her how she should save her soul by following the example of her new patroness, whose wantonness had hitherto been her pattern. Our family are the patrons of this convent, which is devoted to penitence. It is situated in an inaccessible spot, and the inmates are in the charge of a kind Mother Superior, who does her best to soften the manifold austerities of their existences. They only work and pray, and see no one besides their confessor, who says Mass every day. We are the only persons whom the Superioress would admit. As long as some of our family are present, she always let them bring whom they like. This story touched me and brought tears to my eyes. Poor Mary Magdalene, cruel empress, I think I have noted in another passage the source of her austere virtue. When we were announced, the Mother Superior came to meet us, and took us into a large hall, where I soon made out the famous penitent amongst 5 or 6 other girls who were penitents like herself, but I presume for trifling offenses, as they were all ugly. As soon as the poor women saw us, they ceased working and stood up respectfully. In spite of the severe simplicity of her dress, Therese made a great impression on me. What beauty, what majesty brought low! With my profane eyes, instead of looking to the enormity of the offenses for which she was suffering so cruelly, I saw before me a picture of Innocenza, humbled Venus. Her fine eyes were fixed on the ground, but what was my surprise, when, suddenly looking at me, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, what do I see? Holy Mary, come to my aid. Begone, dreadful sinner, though thou deservest to be here more than I, scoundrel." I did not feel inclined to laugh. Her unfortunate position and the singular apostrophe she had addressed to me pierced me to the heart. The Mother Superior hastened to say, "Do not be offended, sir. The poor girl has become mad, and unless she really has recognized you." "That is impossible, madam. I have never seen her before." "Of course not, but you must forgive her, as she has lost the use of her reason. Maybe the Lord has made her thus in mercy." As a matter of fact, I saw more sense than madness in this outburst, for it must have been very grievous for the poor girl to have to encounter my idle curiosity in the place of her penitence. I was deeply moved, and in spite of myself a big tear rolled down my face. The Count, who had known her, laughed, but I begged him to restrain himself. A moment after, the poor wretch began again. She raved against me madly and begged the Mother Superior to send me away, as I had come there to damn her. The good lady chid her with all a true mother's gentleness, and told her to leave the room, adding that all who came there only desired that she should be saved eternally. She was stern enough, however, to add that no one had been a greater sinner than she, and the poor Magdalene went out weeping bitterly. If it had been my fortune to enter Milan at the head of a victorious army, the first thing I should have done would be the setting free of this poor captive, and if the abbess had resisted, she would have felt the weight of my whip. When Magdalene was gone, the Mother Superior told us that the poor girl had many good qualities, and if God willed that she should keep some particle of sense, she did not doubt her becoming a saint like her patroness. "She has begged me," she added, "to take down the pictures of Saint Louis de Gonzaga and Saint Antony from the chapel wall because she says they distract her fearfully. I have thought it my duty to yield to her request, in spite of our confessor, who says it's all nonsense." The confessor was a rude churl. I did not exactly tell the abbess that, but I said enough for a clever woman as she was to grasp my meaning. We left the sorrowful place in sadness and silence, cursing the sovereign who had made such ill use of her power. If, as our holy religion maintains, there is a future life before us all, Marie Therese certainly deserves damnation, if only the oppressions she has used towards those poor women whose life is wretched enough at the best. Poor Mary Magdalene had gone mad and suffered the torments of the damned because nature had given her two of her best gifts, beauty and an excellent heart. You will say she had abused them, but for a fault which is only a crime before God, should a fellow creature and a greater sinner have condemned her to such a fearful doom? I defy any reasonable man to answer in the affirmative. On our way back to the castle, Clementine, who was on my arm, laughed to herself once or twice. I felt curious to know what she was laughing at and said, "May I ask you, fair countess, why you laugh thus to yourself?" "Forgive me, I was not amused at the poor girl's recognizing you, for that must have been a mistake, but I cannot help laughing when I think of your face at her words. You are more deserving of imprisonment than I." "Perhaps you think she was right." "I, not at all. But how is it that she attacked you and not my brother-in-law?" "Probably because she thought I looked a greater sinner than he." "That, I suppose, must have been the reason. One should never heed the talk of mad people." "You are sarcastic, but I take it all in good part. Perhaps I am as great a sinner as I look, but beauty should be merciful to me, for it is by beauty that I am led astray. I wonder the Empress does not shut up men as well as women. Perhaps she hopes to see them all at her feet when there are no more girls left to amuse them." "That is a jest. You should rather say that she cannot forgive her own sex the lack of a virtue which she exercises so eminently, and which is so easily observed." "I have nothing to allege against the Empress's virtue, but with your leave I beg to entertain very strong doubts as to the possibility of the general exercise of that virtue which we call continence. No doubt everyone thinks by his own standard. A man may be praised for temperance in whom temperance is no merit. What is easy to you may be hard to me, and vice versa. Both of us may be right." This interesting conversation made me compare Clementine to the fair Marchioness at Milan, but there was this difference between them. M. Deal. Q spoke with an air of gravity and importance, whereas Clementine expounded her system with great simplicity and an utter indifference of manner. I thought her observations so acute and her utterance so perfect and artistic that I felt ashamed of having misjudged her at dinner. Her silence, and the blush which mounted to her face when anyone asked her a question, had made me suspect both confusion and poverty in her ideas, for timidity is often another word for stupidity. But the conversation I have just reported made me feel that I had made a great mistake. The Marchioness, being older and having seen more of the world, was more skilled in argument. But Clementine had twice eluded my questions with the utmost skill, and I felt obliged to award her the palm. When we got back to the castle, we found a lady with her son and daughter, and another relation of the Count's, a young abbé whom I found most objectionable. He was a pitiless talker, and on the pretense of having seen me at Milan, he took the opportunity of flattering me in a disgusting manner. Besides, he made sheep's eyes at Clementine, and I did not like the idea of having a fellow like that for a rival. I said very dryly that I did not remember him at all, but he was not a man of delicate feeling, and this did not disconcert him in the least. He sat down beside Clementine, and taking her hand told her that she must add me to the long catalogue of her victims. She could do nothing else but laugh at silly talk of this kind. I knew it, but that laugh of hers displeased me. I would have had her say I do not know what, but something biting and sarcastic. Not at all. The impertinent fellow whispered something in her ear, and she answered in the same way. This was more than I could bear. Some question or other was being discussed, and the abbé asked for my opinion. I do not remember what I answered, but I know that I gave him a bitter reply in the hope of putting him in a bad temper and reducing him to silence. But he was a battle charger, and used to trumpet, fife, and gun. Nothing put him out. He appealed to Clementine, and I had the mortification of hearing her opinion given, though with a blush, in his favor. The fop was satisfied, and kissed the young countess's hand with an air of fatuous happiness. This was too much, and I cursed the abbé and Clementine, too. I rose from my seat and went to the window. The window is a great blessing to an impatient man, whom the rules of politeness in some degree constrain. He can turn his back on boors without their being able to charge him with direct rudeness. But people know what he means, and that soothes his feelings. I have noted this trifling circumstance only to point out how bad temper blinds its victims. The poor abbé vexed me because he made himself agreeable to Clementine, with whom I was already in love without knowing it. I saw in him a rival, but far from endeavoring to offend me, he had done his best to please me, and I should have taken account of his good will. But under such circumstances, I always gave way to ill humor, and now I am too old to begin curring myself. I don't think I need do so, for if I am ill-tempered, the company politely pass me over. My misfortune obliges me to submit. Clementine had conquered me in the space of a few hours. True, I was an inflammable subject, but hitherto no beauty had committed such ravages upon me in so short a time. I did not doubt of success, and I confess that there was a certain amount of vanity in this assurance, but at the same time I was modest, for I knew that at the slightest slip the enterprise would miscarry. Thus I regarded the abbé as a wasp to be crushed as speedily as possible. I was also a victim to that most horrible of passions, jealousy. It seemed to me that if Clementine was not in love with this man-monkey, she was extremely indulgent to him, and with this idea I conceived a horrible plan of revenging my wrongs on her. Love is the god of nature, but this god is, after all, only a spoilt child. We know all his follies and frailties, but we still adore him. My friend the Count, who was surprised, I suppose, to see me contemplating the prospect for such a long time, came up to me and asked me if I wanted anything. "I am thinking some matter over," said I, "and I must go and write 1 or 2 letters in my room till it is time for supper." "You won't leave us surely," said he. "Clementine, help me to keep M. de Seingalt. You must make him postpone his letter writing." "But my dear brother," said the charming girl, "if M. de Seingalt has business to do, it would be rude of me to try and prevent his doing it." Though what she said was perfectly reasonable, it stung me to the quick. When one is in an ill humor, everything is fuel for the fire. But the abbé said pleasantly that I had much better come and make a banquet pharaoh, and as everything echoed this suggestion, I had to give in. The cards were brought in, and various colored counters handed round, and I sat down putting 30 ducats before me. This was a very large sum for a company who only played for amusement's sake. 15 counters were valued only at a sequin. Countess Ambrose sat at my right hand, and the abbé at my left. As if they had laid a plot to vex and annoy me, Clementine had made room for him. I took a mere accident for a studied impertinence, and told the poor man that I never dealt unless I had a lady on each side of me, and never by any chance with a priest beside me. "Do you think it would bring you ill luck? I don't like birds of ill omen." At this he got up, and Clementine took his place. At the end of 3 hours, supper was announced. Everybody had won from me except the abbé. The poor devil had lost counters to the extent of 20 sequins. As a relation, the abbé stayed to supper, but the lady and her children were asked in vain to do so. The abbé looked wretched, which made me in a good temper and inclined me to be pleasant. I proceeded to flirt with Clementine, and by making her reply to the numerous questions I asked, I gave her an opportunity of displaying her wit, and I could see that she was grateful. I was once more myself, and I took pity of the abbé and spoke to him politely, asking him his opinion on some topic. "I was not listening," said he, "but I hope you will give me my revenge after supper." "After supper I shall be going to bed, but you shall have your revenge, and as much as you like of it tomorrow, provided that our charming hostesses like playing. I hope the luck will be in your favor." After supper, the poor abbé went sadly away, and the Count took me to my room, telling me that I could sleep securely in spite of the lack of keys, for his sisters-in-law, who were lodged close by, were no better off. I was astonished and delighted at the trust he put in me, and at the really magnificent hospitality. It must be remembered all things are relative, with which I had been treated in the castle. I told Clermont to be quick about putting my hair in curl papers, for I was tired and in need of rest, but he was only halfway through the operation when I was agreeably surprised by the apparition of Clementine. "Sir," said she, "as we haven't got a maid to look after your linen, I have come to beg you to let me undertake that office." "You, my dear Countess." Yes, I, sir, and I hope you will make no objection. It will be a pleasure to me, and I hope to you as well. Let me have the shirt you are going to wear tomorrow, and say no more about it. Very good, it shall be as you please. I helped Claremont to carry my linen trunk into her room, and added, Every day I want a shirt, a collar, a front, a pair of drawers, a pair of stocking, and 2 handkerchiefs. But I don't mind which you take, and leave the choice to you as the mistress, as I wish you were in deed and truth. I shall sleep a happier sleep than Jove himself. Farewell, dear Hebe. Her sister Eleanor was already in bed, and begged pardon for her position. I told Claremont to go to the Count directly, and inform him that I had changed my mind about the locks. Should I be afraid for my poor properties when these living treasures were confined to me so frankly? I should have been afraid of offending them. I had an excellent bed, and I slept wonderfully. Claremont was doing my hair when my youthful Hebe presented herself with a basket in her hands. She wished me good day, and said she hoped I would be contented with her handiwork. I gazed at her delightedly. No trace of false shame appeared on her features. The blush on her cheeks was a witness of the pleasure she experienced in being useful, a pleasure which is unknown to those whose curse is their pride, the characteristic of fools and upstarts. I kissed her hand, and told her that I had never seen linen so nicely done. Just then the Count came in and thanked Clementine for attending on me. I approved of that, but he accompanied his thanks with a kiss which was well received, and this I did not approve of at all. But you will say they were brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Just so, but I was jealous all the same. Nature is all-wise, and it was nature that made me jealous. When one loves and has not as yet gained possession, jealousy is inevitable. The heart must fear lest that which it longs for so be carried away by another. The Count took a note from his pocket and begged me to read it. It came from his cousin the Abbé, who begged the Count to apologize to me for him if he was unable to pay the 20 sequins he had lost to me in the proper time, but that he would discharge his debt in the course of the week. Very good, tell him that he can pay when he likes, but warn him not to play this evening. I will not take his bets. But you would have no objection to his punting with ready money. Certainly I should, unless he pays me first, otherwise he would be punting with my money. Of course it's a mere trifle, and I hope he won't trouble himself in the least or put himself to any inconvenience to pay it. I am afraid he will be mortified. So much the better, said Clementine. What did he play for when he knew that he could not pay his debts if he incurred any? It will be a lesson to him. This outburst was balm to my heart. Such is man, a mere selfish egotist, when passion moves him. The Count made no reply, but left us alone. My dear Clementine, tell me frankly whether the rather uncivil way in which I have treated the Abbé has pained you. I am going to give you 20 sequins. Do you send them to him, and tonight he can pay me honorably and make a good figure. I promise you no one shall know about it. Thank you, but the honor of the Abbé is not dear enough to me for me to accept your offer. The lesson will do him good. A little shame will teach him that he must mend his ways. You will see he won't come this evening. That may be, but do you think I shall care? Well, yes, I did think so. Because we joked together, I suppose. He is a hair-brained fellow to whom I do not give 2 thoughts in the year. I pity him as heartily as I congratulate anyone of whom you do think. Maybe there is no such person. What, you have not yet met a man worthy of your regard? Many worthy of regard, but none of love. Then you have never been in love. Never. Your heart is empty. You make me laugh. Is it happiness? Is it unhappiness? Who can say? If it be happiness, I am glad, and if it be unhappiness, I do not care, for I do not feel it to be so. Nevertheless, it is a misfortune, and you will know it to have been so on the day in which you love. And if I become unhappy through love, shall I not pronounce my emptiness of heart to have been happiness? I confess you would be right, but I am sure love would make you happy. I do not know. To be happy one must live in perfect agreement. That is no easy matter, and I believe it to be harder still when the bond is lifelong. I agree, but God sent us into the world that we might run the risk. To a man it may be a necessity and a delight, but a girl is bound by stricter laws. In nature the necessity is the same, though the results are different, and the laws you speak of are laid down by society. The Count came in at this point, and was astonished to see us both together. I wish you would fall in love with one another, said he. You wish to see us unhappy, do you? Said she. What do you mean by that? I cried. I should be unhappy with an inconstant lover, and you would be unhappy too, for you would feel bitter remorse for having destroyed my peace of mind. After this, she discreetly fled. I remained still as if she had petrified me, but the Count, who never wearied himself with too much thinking, exclaimed, Clementine is rather too romantic. She will get over it, however. She is young yet. We went to bid good day to the Countess, whom we found suckling her baby. Do you know, my dear sister, said the Count, that the Chevalier here is in love with Clementine, and she seems inclined to pay him back in his own coin. The Countess smiled and said, I hope a suitable match like that may make us relations. There is something magical about the word marriage. What the Countess said pleased me extremely, and I replied with a bow of the most gracious character. We went to pay a call on the lady who had come to the castle the day before. There was a canon regular there, who after a great many polite speeches in praise of my country, which he knew only from books, asked me of what order was the cross I carried on my breast. I replied with a kind of boastful modesty that it was a peculiar mark of the favor of the Holy Father, the Pope, who had freely made me a Knight of the Order of St. John Lateran and a Prothonotary Apostolic. This monk had stayed at home far from the world, or else he would not have asked me such a question. However, far from thinking he was offending me, he thought he was honoring me by giving me an opportunity of talking of my own merit. At London, the greatest possible rudeness is to ask anyone what his religion is, and it is something the same in Germany. An Anabaptist is by no means ready to confess his creed. And in fact, the best plan is never to ask any questions whatever, not even if a man has change for a louis. Clementine was delightful at dinner. She replied wittily and gracefully to all the questions which were addressed to her. True, what she said was lost on the majority of her auditors, for wit cannot stand before stupidity, but I enjoyed her talk immensely. As she kept filling up my glass, I reproached her, and this gave rise to the following little dialogue which completed my conquest. You have no right to complain, said she. Hebe's duty is to keep the cup of the chief of the gods always full. Very good, but you know Jupiter sent her away. Yes, but I know why. I will take care not to stumble in the same way, and no Ganymede shall take my place for a like cause. You are very wise. Jupiter was wrong, and henceforth I will be Hercules. Will that please you, fair Hebe? No, because he did not marry her till after her death. True again, I will be Iolaus then, for. Be quiet, Iolaus was old. True, but so was I yesterday. You have made me young again. I am very glad, dear Iolaus, but remember what I did when he left me. And what did you do? I do not remember. I did not believe a word he said. You can believe. I took away the gift I had made. At these words, this charming girl's face was suffered with blushes. If I had touched her with my hand, sure it would have been on fire, but the rays that darted from her eyes froze my heart. Philosophers, be not angry if I talk of freezing rays. It is no miracle, but a very natural phenomenon, which is happening every day. A great love, which elevates a man's whole nature, is a strong flame born out of a great cold, such as I then felt for a moment. It would have killed me if it had lasted longer. The superior manner in which Clementine had applied the story of Hebe convinced me not only that she had a profound knowledge of mythology, but also that she had a keen and far-reaching intellect. She had given me more than a glimpse of her learning. She had let me guess that I interested her, and that she thought of me. These ideas, entering a heart which is already warm, speedily set all the senses in flames. In a moment all doubt was laid to rest. Clementine loved me, and I was sure that we should be happy. Clementine slipped away from the table to calm herself, and thus I had time to escape from my astonishment. Pray, where was that young lady educated? I said to the Countess. In the country. She was always present when my brother had his lessons, but the tutor, Sardini, never took any notice of her, and it was only she who gained anything. My brother only yawned. Clementine used to make my mother laugh and puzzle the old tutor sadly sometimes. Sardini wrote and published some poems which are not bad, but nobody reads them because they are so full of mythology. Quite so. Clementine possesses a manuscript with which he presented her, containing a number of mythological tales verified. Try and make her show you her books and the verses she used to write. She won't show them to any of us." I was in a great state of admiration. When she returned, I complimented her upon her acquirements, and said that as I was a great lover of literature myself, I should be delighted if she would show me her verses. I should be ashamed. I had to give over my studies 2 years ago when my sister married and we came to live here, where we only see honest folks who talk about the stable, the harvest, and the weather. You are the first person I have seen who has talked to me about literature. If our old Sardini had come with us, I should have gone on learning, but my sister did not care to have him here. "But my dear Clementine," said the Countess, "what do you think my husband could have done with an old man of 80 whose sole accomplishments are weighing the wind, writing verses, and talking mythology?" "He would have been useful enough," said the husband, "if he could have managed the estate, but the honest old man will not believe in the existence of rascals. He is so learned that he is quite stupid." "Good heavens," cried Clementine, "Sardini stupid! It is certainly easy to deceive him, but that is because he is so noble. I love a man who is easily deceived, but they call me silly." "Not at all, my dear sister," said the Countess. "On the contrary, there is wisdom in all you say, but it is wisdom out of place in a woman. The mistress of a household does not want to know anything about literature, poetry, or philosophy, and when it comes to marrying you, I am very much afraid that your taste for this kind of thing will stand in your way. I know it, and I am expecting to die a maid, not that it is much compliment to the men. To know all that such a dialogue meant for me, the reader must imagine himself most passionately in love. I thought myself unfortunate. I could have given her 100,000 crowns, and I would have married her that moment. She told me that Sardini was at Milan, very old and ill. "Have you been to see him?" I asked. "I have never been to Milan." "Is it possible? It is not far from here." "Distance is relative, you know." This was beautifully expressed. It told me without any false shame that she could not afford to go, and I was pleased by her frankness. But in the state of mind I was in, I should have been pleased with anything she chose to do. There are moments in a man's life when the woman he loves can make anything of him. I spoke to her in a manner that affected her so that she took me into a closet next to her room to show me her books. There were only 30 in all, but they were chosen, although somewhat elementary. A woman like Clementine needed something more. "Do you know, my dear Hebe, that you want more books?" I have often suspected it, dear Yolas, without being able to say exactly what I want. After spending an hour in glancing over Sardini's works, I begged her to show me her own. "No," said she, "they are too bad." "I expect so, but the good will outweigh the bad." "I don't think so." "Oh yes, you needn't be afraid. I will forgive the bad grammar, bad style, absurd images, faulty method, and even the verses that won't scan." "That's too much, Aeolas. Hebe doesn't need so vast a pardon as all that. Here, sir, these are my scribblings, sift the faults and the defaults. Read what you will." I was delighted that my scheme of wounding her vanity had succeeded, and I began by reading aloud an Anacreontic, adding to its beauties by the modulation of my voice, and keenly enjoying her pleasure at finding her work so fair. When I improved a line by some trifling change, she noticed it, for she followed me with her eyes. But far from being humiliated, she was pleased with my corrections. The picture was still hers, she thought, though with my skilled brush I brought out the lights and darkened the shadows, and she was charmed to see that my pleasure was as great or greater than hers. The reading continued for 2 hours. It was a spiritual and pure, but a most intensely voluptuous, enjoyment. Happy and thrice happy if we had gone no farther, but love is a traitor who laughs at us when we think to play with him without falling into his nets. Shall a man touch hot coals and escape the burning? The Countess interrupted us and begged us to join the company. Clementine hastened to put everything back and thanked me for the happiness I had given her. The pleasure she felt showed itself in her blushes, and when she came into the drawing-room she was asked if she had been fighting, which made her blush still more. The faro table was ready, but before sitting down I told Claremont to get me 4 good horses for the following day. I wanted to go to Lodi and back by dinner time. Everybody played as before, the abbé excepted, and he, to my huge delight, did not put in an appearance at all, but his place was supplied by a canon, who punted a ducat at a time and had a pile of ducats before him. This made me increase my bank, and when the game was over, I was glad to see that everybody had won except the canon, but his losses had not spoilt his temper. Next day, I started for Lodi at daybreak without telling anybody where I was going, and bought all the books I judged necessary for Clementine, who only knew Italian. I bought numerous translations, which I was surprised to find at Lodi, which hitherto had been only famous in my mind for its cheese, usually called Parmesan. This cheese is made at Lodi and not at Parma, and I did not fail to make an entry to that effect under the article Parmesan in my Dictionary of Cheeses, a work which I was obliged to abandon as beyond my powers, as Rousseau was obliged to abandon his Dictionary of Botany. This great but eccentric individual was then known under the pseudonym of Renaud, the botanist. Quisque histrionium exercit. But Rousseau, great man though he was totally deficient in humor. I conceived the idea of giving a banquet at Lodi the day after next, and a project of this kind, not calling for much deliberation, I went forthwith to the best hotel to make the necessary arrangements. I ordered a choice dinner for 12, paid the earnest money, and made the host promise that everything should be of the best. When I got back to St. Angelo, I had a sackful of books carried into Clementine's room. She was petrified. There were more than 100 volumes, poets, historians, geographers, philosophers, scientists, nothing was forgotten. I had also selected some good novels, translated from the Spanish, English, and French, for we have no good novels in Italian. This admission does not prove by any means that Italian literature is surpassed by that of any other country. Italy has little to envy in other literatures, and has numerous masterpieces, which are unequaled the whole world over. Where will you find a worthy companion to the Orlando Furioso? There is none, and this great work is incapable of translation. The finest and truest panegyric of Ariosto was written by Voltaire when he was 60. If he had not made this apology for the rash judgment of his youthful days, he would not have enjoyed, in Italy at all events, that immortality which is so justly his due. 36 years ago I told him as much, and he took me at my word. He was afraid, and he acted wisely. If I have any readers, I ask their pardon for these digressions. They must remember that these memoirs were written in my old age, and the old are always garrulous. The time will come to them also, and then they will understand that if the aged repeat themselves, it is because they live in a world of memories without a present and without a future. I will now return to my narrative, which I have kept steadily in view. Clementine gazed from me to the books, and from the books to me. She wondered and admired, and could scarcely believe this treasure belonged to her. At last she collected herself, and said in a tone full of gratitude, "You have come to St. Angelo to make me happy." Such a saying makes a man into a god. He is sure that she who speaks thus will do all in her power to make a return for the happiness which she has been given. There is something supremely lovely in the expression of gratefulness on the face of the being one loves. If you have not experienced the feelings I describe, dear reader, I pity you, and am forced to conclude that you must have been either awkward or miserly, and therefore unworthy of love. Clementine ate scarcely anything at dinner, and afterwards retired to her room, where I soon joined her. We amused ourselves by putting the books in order, and she sent for a carpenter to make a bookcase with a lock and key. "It will be my pleasure to read these books," said she, "when you have left us." In the evening she was lucky with the cards, and in delightful spirits. I asked them all to dine with me at Lodi, but as the dinner was for 12, the Countess Ambrose said she would be able to find the 2 guests who were wanted at Lodi, and the canon said he would take the lady friend with her 2 children. The next day was one of happy quiet, and I spent it without leaving the castle, being engaged in instructing my Hebe on the nature of the sphere, and in preparing her for the beauties of Wolf. I presented her with my case of mathematical instruments, which seemed to her invaluable. I burned with passion for this charming girl, but would I have done so in her taste for literature and science had not been backed up by her personal charms? I suspect not. I like a dish pleasing to the palate, but if it is not pleasing to the eye as well, I do not taste it but put down as bad. The surface is always the first to interest, close examination comes afterwards. The man who confines himself to superficial charms is superficial himself, but with them all love begins, except that which rises in the realm of fancy, and this nearly always falls before the reality. When I went to bed, still thinking of Clementine, I began to reflect seriously, and I was astonished to find that during all the hours we had spent together, she had not caused the slightest sensual feeling to arise in me. Nevertheless, I could not assign the reason to fear, nor to shyness which is unknown to me, nor to false shame, nor to what is called a feeling of duty. It was certainly not virtue, for I do not carry virtue so far as that. Then what was it? I did not tire myself by pursuing the question. I felt quite sure that the platonic stage must soon come to an end, and I was sorry, but my sorrow was virtue in extremis. The fine things we read together interested us so strongly that we did not think of love, nor of the pleasure we took in each other's company. But as the saying goes, the devil lost nothing by us. When intellect enters on the field, the heart has to yield, virtue triumphs, but the battle must not last for long. Our conquests made us too sure, but this feeling of security was a colossus whose feet were of clay. We knew that we loved, but were not sure that we were beloved. But when this became manifest, the colossus must fall to the ground. This dangerous trust made me go to her room to tell her something about our journey to Lodi. The carriages were already waiting. She was still asleep, but my step on the floor made her awake with a start. I did not even think it necessary to apologize. She told me that Tasso's Aminta had interested her to such an extent that she had read it till she fell asleep. The Pastor Fido will please you still more. Is it more beautiful? Not exactly. Then why do you say it will please me more? Because it charms the heart. It appeals to our softest feelings and seduces us, and we love seduction. It is a seducer, then. No, not a seducer, but seductive like you. That's a good distinction. I will read it this evening. Now I am going to dress. She put on her clothes in seeming oblivion that I was a man, but without showing any sights that could be called indecent. Nevertheless, it struck me that if she had thought I was in love with her, she would have been more reserved, for as she put on her chemise, laced her corset, fastened her garters above her knee, and drew on her boots, I saw glimpses of beauty which affected me so strongly that I was obliged to go out before she was ready to quench the flames she had kindled in my senses. I took the Countess and Clementine in my carriage and sat on the bracket seat holding the baby on my knee. My two fair companions laughed merrily, for I held the child as if to the manor born. When we had traversed half the distance, the baby demanded nourishment, and the charming mother hastened to uncover a sphere over which my eyes roved with delight, not at all to her displeasure. The child left its mother's bosom satisfied, and at the sight of the liquor which flowed so abundantly I exclaimed, "It must not be lost, madam. Allow me to sip nectar which will elevate me to the rank of the gods. Do not be afraid of my teeth." I had some teeth in those days. The smiling countess made no opposition, and I proceeded to carry out my design, while the ladies laughed that magic laugh which not painter can portray. The divine Homer is the only poet who has succeeded in delineating it in those lines in which he describes Andromache with the young Astyanax in her arms, when Hector is leaving her to return to the battle. I asked Clementine if she had the courage to grant me a similar favor. "Certainly," said she, "if I had any milk." "You have the source of the milk, I will see to the rest." At this the girl's face suffused with such a violent blush that I was sorry I had spoken. However, I changed the conversation, and it soon passed away. Our spirits were so high that, when the time came for us to get down at the inn at Lodi, we could scarcely believe it possible, so swiftly had the time gone by. The Countess sent a message to a lady friend of hers, begging her to dine with us and to bring her sister, while I dispatched Claremont to a stationer, where he bought me a beautiful morocco case with lock and key, containing paper, pens, sealing wax, inkwell, paper knife, seal, and in fact, everything necessary for writing. It was a present I meant to give Clementine before dinner. It was delightful to watch her surprise and pleasure, and to read gratitude so legibly written in her beautiful eyes. There is not a woman in the world who cannot be overcome by being made grateful. It is the best and surest way to get on, but it must be skillfully used. The Countess's friend came and brought her sister, a girl who was dazzlingly beautiful. I was greatly struck with her, but just then Venus herself could not have dethroned Clementine from her place in my affections. After the friends had kissed each other and expressed their joy at meeting, I was introduced, and in so complimentary a manner that I felt obliged to turn it off with a jest. The dinner was sumptuous and delicious. At dessert, two self-invited guests came in, the lady's husband and the sister's lover, but they were welcome, for it was a case of the more the merrier. After the meal, in accordance with the request of the company, I made a banquet faro, and after 3 hours, play I was delighted to find myself a loser to the extent of 40 sequins. It was these little losses at the right time which gave me the reputation of being the finest gamester in Europe. The lady's lover was named Viggy, and I asked him if he was descended from the author of the 13th book of the Aeneid. He said he was, and that in honor of his ancestor, he had translated the poem into Italian verse. I expressed myself curious as to his version, and he promised to bring it me in 2 days' time. I complimented him on belonging to such a noble and ancient family. Maffei Viggy flourished at the beginning of the 15th century. We started in the evening, and less than 2 hours we got home. The moon, which shone brightly upon us, prevented me making any attempts on Clementine, who had put up her feet in order that she might be able to hold her little nephew with more ease. The pretty mother could not help thanking me warmly for the pleasure I had given them. I was a universal favorite with them all. We did not feel inclined to eat any supper, and therefore retired to our apartments. And I accompanied Clementine, who told me that she was ashamed at not knowing anything about the Aeneid. Viggy will bring his translation of the 13th book, and I shall not know a word about it. I comforted her by telling her that we would read the fine translation by Annibale Caro that very night. It was amongst her books, as also the version by Anguillera, Ovid's Metamorphoses, and Marchetti's Lucrece. But I wanted to read the Pastor Fido. We are in a hurry, we must read that another time. I will follow your advice in all things, my dear Yolas. That will make me happy, dearest Hebe. We spent the night in reading that magnificent translation in Italian blank verse, but the reading was often interrupted by my pupil's laughter when we came to some rather ticklish passage. She was highly amused by the account of the chance which gave Aeneas an opportunity of proving his love for Dido in a very inconvenient place. And still more, when Dido, complaining of the son of Priam's treachery, says, "I might still pardon you if, before abandoning me, you had left me a little Aeneas to play about these halls." Clementine had cause to be amused, for the reproach has something laughable in it. But how is it that one does not feel inclined to smile in reading the Latincy quis mihi parvulus alla luderit Aeneas? The reason must be sought for in the grave and dignified nature of the Latin tongue. We did not finish our reading till daybreak. "What a night!" exclaimed Clementine with a sigh. "It has been one of great pleasure to me, has it not to you? I have enjoyed it because you have. And if you had been reading by yourself, it would have still been a pleasure, but a much smaller one. I love your intellect to distraction, Clementine, but tell me, do you think it possible to love the intellect without loving that which contains it? No, for without the body the spirit would vanish away. I conclude from that I am deeply in love with you, and that I cannot pass 6 or 7 hours in your company without longing to kiss you. Certainly, but we resist these desires because we have duties to perform, which would rise up against us if we left them undone. True again, but if your disposition at all resembles mine, this constraint must be very painful to you. Perhaps I feel it as much as you do, but it is my belief that it is only hard to withstand temptation at first. By degrees one gets accustomed to loving without running any risk and without effort. Our senses, at first so sharp-set, end by becoming blunted, and when this is the case we may spend hours and days in safety, untroubled by desire. I have my doubts as far as I am concerned, but we shall see. Good night, fair Hebe. Good night, my good Hyolas, may you sleep well. My sleep will be haunted by visions of you. Chapter 22. Our excursion parting from Clementine, leave Milan, with Croce's mistress my arrival at Genoa. The ancients, whose fancy was so fertile in allegory, used to figure innocence as playing with a serpent or with a sharp arrow. These old sages had made a deep study of the human heart, and whatever discoveries modern science may have made, the old symbols may still be profitably studied by those who wish to gain a deep insight into the working of man's mind. I went to bed, and after having dismissed Claremont, I began to reflect on my relations with Clementine, who seemed to have been made to shine in a sphere from which, in spite of her high birth, her intelligence, and her rare beauty, her want of fortune kept her apart. I smiled to myself at her doctrines, which were as much as to say that the best way of curing appetite was to place a series of appetizing dishes before a hungry man, forbidding him to touch them. Nevertheless, I could but approve the words which she had uttered with such an air of innocence that, if one resists desires, there is no danger of one being humiliated by giving way to them. This humiliation would arise from a feeling of duty, and she honored me by supposing that I had as high principles as herself. But at the same time, the motive of self-esteem was also present, and I determined not to do anything which would deprive me of her confidence. As may be imagined, I did not awake till very late the next morning, and when I rang my bell Clementine came in, looking very pleased and holding a copy of the Pastor Fido in her hand. She wished me good day, and said she had read the first act, and that she thought it very beautiful, and told me to get up that we might read the second together before dinner. May I rise in your presence? Why not? A man has need of very little care to observe the laws of decency. Then please give me that shirt. She proceeded to unfold it, and then put it over my head, smiling all the time. I will do the same for you at the first opportunity, said I. She blushed and answered, It's not nearly so far from you to me as it is from me to you. Divine Hebe, that is beyond my understanding. You speak like the Cumean Sibyls, or as if you were rendering oracles at your temple in Corinth. Had Hebe a temple at Corinth, Sardini never said so. But Apollodorus says so. It was an asylum as well as a temple. But come back to the point, and pray do not elude it. What you said is opposed to all the laws of geometry. The distance from you to me ought to be precisely the same as from me to you. Perhaps, then, I have said a stupid thing. Not at all, Hebe. You have an idea which may be right or wrong, but I want to bring it out. Come, tell me. Well, then, the two distances differ from each other with respect to the ascent and descent, or fall, if you like. Are not all bodies inclined to obey the laws of gravitation unless they are held back by a superior force? Certainly. And is it not the case that no bodies move in an upward direction unless they are impelled? Quite true. Then you must confess that since I am shorter than you, I should have to ascend to attain you, and ascension is always an effort, while if you wish to attain me, you have only to let yourself go, which is no effort whatever. Thus it is no risk at all for you to let me put on your shirt, but it would be a great risk for me if I allowed you to do the same service for me. I might be overwhelmed by your too rapid descent on me. Are you persuaded? Persuaded is not the word, fair Hebe. I am ravished in an ecstasy of admiration. Never was paradox so finely maintained. I might cavil and contest it, but I prefer to keep silence to admire and adore. Thank you, dear Iolas, but I want no favor. Tell me how you could disprove my argument. I should attack it on the point of height. You know you would not let me change your chemise even if I were a dwarf. Ah, dear Iolas, we cannot deceive each other. Would that heaven had destined me to be married to a man like you? Alas, why am I not worthy of aspiring to such a position? I do not know where the conversation would have landed us, but just then the Countess came to tell us that dinner was waiting, adding that she was glad to see we loved one another. Madly, said Clementine, but we are discreet. If you are discreet, you cannot love madly. True, Countess, said I, for the madness of love and wisdom cannot dwell together. I should rather say we are reasonable, for the mind may be grave while the heart's gay. We dined merrily together, then we played at cards, and in the evening we finished reading the Pastor Fido. When we were discussing the beauties of this delightful work, Clementine asked me if the 13th book of the Aeneid was fine. My dear Countess, it is quite worthless, and I only praised it to flatter the descendant of the author. However, the same writer made a poem on the tricks of countryfolk, which is by no means devoid of merit. But you are sleepy, and I am preventing you from undressing. Not at all. She took off her clothes in a moment with the greatest coolness, and did not indulge my licentious gaze in the least. She got into bed, and I sat beside her, whereupon she sat up again, and her sister turned her back upon us. The Pastor Fido was on her night table, and opening the book one proceeded to read the passage where Myrtio describes the sweetness of the kiss Amaryllis had given him, attuning my voice to the sentiment of the lines. Clementine seemed as much affected as I was, and I fastened my lips on hers. What happiness! She drew in the balm of my lips with delight and appeared to be free from alarm, so I was about to clasp her in my arms when she pushed me away with the utmost gentleness, begging me to spare her. This was modesty at bay. I begged her pardon, and taking her hand, breathed out upon it all the ecstasy of my lips. "You are trembling," said she, in a voice that did but increase the amorous tumult of my heart. "Yes, dearest Countess, and I assure you I tremble for fear of you. Good night, I am going, and my prayer must be that I may love you less." "Why so? To love less is to begin to hate. Do as I do, and pray that your love may grow and likewise the strength to resist it." I went to bed ill pleased with myself. I did not know whether I had gone too far or not far enough, but what did it matter? One thing was certain, I was sorry for what I had done, and that was always a thought which pained me. In Clementine, I saw a woman worthy of the deepest love and the greatest respect, and I knew not how I could cease to love her, nor yet how I could continue loving her without the reward which every faithful lover hopes to win. If she loves me, I said to myself, she cannot refuse me, but it is my part to beg and pray, and even to push her to an extremity that she may find an excuse for her defeat. A lover's duty is to oblige the woman he loves to surrender at discretion, and love always absolves him for so doing. According to this argument, which I colored to suit my passions, Clementine could not refuse me unless she did not love me, and I determined to put her to the proof. I was strengthened in this resolve by the wish to free myself from the state of excitement I was in, and I was sure that if she continued obdurate I should soon get cured. But at the same time, I shuddered at the thought. The idea of my no longer loving Clementine seemed to me an impossibility and a cruelty. After a troubled night, I rose early and went to wish her good morning. She was still asleep, but her sister Eleanor was dressing. "My sister," said she, "read till 3 o'clock this morning. Now that she has so many books, she is getting quite mad over them. Let us play a trick on her, get into the bed beside her. It will be amusing to see her surprise when she wakes up." "But do you think she will take it as a joke?" "She won't be able to help laughing. Besides, you're dressed." The opportunity was too tempting, and taking off my dressing gown, I gently crept into the bed, and Eleanor covered me up to my neck. She laughed, but my heart was beating rapidly. I could not give the affair the appearance of a joke, and I hoped Clementine would be some time before she awoke that I might have time to compose myself. I had been in this position for about 5 minutes, when Clementine, half asleep and half awake, turned over and stretching out her arm gave me a hasty kiss, thinking I was her sister. She then fell asleep again in the same position. I should have stayed still long enough, for her warm breath played on my face and gave me a foretaste of ambrosia, but Eleanor could restrain herself no longer, and bursting into a peal of laughter, forced Clementine to open her eyes. Nevertheless, she did not discover that she held me in her arms till she saw her sister standing laughing beside the bed. "This is a fine trick," said she. "You are two charmers indeed." This quiet reception gave me back my self-composure, and I was able to play my part properly. "You see," said I have had a kiss from my sweet Hebe." I thought I was giving it to my sister. Tease the kiss that Amaryllis gave to Mystio. It comes to the same thing. The kiss has produced its effects, and Iola's is young again. "Dear Eleanor, you have gone too far, for we love each other, and I was dreaming of him." "No, no," said her sister, "Iola's is dressed. Look." So saying, the little wanton with a swift movement uncovered me, but at the same time she uncovered her sister, and Clementine with a little scream veiled the charms which my eyes had devoured for a moment. I had seen all, but as one sees lightning. I had seen the cornice and the frieze of the altar of love. Eleanor then went out, and I remained gazing at the treasure I desired, but did not dare to seize. At last I broke the silence. "Dearest Hebe," said I, "you are certainly fairer than the cupbearer of the gods. I have just seen what must have been seen when Hebe was falling, and if I had been Jupiter, I should have changed my mind. Sardini told me that Jupiter drove Hebe away, and now I ought to drive Jupiter away out of revenge. Yes, but my angel, I am Iola's and not Jupiter. I adore you, and I seek to quench the desires which torture me. This is a trick between you and Eleanor. My dearest, it was all pure chance. I thought I should find you dressed, and I went in to wish you good day. You were asleep and your sister was dressing. I gazed at you, and Eleanor suggested that I should lie down beside you to enjoy your astonishment when you awoke. I ought to be grateful to her for a pleasure which has turned out so pleasantly, but the beauties she discovered to me surpass all the ideas I had formed on the subject. My charming Hebe will not refuse to pardon me. No, since all is the effect of chance. But it is curious that when one loves passionately, one always feels inquisitive concerning the person of the beloved object. It is a very natural feeling, dearest. Love itself is a kind of curiosity, if it be lawful to put curiosity in the rank of the passions, but you have not that feeling about me. No, for fear you might disappoint me, for I love you, and I want everything to speak in your favor. I know you might be disappointed, and consequently I must do everything in my power to preserve your good opinion. Then you are satisfied with me. Surely, I am a good architect, and I think you are grandly built. Stay, Iolas, do not touch me. It is enough that you have seen me. Alas, it is by touching that one rectifies the mistakes of the eyes, one judges thus of smoothness and solidity. Let me kiss these two fair sources of life. I prefer them to the 100 breasts of Cybele, and I am not jealous of Athes. You are wrong there. Sardini told me that it was Diana of Ephesus who had the 100 breasts. How could I help laughing to hear mythology issuing from Clementine's mouth at such a moment? Could any lover foresee such an incident? I pressed with my hand her alabaster breast, and yet the desire of knowledge subdued love in the heart of Clementine. But far from mistaking her condition, I thought it a good omen. I told her that she was perfectly right, and that I was wrong, and a feeling of literary vanity prevented her opposing my pressing with my lips a rosy bud, which stood out in relief against the alabaster sphere. You apply your lips in vain, my dear Jolas, the land is barren, but what are you swallowing? The quintessence of a kiss. I think you must have swallowed something of me, since you have given me a pleasurable sensation I have never before experienced. Dear Hebe, you make me happy. I am glad to hear it, but I think the kiss on the lips is much better. Certainly, because the pleasure is reciprocal, and consequently greater. You teach by precept and example too. Cruel teacher. Enough, this pleasure is too sweet. Love must be looking at us and laughing. Why should we not let him enjoy a victory, which would make us both happier? Because such happiness is not built on a sure foundation. No, no, put your arms down. If we can kill each other with kisses, let us kiss on, but let us use no other arms. After our lips had clung to each other cruelly but sweetly, she paused, and gazing at me with eyes full of passion, she begged me to leave her alone. The situation in which I found myself is impossible to describe. I deplored the prejudice which had constrained me, and I wept with rage. I cooled myself by making a toilette which was extremely necessary, and returned to her room. She was writing. I am delighted to see you back, said she. I am full of the poetic frenzy, and propose to tell the story of the victory we have gained in verse. A sad victory, abhorred by love, hateful to nature. That will do nicely. We'll each write a poem, I to celebrate the victory and you to deplore it, but you look sad. I am in pain, but as the masculine anatomy is unknown to you, I cannot explain matters. Clementine did not reply, but I could see that she was affected. I suffered a dull pain in that part which prejudice had made me hold a prisoner, while love and nature bade me give it perfect freedom. Sleep was the only thing which would restore the balance of my constitution. We went down to dinner, but I could not eat. I could not attend to the reading of the translation which M. Viggy had brought with him, and I even forgot to compliment him upon it. I begged the Count to hold the bank for me, and asked the company to allow me to lie down. Nobody could tell what was the matter with me, though Clementine might have her suspicions. At supper-time Clementine, accompanied by a servant, brought me a delicate cold collation, and told me that the bank had won. It was the first time it had done so, for I had always taken care to play a losing game. I made a good supper, but remained still melancholy and silent. When I had finished, Clementine bade me good night, saying that she was going to write her poem. I, too, was in the vein. I finished my poem and made a fair copy of it before I went to bed. In the morning, Clementine came to see me and gave me her piece, which I read with pleasure, though I suspect that the delight my praises gave was equal to mine. Then came the turn of my composition, and before long I noticed that the picture of my sufferings was making a profound impression on her. Big tears rolled down her cheeks, and from her eyes shot forth tender glances. When I had finished, I had the happiness of hearing her say that if she had known that part of physiology better, she would not have behaved so. We took a cup of chocolate together, and I then begged her to lie down beside me in bed without undressing, and to treat me as I had treated her the day before, that she might have some experience of the martyrdom I had sung in my verses. She smiled and agreed, on the condition that I should do nothing to her. It was a cruel condition, but it was the beginning of victory, and I had to submit. I had no reason to repent of my submission, for I enjoyed the despotism she exercised on me, and the pain she must be in that I did nothing to her, whilst I would not let her see the charms which she held in her hands. In vain, I excited her to satisfy herself, to refuse her desires nothing, but she persisted in maintaining that she did not wish to go any further. "Your enjoyment cannot be so great as mine," said I, but her subtle wit never left her without a reply. "Then," said she, "you have no right to ask me to pity you." The test, however, was too sharp for her. She left me in a state of great excitement, giving me a kiss which took all doubts away, and saying that in love we must be all or nothing. We spent the day in reading, eating, and walking, and in converse grave and gay. I could not see, however, that my suit had progressed, as far as the events of the morning seemed to indicate. She wanted to reverse the medal of Aristippus, who said, in speaking of Lois, "I possess her, but she does not possess me." She wanted to be my mistress, without my being her master. I ventured to bewail my fate a little, but that did not seem to advance my cause. 3 or 4 days after, I asked Clementine in the presence of her sister to let me lie in bed beside her. This is the test proposed to a nun, a widow, a girl afraid of consequences, and it nearly always succeeds. I took a packet of fine English letters and explained their use to her. She took them, examined them attentively, and after a burst of laughter declared them to be scandalous, disgusting, horrible, in which anathema her sister joined. In vain, I tried to plead their utility in defense, but Clementine maintained that there was no trusting them, and pushed her finger into one so strongly that it burst with a loud crack. I had to give way and put my specialties in my pocket, and her final declaration was that such things made her shudder. I wished them good night and retired in some confusion. I pondered over Clementine's strange resistance, which could only mean that I had not inspired her with sufficient love. I resolved on overcoming her by an almost infallible method. I would procure her pleasures that were new to her without sparing expense. I could think of nothing better than to take the whole family to Milan and to give them a sumptuous banquet at my pastrycook's. "I will take them there," I said to myself, "without saying a word about our destination till we are on our way, for if I were to name Milan, the Count might feel bound to tell his Spanish countess, that she might have an opportunity of making the acquaintance of her sisters-in-law, and this would vex me to the last degree." The party would be a great treat to the sisters, who had never been in Milan, and I resolved to make the expedition as splendid as I possibly could. When I awoke the next morning, I wrote to Zenobia to buy 3 dresses of the finest Lyons silk for 3 young ladies of rank. I sent the necessary measurements and instructions as to the trimming. The Countess Ambrose's dress was to be white satin with a rich border of Valenciennes lace. I also wrote to M. Greppi, asking him to pay for Zenobia's purchases. I told her to take the 3 dresses to my private lodgings and lay them upon the bed, and give the landlord a note I enclosed. This note ordered him to provide a banquet for 8 persons, without sparing expense. On the day and hour appointed, Zenobia was to be at the pastrycook's ready to wait on the 3 ladies. I sent the letter by Clermont, who returned before dinner, bearing a note from Zenobia assuring me that all my wishes should be carried out. After dessert, I broached my plan to the Countess, telling her that I wanted to give a party like the one at Lodi, but on 2 conditions. The first, that no one was to know our destination till we were in the carriages, and the second, that after dinner we should return to St. Angelo. Out of politeness, the Countess looked at her husband before accepting the invitation, but he cried out, without ceremony, that he was ready to go if I took the whole family. "Very good," said I. "We will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and nobody need be at any trouble. The carriages are ordered." I felt obliged to include the canon, because he was a great courtier of the Countess, and also because he lost money to me every day, and thus it was he, in fact, who was going to pay for the expedition. That evening he lost 300 sequins and was obliged to ask me to give him 3 days' grace to pay the money. I replied by assuring him that all I had was at his service. When the company broke up, I offered my hand to Hebe and escorted her and her sister to their room. We had begun to read Fontenelle's Plurality of Worlds, and I had thought we should finish it that night. But Clementine said that as she had to get up early, she would want to get to sleep early also. "You are right, dearest Hebe. Do you go to bed, and I will read to you." She made no objection, so I took the Ariosto and began to read the history of the Spanish princess who fell in love with Bradamante. I thought that by the time I had finished Clementine would be ardent, but I was mistaken. Both she and her sister seemed pensive. "What is the matter with you, dearest? Has Rixardetto displeased you?" "Not at all, he has pleased me, and in the princess's place I should have done the same. But we shall not sleep all night, and it is your fault." "What have I done, pray?" "Nothing, but you can make us happy, and give us a great proof of your friendship." "Speak, then, what is it you want of me? I would do anything to please you. My life is yours, you shall sleep soundly." "Well then, tell us where we are going tomorrow." "Have I not already said that I would tell you just as we are going?" "Yes, but that won't do. We want to know now, and if you won't tell us we shan't sleep all night, and we shall look frightful tomorrow." "I should be so sorry, but I don't think that you could look frightful." "You don't think we can keep a secret? It is nothing very important, is it?" "No, it is not very important, but all the same it is a secret." "It would be dreadful if you refused me." "Dearest Hebe, how can I refuse you anything? I confess freely that I have been wrong in keeping you waiting so long. Here is my secret. You are to dine with me tomorrow." "With you, where?" "Milan." In their immoderate joy, they got out of bed, and without caring for their state of undress, threw their arms round my neck, covered me with kisses, clasped me to their breasts, and finally sat down on my knees. "We have never seen Milan," they cried, "and it has been the dream of our lives to see that splendid town. How often I have been put to the blush when I have been forced to confess that I have never been to Milan." "It makes me very happy," said Hebe, "but my happiness is troubled by the idea that we shall see nothing of the town, for we shall have to return after dinner. It is cruel. Are we to go 15 miles to Milan only to dine and come back again? At least we must see our sister-in-law." "I have foreseen all your objections, and that was the reason I made a mystery of it, but it has been arranged. You don't like it? Speak and tell me your pleasure." "Of course we like it, dear Yolas. The party will be charming, and perhaps, if we knew all, the very conditions are all for the best." "It may be so, but I may not tell you any more now." "And we will not press you." In an ecstasy of joy, she began to embrace me again, and Elinor said that she would go to sleep so as to be more on the alert for the morrow. This was the best thing she could have done. I knew the fortunate hour was at hand, and exciting Clementine by my fiery kisses, and drawing nearer and nearer, at last I was in full possession of the temple I had so long desired to attain. Hebe's pleasure and delight kept her silent. She shared my ecstasies, and mingled her happy tears with mine. I spent 2 hours in this manner, and then went to bed, impatient to renew the combat on the following day more at my ease and with greater comfort. At 8 o'clock we were all assembled round the breakfast table, but in spite of my high spirits, I could not make the rest of the company share them. All were silent and pensive. Curiosity showed itself on every face. Clementine and her sister pretended to partake the general feeling, and were silent like the rest, while I looked on and enjoyed their expectancy. Claremont, who had fulfilled my instructions to the letter, came in and told us that the carriages were at the door. I asked my guests to follow me, and they did so in silence. I put the Countess and Clementine in my carriage, the latter holding the baby on her lap, her sister, and the 3 gentlemen being seated in the other carriage. I called out with a laugh, "Drive to Milan." "Milan, Milan," they exclaimed with one voice. "Capital, capital." Claremont galloped in front of us and went off. Clementine pretended to be astonished, but her sister looked as if she had known something of our destination before. All care, however, had disappeared, and the highest spirits prevailed. We stopped at a village halfway between St. Angelo and Milan to blow the horses, and everybody got down. What will my wife say? Asked the Count. Nothing, for she will not know anything about it, and if she does, I am the only guilty party. You are to dine with me in a suite of rooms which I have occupied incognito since I have been at Milan, for you will understand that I could not have my wants attended to at your house, where the place is already taken. And how about Zenobia? Zenobia was a lucky chance, and is a very nice girl, but she would not suffice for my daily fare. You are a lucky fellow. I try to make myself comfortable. My dear husband, said the Countess Ambrose, you proposed a visit to Milan 2 years ago, and the Chevalier proposed it a few hours ago, and now we are on our way. Yes, sweetheart, but my idea was that we should spend a month there. If you want to do that, said I will see to everything. Thank you, my dear sir, you are really a wonderful man. You do me too much honor, Count. There is nothing wonderful about me, except that I execute easily an easy task. Yes, but you will confess that a thing may be difficult from the way in which we regard it, or from the position in which we find ourselves. You are quite right. When we were again on our way, the Countess said, You must confess, sir, that you are a very fortunate man. I do not deny it, my dear Countess, but my happiness is due to the company I find myself in. If you were to expel me from yours, I should be miserable. You are not the kind of man to be expelled from any society. That is a very kindly compliment. Say rather, a very true one. I am happy to hear you say so, but it would be both foolish and presumptuous for me to say so myself. Thus we made merry on our way, above all at the expense of the canon, who had been begging the Countess to intercede with me to give him leave to absent himself half an hour. I want to call on a lady, said he. I should lose her favor forever if she came to know that I had been in Milan without paying her a visit. You must submit to the conditions, replied the amiable Countess, so don't count on my intercession. We got to Milan exactly at noon and stepped out at the pastry cook's door. The landlady begged the Countess to confide her child to her care and showed her a bosom which proved her fruitfulness. This offer was made at the foot of the stairs, and the Countess accepted it with charming grace and dignity. It was a delightful episode, which chance had willed should adorn the entertainment I had invented. Everybody seemed happy, but I was the happiest of all. Happiness is purely a creature of the imagination. If you wish to be happy, fancy that you are so, though I confess that circumstances favorable to this state are often beyond our control. On the other hand, unfavorable circumstances are mostly the result of our own mistakes. The Countess took my arm, and we led the way into my room, which I found exquisitely neat and clean. As I had expected, Zenobia was there, but I was surprised to see Croce's mistress, looking very pretty. However, I pretended not to know her. She was well dressed, and her face, free from the sadness it had borne before, was so seductive in its beauty that I felt vexed at her appearance at that particular moment. Here are 2 pretty girls, said the Countess. Who are you, pray? We are the Chevalier's humble servants, said Zenobia, and we are here only to wait on you. Zenobia had taken it on herself to bring her lodger, who began to speak Italian, and looked at me in doubt, fearing that I was displeased at her presence. I had to reassure her by saying I was very glad she had come with Zenobia. These words were as balm to her heart. She smiled again, and became more beautiful than ever. I felt certain that she would not remain unhappy long. It was impossible to behold her without one's interest being excited in her favor. A bill signed by the Graces can never be protested. Anyone with eyes and a heart honors it at sight. My humble servants took the ladies' cloaks and followed them into the bedroom, where the 3 dresses were laid out on a table. I only knew the white satin and lace, for that was the only one I had designed. The Countess, who walked before her sisters, was the first to notice it, and exclaimed, What a lovely dress! To whom does it belong, M. de Seingalt? You ought to know. Certainly, it belongs to your husband, who can do what he likes with it, and I hope, if he gives it you, you will take it. Take it, Count, it is yours, and if you refuse, I will positively kill myself. We love you too well to drive you to an act of despair. The idea is worthy of your nobility of heart. I take your beautiful present with one hand, and with the other I deliver it to her to whom it really belongs. What, dear husband, is this beautiful dress really mine? Whom am I to thank? I thank you both, and I must put it on for dinner. The two others were not made of such rich materials, but they were more showy, and I was delighted to see Clementine's longing gaze fixed upon the one I had intended for her. Eleanor in her turn admired the dress that had been made for her. The first was in shot satin and ornamented with lovely wreaths of flowers. The second was sky blue satin with 1,000 flowers scattered all over it. Zenobia took upon herself to say that the first was for Clementine. How do you know? It is the longer, and you are taller than your sister. That is true, it is really mine then, said she, turning to me. If I may hope that you will deign to accept it. Surely, dear Yolas, and I will put it on directly. Eleanor maintained that her dress was the prettier, and said she was dying to put it on. Very good, I exclaimed in high glee. We will leave you to dress, and here are your maids. I went out with the two brothers and the canon, and I remarked that they looked quite confused. No doubt they were pondering the prodigality of gamesters, light come, light go. I did not interrupt their thoughts, for I love to astonish people. I confess it was a feeling of vanity which raised me above my fellow men, at least in my own eyes, but that was enough for me. I should have despised anyone who told me that I was laughed at, but I dare say it was only the truth. I was in the highest spirits, and they soon proved infectious. I embraced Count Ambrose affectionately, begging his pardon for having presumed to make the family a few small presents, and I thanked his brother for having introduced me to them. You have all given me such a warm welcome, I added, that I felt obliged to give you some small proof of my gratitude. The fair countesses soon appeared, bedecked with smiles and their gay attire. You must have contrived to take our measures, said they, but we cannot imagine how you did it. The funniest thing is, said the eldest, that you have had my dress made so that it can be let out when necessary without destroying the shape. But what a beautiful piece of trimming! It is worth 4 times as much as the dress itself. Clementine could not keep away from the looking-glass. She fancied that in the colors of her dress, rose and green, I had indicated the characteristics of the youthful Hebe. Eleanor still maintained that her dress was the prettiest of all. I was delighted with the pleasure of my fair guests, and we sat down to table with excellent appetites. The dinner was extremely choice, but the finest dish of all was a dish of oysters, which the landlord had dressed a la maître d'hôtel. We enjoyed them immensely. We finished off 300 of them, for the ladies relished them extremely, and the canon seemed to have an insatiable appetite, and we washed down the dishes with numerous bottles of champagne. We stayed at table for 3 hours, drinking, singing, and jesting, while my humble servants, whose beauty almost rivaled that of my guests, waited upon us. Towards the end of the meal, the pastry cook's wife came in with the countess's baby on her breast. This was a dramatic stroke. The mother burst into a cry of joy, and the woman seemed quite proud of having suckled the scion of so illustrious a house for nearly 4 hours. It is well known that women, even more than men, are wholly under the sway of the imagination. Who can say that this woman, simple and honest like the majority of the lower classes, did not think that her own offspring would be ennobled by being suckled at the breast which had nourished a young count? Such an idea is, no doubt, foolish, but that is the very reason why it is dear to the hearts of the people. We spent another hour in taking coffee and punch, and then the ladies went to change their clothes again. Zenobia took care that their new ones should be carefully packed in cardboard boxes and placed under the seat of my carriage. Croce's abandoned mistress found an opportunity of telling me that she was very happy with Zenobia. She asked me when we were to go. You will be at Marseilles, said I, pressing her hand, a fortnight after Easter at latest. Zenobia had told me that the girl had an excellent heart, behaved very discreetly, and that she should be very sorry to see her go. I gave Zenobia 12 sequins for the trouble she had taken. I was satisfied with everything and paid the worthy pastry cook's bill. I noticed we had emptied no less than 20 bottles of champagne, though it is true that we drank very little of any other wine, as the ladies preferred it. I loved and was beloved, my health was good, I had plenty of money, which I spent freely. In fine, I was happy. I love to say so in defiance of those sour moralists who pretend that there is no true happiness on this earth. It is the expression on this earth which makes me laugh, as if it were possible to go anywhere else in search of happiness. Mors ultima linea rerum est. Yes, death is the end of all, for after death man has no senses, but I do not say that the soul shares the fate of the body. No one should dogmatize on uncertainties, and after death everything is doubtful. It was 7 o'clock when we began our journey home, which we reached at midnight. The journey was so pleasant that it seemed to us but short. The champagne, the punch, and the pleasure had warmed my two fair companions, and by favor of the darkness I was able to amuse myself with them, though I loved Clementine too well to carry matters very far with her sister. When we alighted, we wished each other good night, and everybody retired to his or her room, myself excepted, for I spent several happy hours with Clementine, which I can never forget. "Do you think," said she, "that I shall be happy when you have left me all alone?" "Dearest Hebe, both of us will be unhappy for the first few days, but then philosophy will step in and soften the bitterness of parting without lessening our love." Soften the bitterness? I do not think any philosophy can work such a miracle. I know that you, dear sophist, will soon console yourself with other girls. Don't think me jealous. I should abhor myself if I thought I was capable of so vile a passion, but I should despise myself if I was capable of seeking consolation in your way. I shall be in despair if you entertain such ideas of me. They are natural, however. Possibly, what you call other girls can never expel your image from my breast. The chief of them is the wife of a tailor, and the other is a respectable young woman, whom I am going to take back to Marseille, whence she has been decoyed by her wretched seducer. From henceforth to death, you and you alone will reign in my breast. And if, led astray by my senses, I ever press another in these arms, I shall soon be punished for an act of infidelity in which my mind will have no share. I, at all events, will never need to repent in that fashion. But I cannot understand how, with your love for me, and holding me in your arms, you can even contemplate the possibility of becoming unfaithful to me. I don't contemplate it, dearest. I merely take it as an hypothesis. I don't see much difference. What reply could I make? There was reason in what Clementine said, though she was deceived, but her mistakes were due to her love. My love was so ardent as to be blind to possible, nay, certain, infidelities. The only circumstance which made me more correct in my estimate of the future than she was that this was by no means my first love affair. But if my readers have been in the same position, as I suppose most of them have, they will understand how difficult it is to answer such arguments coming from a woman one wishes to render happy. The keenest wit has to remain silent and to take refuge in kisses. "Would you like to take me away with you?" said she. "I am ready to follow you, and it would make me happy. If you love me, you ought to be enchanted for your own sake. Let us make each other happy, dearest. I could not dishonor your family. Do you not think me worthy of becoming your wife? You are worthy of a crown, and it is I who am all unworthy of possessing such a wife. You must know that I have nothing in the world except my fortune, and that may leave me tomorrow. By myself, I do not dread the reverses of fortune, but I should be wretched if, after linking your fate with mine, you were forced to undergo any privation. I think I know not why that you can never be unfortunate, and that you cannot be happy without me. Your love is not so ardent as mine, you have not so great a faith. My angel, if my fate is weaker than yours, that is the result of cruel experience which makes me tremble for the future. Affrighted love loses its strength, but gains reason. Cruel reason, must we then prepare to part? We must indeed, dearest. It is a hard necessity, but my heart will still be thine. I shall go away your fervent adorer, and if fortune favors me in England, you will see me again next year. I will buy an estate wherever you like, and it shall be yours on your wedding day. Our children and literature will be our delights. What a happy prospect, a golden vision indeed. I would that I might fall asleep dreaming thus, and wake not till that blessed day, or wake only to die if it is not to be. But what shall I do if you have left me with child? Divine Hebe, you need not fear. I have managed that. Managed? I did not think of that, but I see what you mean, and I am very much obliged to you. Alas, perhaps after all it would have been better if you had not taken any precautions, for surely you are not born for my misfortune, and you could never have abandoned the mother and the child. You are right, sweetheart, and if before 2 months have elapsed you find any signs of pregnancy in spite of my precautions, you have only to write to me, and whatever my fortunes may be, I will give you my hand and legitimize our offspring. You would certainly be marrying beneath your station, but you would not be the less happy for that, would you? No, no, to bear your name, and to win your hand would be the crowning of all my hopes. I should never repent of giving myself wholly to you. You make me happy. All of us love you, all say that you are happy, and that you deserve your happiness. What praise is this? You cannot tell how my heart beats when I hear you lauded when you are away. When they say, I love you, I answer that I adore you, and you know that I do not lie. It was with such dialogues that we passed away the interval between our amorous transports on the last 5 or 6 nights of my stay. Her sister slept, or pretended to sleep. When I left Clementine, I went to bed and did not rise till late, and then I spent the whole day with her either in private or with the family. It was a happy time. How could I, as free as the air, a perfect master of my movements, of my own free will put my happiness away from me? I cannot understand it now. My luck had made me win all the worthy canon's money, which in turn I passed on to the family at the castle. Clementine alone would not profit by my inattentive play, but the last 2 days I insisted on taking her into partnership, and as the canon's bad luck still continued, she profited to the extent of 100 louis. The worthy monk lost 1,000 sequins, of which 700 remained in the family. This was paying well for the hospitality I had received, and as it was at the expense of the monk, though a worthy one, the merit was all the greater. The last night, which I spent entirely with the countess, was very sad. We must have died of grief if we had not taken refuge in the transports of love. Never was night better spent. Tears of grief and tears of love followed one another in rapid succession, and 9 times did I offer up sacrifice on the altar of the god, who gave me fresh strength to replace that which was exhausted. The sanctuary was full of blood and tears, but the desires of the priest and victim still cried for more. We had at last to make an effort and part. Eleanor had seized the opportunity of our sleeping for a few moments, and had softly risen and left us alone. We felt grateful to her, and agreed that she must either be very insensitive or have suffered torments in listening to our voluptuous combats. I left Clementine to her ablutions, of which she stood in great need, while I went to my room to make my toilette. When we appeared at the breakfast table, we looked as if we had been on the rack, and Clementine's eyes betrayed her feelings, but our grief was respected. I could not be gay in my usual manner, but no one asked me the reason. I promised to write to them and come and see them again the following year. I did write to them, but I left off doing so at London, because the misfortunes I experienced there made me lose all hope of seeing them again. I never did see any of them again, but I have never forgotten Clementine. 6 years later, when I came back from Spain, I heard to my great delight that she was living happily with Count N., whom she had married 3 years after my departure. She had 2 sons. The younger, who must now be 27, is in the Austrian army. How delighted I should be to see him. When I heard of Clementine's happiness, it was, as I have said, on my return from Spain, and my fortunes were at a low ebb. I went to see what I could do at Leghorn, and as I went through Lombardy I passed 4 miles from the estate where she and her husband resided, but I had not the courage to go and see her. Perhaps I was right. But I must return to the thread of my story. I felt grateful to Eleanor for her kindness to us, and I had resolved to leave her some memorial of me. I took her apart for a moment, and drawing a fine cameo, representing the god of silence, off my finger, I placed it on hers, and then rejoined the company, without giving her an opportunity to thank me. The carriage was ready to take me away, and everyone was waiting to see me off, but my eyes filled with tears. I sought for Clementine in vain. She had vanished. I pretended to have forgotten something in my room, and going to my Hebe's chamber I found her in a terrible state, choking with sobs. I pressed her to my breast, and mingled my tears with hers, and then laying her gently in her bed, and snatching a last kiss from her trembling lips, I tore myself away from a place full of such sweet and agonizing memories. I thanked and embraced everyone, the good canon amongst others, and whispering to Eleanor to see to her sister, I jumped into the carriage beside the Count. We remained perfectly silent, and slept nearly the whole of the way. We found the Marquis Triolzi and the Countess together, and the former immediately sent for a dinner for 4. I was not much astonished to find that the Countess had found out about our being at Milan, and at first She seemed inclined to let us feel the weight of her anger. But the Count, always fertile in expedients, told her that it was delicacy on my part not to tell her, as I was afraid she would be put out with such an incursion of visitors. At dinner I said that I should soon be leaving for Genoa, and for my sorrow the Marquis gave me a letter of introduction to the notorious Signora Isolabella, while the Countess gave me a letter to her kinsman, the Bishop of Tortona. My arrival at Milan was well timed. Therese was on the point of going to Palermo, and I just succeeded in seeing her before she left. I talked to her of the wish of Cesarino to go to sea, and I did all in my power to make her yield to his inclinations. "I am leaving him at Milan," said she. "I know how he got this idea into his head, but I will never give my consent. I hope I shall find him wiser by the time I come back." She was mistaken. My son never altered his mind, and in 15 years my readers will hear more of him. I settled my accounts with Greppi and took 2 bills of exchange on Marseille, and one of 10,000 francs on Genoa, where I did not think I would have to spend much money. In spite of my luck at play, I was poorer by 1,000 sequins when I left Milan than when I came there, but my extravagant expenditure must be taken into account. I spent all my afternoons with the fair Marchioness, sometimes alone and sometimes with her cousin, but with my mind full of grief for Clementine, she no longer charmed me as she had done 3 weeks ago. I had no need to make any mystery about the young lady I was going to take with me, so I sent Clermont for her small trunk, and at 8 o'clock on the morning of my departure, she waited on me at the Count's. I kissed the hand of the woman who had attempted my life and thanked her for her hospitality, to which I attributed the good reception I had had at Milan. I then thanked the Count, who said once more that he should never cease to be grateful to me, and thus I left Milan on the 20th of March, 1763. I never revisited that splendid capital. The young lady, whom out of respect for her and her family I called Crossan, was charming. There was an air of nobility and high-bred reserve about her which bore witness to her excellent upbringing. As I sat next to her, I congratulated myself on my immunity from love of her, but the reader will guess that I was mistaken. I told Clermont that she was to be called my niece and to be treated with the utmost respect. I had had no opportunity of conversing with her, so the first thing I did was to test her intelligence, and though I had not the slightest intention of paying my court to her, I felt that it would be well to inspire her with friendship and confidence as far as I was concerned. The scar which my late amours had left was still bleeding, and I was glad to think that I should be able to restore the young Marseillaise to the paternal hearth without any painful partings or vain regrets. I enjoyed in advance my meritorious action, and I was quite vain to see my self-restraint come to such a pitch that I was able to live in close intimacy with a pretty girl without any other desire than that of rescuing her from the shame into which she might have fallen if she had traveled alone. She felt my kindness to her and said, "I am sure M. de la Croix would not have abandoned me if he had not met you at Milan. You are very charitable, but I am unable to share in your good opinion. To my mind, Croce has behaved in a rascally manner, to say the least of it, for in spite of your many charms, he had no right to count on me in the matter. I will not say that he openly scorned you, since he might have acted from despair, but I am sure he must have ceased to love you, or he could never have abandoned you thus. I am sure of the contrary. He saw that he had no means of providing for me, and he had to choose between leaving me and killing himself. Not at all. He ought to have sold all he had and sent you back to Marseille. Your journey to Genoa would not have cost much, and thence you could have gone to Marseille by sea. Croce counted on my having been interested in your pretty face, and he was right, but you must see that he exposed you to a great risk. You must not be offended if I tell you the plain truth. If your face had not inspired me with a lively interest in you, I should have only felt ordinary compassion on reading your appeal, and this would not have been enough to force me to great sacrifices of time and trouble. But I have no business to be blaming Croce. You are hurt. I see you are still in love with him. I confess it, and I pity him. As for myself, I only pity my cruel destiny. I shall never see him again, but I shall never love anyone else, for my mind is made up. I shall go into a convent and expiate my sins. My father will pardon me, for he is a man of an excellent heart. I have been the victim of love, my will was not my own. The seductive influence of passion ravished my reason from me, and the only thing that I blame myself for is for not having fortified my mind against it. Otherwise, I cannot see that I have sinned deeply, but I confess I have done wrong. You would have gone with Croce from Milan if he had asked you, even on foot. Of course, it would have been my duty, but he would not expose me to the misery that he saw before us. Nay, you were miserable enough already. I am sure that if you meet him at Marseille, you will go with him again. Never, I begin to get back my reason. I am free once more, and the day will come when I shall thank God for having forgot him. Her sincerity pleased me, and as I knew too well the power of love, I pitied her from my heart. For 2 hours, she told me the history of her unfortunate amour, and as she told it well, I began to take a liking for her. We reached Tortona in the evening, and with the intention of sleeping there I told Clermont to get us a supper to my taste. While we were eating it, I was astonished at my false niece's wit, and she made a good match for me at the meal, for she had an excellent appetite, and drank as well as any girl of her age. As we were leaving the table, she made a jest which was so much to the point that I burst out laughing, and her conquest was complete. I embraced her in the joy of my heart, and finding my kiss ardently returned, I asked her without any circumlocution if she was willing that we should content ourselves with one bed. At this invitation her face fell, and she replied, with an air of submission which kills desire. Alas, you can do what you like. If liberty is a precious thing, it is most precious of all in love. There is no need for this disobedience. You have inspired me with a tender passion, but if you don't share my feelings, my love for you shall be stifled at its birth. There are 2 beds here, as you see. You can choose which one you will sleep in. Then I will sleep in that one, but I shall be very sorry if you are not so kind to me in the future as you have been in the past. Don't be afraid, you shall not find me unworthy of your esteem. Good night, we shall be good friends. Early the next morning I sent the Countess's letter to the bishop, and an hour afterwards, as I was at breakfast, an old priest came to ask me and the lady with me to dine with my lord. The Countess's letter did not say anything about a lady, but the prelate, who was a true Spaniard and very polite, felt that as I could not leave my real or false niece alone in the inn, I should not have accepted the invitation if she had not been asked as well. Probably my lord had heard of the lady through his footmen, who in Italy are a sort of spies, who entertain their masters with the scandalous gossip of the place. A bishop wants something more than his breviary to amuse him now that the apostolic virtues have grown old-fashioned and out of date. In short, I accepted the invitation, charging the priest to present my respects to his lordship. My niece was delightful, and treated me as if I had no right to feel any resentment for her having preferred her own bed to mine. I was pleased with her behavior, for now that my head was cool, I felt that she would have degraded herself if she had acted otherwise. My vanity was not even wounded, which is so often the case under similar circumstances. Self-love and prejudice prevent a woman yielding till she has been assiduously courted, whereas I had asked her to share my bed in an offhand manner, as if it were a mere matter of form. However, I should not have done it unless it had been for the fumes of the champagne and the Sommard, with which we had washed down the delicious supper mine host had supplied us with. She had been flattered by the bishop's invitation, but she did not know whether I had accepted for her as well as myself, and when I told her that we were going out to dinner together, she was wild with joy. She made a careful toilette, looking very well for a traveler, and at noon my lord's carriage came to fetch us. The prelate was a tall man, 2 inches taller than myself, and in spite of the weight of his 80 years, he looked well and seemed quite active, though grave as became a Spanish grandee. He received us with a politeness which was almost French, and when my niece would have kissed his hand, according to custom, he affectionately drew it back and gave her a magnificent cross of amethysts and brilliants to kiss. She kissed it with devotion, saying, "This is what I love." She looked at me as she said it, and the jest, which referred to her lover La Croix or Croce, surprised me. We sat down to dinner, and I found the bishop to be a pleasant and a learned man. We were 9 in all, 4 priests and 2 young gentlemen of the town, who behaved to my niece with great politeness, which she received with all the manner of good society. I noticed that the bishop, though he often spoke to her, never once looked at her face. My lord knew what danger lurked in those bright eyes, and like a prudent graybeard, he took care not to fall into the snare. After coffee had been served, we took leave, and in 4 hours we left Tortona, intending to lie at Novi. In the course of the afternoon, my fair niece amused me with the wit and wisdom of her conversation. While we were supping, I led the conversation up to the bishop, and then to religion, that I might see what her principles were. Finding her to be a good Christian, I asked her how she could allow herself to make a jest when she kissed the prelate's cross. It was a mere chance, she said. The equivocation was innocent because it was not premeditated, for if I had thought it over I should never have said such a thing. I pretended to believe her. She might possibly be sincere. She was extremely clever, and my love for her was becoming more and more ardent, but my vanity kept my passion in check. When she went to bed, I did not kiss her, but as her bed had no screen as at Tortona, she waited until she thought I was asleep to undress herself. We got to Genoa by noon the next day. Pagomas had got me some rooms and had forwarded me the address. I visited it and found the apartment to consist of 4 well-furnished rooms, thoroughly comfortable, as the English, who understand how to take their ease, call it. I ordered a good dinner and sent to tell Pagomas of my arrival. Volume 5, In London and Moscow. Episode 21, South of France. Chapter 1. I find Rosalie happy. The Signora Isolabella the cook, Birabiarin Pisano, in prison. My niece proves to be an old friend of Rosalie's. At Genoa, where he was known to all, Pagomas called himself Pisano. He introduced me to his wife and daughter, but they were so ugly and disgusting in every respect that I left them on some trifling pretext and went to dine with my new niece. Afterwards, I went to see the Marquis Grimaldi, for I longed to know what had become of Rosalie. The Marquis was away in Venice and was not expected back till the end of April. But one of his servants took me to Rosalie, who had become Madame Peretti 6 months after my departure. My heart beat fast as I entered the abode of this woman, of whom I had such pleasant recollections. I first went to M. Peretti in his shop, and he received me with a joyful smile, which showed me how happy he was. He took me to his wife directly, who cried out with delight and ran to embrace me. M. Peretti was busy and begged me to excuse him, saying his wife would entertain me. Rosalie showed me a pretty little girl of 6 months old, telling me that she was happy, that she loved her husband and was loved by him, that he was industrious and active in business, and under the patronage of the Marquis Grimaldi had prospered exceedingly. The peaceful happiness of marriage had improved her wonderfully. She had become a perfect beauty in every sense of the word. "My dear friend," she said, "you are very good to call on me directly you arrive, and I hope you will dine with us tomorrow. I owe all my happiness to you, and that is even a sweeter thought than the recollection of the passionate hours we have spent together. Let us kiss, but no more. My duty as an honest wife forbids me from going any further, so do not disturb the happiness you have given." I pressed her hand tenderly, to show that I assented to the conditions she laid down. "Oh, by the way," she suddenly exclaimed, "I have a pleasant surprise for you." She went out, and a moment afterward returned with Veronique, who had become her maid. I was glad to see her and embraced her affectionately, asking after Annette. She said her sister was well and was working with her mother. "I want her to come and wait on my niece while we are here," said I. At this Rosalie burst out laughing. "What, another niece? You have a great many relations, but as she is your niece, I hope you will bring her with you tomorrow." "Certainly, and all the more willingly as she is from Marseille." "From Marseille? Why, we might know each other. Not that that would matter, for all your nieces are discreet young persons. What is her name?" "Crossan." "I don't know it." "I dare say you don't. She is the daughter of a cousin of mine who lived at Marseille." "Tell that to someone else, but after all, what does it matter? You choose well, amuse yourself, and make them happy. It may be wisdom after all, and at any rate I congratulate you. I shall be delighted to see your niece, but if she knows me, you must see that she knows her part as well." On leaving Madame Peretti, I called on the Signora Isolabella and gave her the Marquis Triolzi's letter. Soon after she came into the room and welcomed me, saying that she had been expecting me, as Triolzi had written to her on the subject. She introduced me to the Marquis Agostino Grimaldi Delta Pietra, her Cicisbeoin chief, during the long absence of her husband, who lived at Lisbon. The signora's apartments were very elegant. She was pretty with small though regular features, her manner was pleasant, her voice sweet, and her figure well-shaped though too thin. She was nearly 30. I say nothing of her complexion, for her face was plastered with white and red, and so coarsely that these patches of paint were the first things that caught my attention. I was disgusted at this, in spite of her fine, expressive eyes. After an hour spent in question and reply, in which both parties were feeling their way, I accepted her invitation to come to supper on the following day. When I got back, I complimented my niece on the way in which she had arranged her room, which was only separated from mine by a small closet which I intended for her maid, who, I told her, was coming the next day. She was highly pleased with this attention, and it paved the way for my success. I also told her that the next day she was to dine with me at a substantial merchant, as my niece, and this piece of news made her quite happy. This girl whom Croce had infatuated and deprived of her senses was exquisitely beautiful, but more charming than all her physical beauties were the nobleness of her presence and the sweetness of her disposition. I was already madly in love with her, and I repented not having taken possession of her on the first day of our journey. If I had taken her at her word, I should have been a steadfast lover, and I do not think it would have taken me long to make her forget her former admirer. I had made but a small dinner, so I sat down to supper famishing with hunger. And as my niece had an excellent appetite, we prepared ourselves for enjoyment, but instead of the dishes being delicate, as we had expected, they were detestable. I told Claremont to send for the landlady, and she said that she could not help it, as everything had been done by my own cook. My cook, I repeated. Yes, sir, the one your secretary, M. Pisano, engaged for you. I could have got a much better one and a much cheaper one myself. Get one tomorrow. Certainly, but you must rid yourself and me of the present cook, for he has taken up his position here with his wife and children. Tell Pisano to send for him. I will do so, and in the meanwhile do you get me a fresh cook. I will try him the day after tomorrow. I escorted my niece into her room and begged her to go to bed without troubling about me, and so saying I took up the paper and began to read it. When I had finished, I went up to bed and said, "You might spare me the pain of having to sleep by myself." She lowered her eyes but said nothing, so I gave her a kiss and left her. In the morning, my fair niece came into my room just as Claremont was washing my feet, and begged me to let her have some coffee as chocolate made her hot. I told my man to go and fetch some coffee, and as soon as he was gone, she went down on her knees and would have wiped my feet. I cannot allow that, my dear young lady. Why not? It is a mark of friendship. That may be, but such marks cannot be given to anyone but your lover without your degrading yourself. She got up and sat down on a chair quietly, but saying nothing. Claremont came back again, and I proceeded with my toilette. The landlady came in with our breakfast, and asked my niece if she would like to buy a fine silk shawl made in the Genoese fashion. I did not let her be confused by having to answer, but told the landlady to let us see it. Soon after the milliner came in, but by that time I had given my young friend 20 Genoese sequins, telling her that she might use them for her private wants. She took the money, thanking me with much grace, and letting me imprint a delicious kiss on her lovely lips. I had sent away the milliner after having bought the shawl, when Pisano took it upon himself to remonstrate with me in the matter of the cook. "I engaged the man by your orders," said he, "for the whole time you stayed at Genoa, at 4 francs a day, with board and lodging. Where is my letter? Here it is. Get me a good cook. I will keep him while I stay in Genoa." Perhaps you did not remark the expression, a good cook. Well, this fellow is a very bad cook, and at all events, I am the best judge whether he is good or bad. You are wrong, for the man will prove his skill. He will cite you in the law courts and win his case. Then you have made a formal agreement with him. Certainly, and your letter authorized me to do so. Tell him to come up, I want to speak to him. While Pisano was downstairs, I told Claremont to go and fetch me an advocate. The cook came upstairs, I read the agreement, and I saw that it was worded in such a manner that I should be in the wrong legally, but I did not change my mind for all that. "Sir," said the cook, "I am skilled in my business, and I can get 4,000 Genoese to swear as much. That doesn't say much for their good taste, But whatever they may say, the execrable supper you gave me last night proves that you are only fit to keep a low eating house. As there is nothing more irritable than the feelings of a culinary artist, I was expecting a sharp answer. But just then, the advocate came in. He had heard the end of our dialogue and told me that not only would the man find plenty of witnesses to his skill, but that I should find a very great difficulty in getting anybody at all to swear to his want of skill. That may be, I replied, but as I stick to my own opinion and think his cooking horrible, he must go, for I want to get another, and I will pay that fellow as if he had served me the whole time. That won't do, said the cook. I will summon you before the judge and demand damages for defamation of character. At this my bile overpowered me, and I was going to seize him and throw him out of the window when Don Antonio Grimaldi came in. When he heard what was the matter, he laughed and said, with a shrug of his shoulders, "My dear sir, you had better not go into court, or you will be cast in costs, for the evidence is against you. Probably this man makes a slight mistake in believing himself to be an excellent cook, but the chief mistake is in the agreement, which ought to have stipulated that he should cook a trial dinner. The person who drew up the agreement is either a great knave or a great fool." At this, Pisano struck in his rude way, and told the nobleman that he was neither knave nor fool. "But you are cousin to the cook," said the landlady. This timely remark solved the mystery. I paid and dismissed the advocate, and having sent the cook out of the room, I said, "Do I owe you any money, Pisano?" "On the contrary, you paid me a month in advance, and there are 10 more days of the month to run. I will make you a present of the 10 days and send you away this very moment, unless your cousin does not leave my house today, and give you the foolish engagement which you signed in my name." "That's what I call cutting the Gordian knot," said M. Grimaldi. He then begged me to introduce him to the lady he had seen with me, and I did so, telling him she was my niece. "Signora Isola Bella will be delighted to see her." As the Marquis did not mention her in his letter, I did not take the liberty of bringing her. The Marquis left a few moments afterwards, and soon after Annette came in with her mother. The girl had developed in an incredible manner while I was away. Her cheeks blossomed like the rose, her teeth were white as pearls, and her breasts, though modestly concealed from view, were exquisitely rounded. I presented her to her mistress, whose astonishment amused me. Annette, who looked pleased to be in my service again, went to dress her new mistress, and, after giving a few sequins to the mother, I sent her away, and proceeded to make my toilette. Towards noon, just as I was going out with my niece to dine at Rosalie, my landlady brought me the agreement Pisano had made, and introduced the new cook. I ordered the next day's dinner, and went away much pleased with my comic victory. A brilliant company awaited us at the Peretti, but I was agreeably surprised on introducing my niece to Rosalie to see them recognize each other. They called each other by their respective names, and indulged in an affectionate embrace. After this, they retired to another room for a quarter of an hour, and returned looking very happy. Just then Peretti entered, and on Rosalie introducing him to my niece under her true name, he welcomed her in the most cordial manner. Her father was a correspondent of his, and drawing a letter he had just received from him from his pocket, he gave it to her to read. My niece read it eagerly, with tears in her eyes, and gave the signature a respectful pressure with her lips. This expression of filial love, which displayed all the feelings of her heart, moved me to such an extent that I burst into tears. Then, taking Rosalie aside, I begged her to ask her husband not to mention the fact to his correspondent that he had seen his daughter. The dinner was excellent, and Rosalie did the honors with that grace which was natural to her. However, the guests did not by any means pay her all their attentions, the greater portion of which was diverted in the direction of my supposed niece. Her father, a prosperous merchant of Marseille, was well known in the commercial circles of Genoa, and besides this, her wit and beauty captivated everybody, and one young gentleman fell madly in love with her. He was an extremely good match, and proved to be the husband whom heaven had destined for my charming friend. What a happy thought it was for me that I had been the means of rescuing her from the gulf of shame, misery, and despair, and placing her on the high road to happiness. I own that I have always felt a keener pleasure in doing good than in anything else, though, perhaps, I may not always have done good from strictly disinterested motives. When we rose from the table in excellent humor with ourselves and our surroundings, cards were proposed, and Rosalie, who knew my likings, said it must be Trent Quarante. This was agreed to, and we played till supper, nobody either winning or losing to any extent. We did not go till midnight, after having spent a very happy day. When we were in our room, I asked my niece how she had known Rosalie. I knew her at home. She and her mother used to bring linen from the wash. I always liked her. You must be nearly the same age. She is 2 years older than I am. I recognized her directly. What did she tell you? That it was you who brought her from Marseille and made her fortune. She has not made you the depositary of any other confidences. No, but there are some things which don't need telling. You are right, and what did you tell her? Only what she could have guessed for herself. I told her that you were not my uncle, and if she thought you were my lover, I was not sorry. You do not know how I have enjoyed myself today. You must have been born to make me happy. But how about La Croix? For heaven's sake, say nothing about him. This conversation increased my ardor. She called Annette, and I went to my room. As I had expected, Annette came to me as soon as her mistress was in bed. If the lady is really your niece, said she, may I hope that you still love me? Assuredly, dear Annette, I shall always love you. Undress and let us have a little talk. I had not long to wait, and in the course of 2 voluptuous hours, I quenched the flames that another woman had kindled in my breast. Next morning, Pisano came to tell me that he had arranged matters with the cook with the help of 6 sequins. I gave him the money and told him to be more careful for the future. I went to Rosalie, for my breakfast, which she was delighted to give me, and I asked her and her husband to dinner on the following day, telling her to bring any 4 persons she liked. Your decision, said I, will decide the fate of my cook. It will be his trial dinner. She promised to come, and then pressed me to tell her the history of my amours with her fair countrywoman. Alas, I said, you may not believe me, but I assure you I am only beginning with her. I shall certainly believe you, if you tell me so, though it seems very strange. Strange but true. You must understand, however, that I have only known her for a very short time, and again, I would not be made happy save through love. Mere submission would kill me. Good, but what did she say of me? I gave her a report of the whole conversation I had had with my niece the night before, and she was delighted. As you have not yet gone far with your niece, would you object if the young man who showed her so much attention yesterday were of the party tomorrow? Who is he? I should like to know him. M.N., the only son of a rich merchant. Certainly, bring him with you. When I got home, I went to my niece, who was still in bed, and told her that her fellow countryman would dine with us tomorrow. I comforted her with the assurance that M. Peretti would not tell her father that she was in Genoa. She had been a good deal tormented with the idea that the merchant would inform her father of all. As I was going out to supper, I told her that she could go and sup with Rosalie, or take supper at home if she preferred it. You are too kind to me, my dear uncle. I will go to Rosalie S. Very good. Are you satisfied with Annette? Oh, by the way, she told me that you spent last night with her, and that you had been her lover and her sister, at the same time. It is true, but she is very indiscreet to say anything about it. We must forgive her, though. She told me that she only consented to sleep with you on the assurance that I was really your niece. I am sure she only made this confession out of vanity and in the hope of gaining my favor, which would be naturally bestowed on a woman you love. I wish you had the right to be jealous of her, and I swear that if she does not comport herself with the utmost obedience to you in every respect, I will send her packing, in despite of our relations. As for you, you may not be able to love me, and I have no right to complain, but I will not have you degrade yourself by becoming my submissive victim. I was not sorry for my niece to know that I made use of Annette, but my vanity was wounded at the way she took it. It was plain that she was not at all in love with me, and that she was glad that there was a safeguard in the person of her maid, and that thus we could be together without danger, for she could not ignore the power of her charms. We dined together, and augured well of the skill of the new cook. M. Peretti had promised to get me a good man, and he presented himself just as we were finishing dinner, and I made a present of him to my niece. We went for a drive together, and I left my niece at Rosalie S., and I then repaired to Isolabella's, where I found a numerous and brilliant company had assembled consisting of all the best people in Genoa. Just then all the great ladies were mad over birabai, a regular cheating game. It was strictly forbidden at Genoa, but this only made it more popular, and besides, the prohibition had no force in private houses, which are outside of the jurisdiction of the government. In short, I found the game in full swing at the Signora Isolabella's. The professional gamesters who kept the bank went from house to house, and the amateurs were advised of their presence at such a house and at such a time. Although I detested the game, I began to play to do as the others did. In the room there was a portrait of the mistress of the house in harlequin costume, and there happened to be the same picture on one of the divisions of the birabai table. I chose this one out of politeness and did not play on any other. I risked a sequin each time. The board had 36 compartments, and if one lost, one paid 32 times the amount of the stake. This, of course, was an enormous advantage for the bank. Each player drew 3 numbers in succession, and there were 3 professionals. One kept the bag, another the bank, and the third the board, and the last took care to gather in the winnings as soon as the result was known, and the bank amounted to 2,000 sequins or thereabouts. The table, the cloth, and 4 silver candlesticks belonged to the players. I sat at the left of Madame Isolabella, who began to play, and as there were 15 or 16 of us, I had lost about 50 sequins when my turn came, for my harlequin had not appeared once. Everybody pitied me, or pretended to do so, for selfishness is the predominant passion of gamesters. My turn came at last. I drew my harlequin and received 32 sequins. I left them on the same figure and got 1,000 sequins. I left 50 still on the board, and the harlequin came out for the 3rd time. The bank was broken, and the table, the cloth, the candlesticks, and the board all belonged to me. Everyone congratulated me, and the wretched bankrupt gamesters were hissed, hooted, and turned out of doors. After the first transports were over, I saw that the ladies were in distress, for as there could be no more gaming, they did not know what to do. I consoled them by declaring that I would be banker, but with equal stakes, and that I would pay winning cards 36 times the stake instead of 32. This was pronounced charming of me, and I amused everybody till supper time, without any great losses or gains on either side. By dint of entreaty I made the lady of the house accept the whole concern as a present, and a very handsome one it was. The supper was pleasant enough, and my success at play was the chief topic of conversation. Before leaving, I asked Signora Isolabella and her marquis to dine with me, and they eagerly accepted the invitation. When I got home, I went to see my niece, who told me she had spent a delightful evening. "A very pleasant young man," said she, "who is coming to dine with us tomorrow, paid me great attention." "The same, I suppose, that did so yesterday." "Yes. Amongst other pretty things, he told me that if I liked he would go to Marseille and ask my hand of my father." I said nothing, but I thought to myself that if the poor young man gave himself all this trouble, he would be woefully misled, as he would not see me. "Why not?" "Because I should be in a nunnery. My kind good father will forgive me, but I must punish myself. That is a sad design, which I hope you will abandon. You have all that would make the happiness of a worthy husband. The more I think it over, the more I am convinced of the truth of what I say." We said no more just then, for she needed rest. Annette came to undress her, and I was glad to see the goodness of my niece towards her, but the coolness with which the girl behaved to her mistress did not escape my notice. As soon as she came to sleep with me, I gently remonstrated with her, bidding her to do her duty better for the future. Instead of answering with a caress, as she ought to have done, she began to cry. "My dear child," said I, "your tears weary me. You are only here to amuse me, and if you can't do that, you had better go." This hurt her foolish feelings of vanity, and she got up and went away without a word, leaving me to go to sleep in a very bad temper. In the morning I told her, in a stern voice, that if she played me such a trick again, I would send her away. Instead of trying to soothe me with a kiss, the little rebel burst out crying again. I sent her out of the room impatiently and proceeded to count my gains. I thought no more about it, but presently my niece came in and asked me why I had vexed poor Annette. "My dear niece," said I, "tell her to behave better or else I will send her back to her mother, S." She gave me no reply, but took a handful of silver and fled. I had not time to reflect on this singular conduct, for Annette came in rattling her crowns in her pocket and promised, with a kiss, not to make me angry any more. Such was my niece. She knew I adored her and she loved me, but she did not want me to be her lover, though she made use of the ascendancy which my passion gave her. In the code of feminine coquetry, such cases are numerous. Pisano came uninvited to see me, and congratulated me on my victory of the evening before. "Who told you about it?" "I have just been at the coffee house, where everybody is talking of it. It was a wonderful victory, for those Birabanti are knaves of the first water. Your adventure is making a great noise, for everyone says that you could not have broken their bank unless you had made an agreement with the man that kept the bag. My dear fellow, I am tired of you. Here, take this piece of money for your wife and be off." The piece of money I had given him was a gold coin worth 100 Genoese livres, which the government had struck for internal commerce. There were also pieces of 50 and 25 livres. I was going on with my calculations when Claremont brought me a note. It was from Irene and contained a tender invitation to breakfast with her. I did not know that she was in Genoa, and the news gave me very great pleasure. I locked up my money, dressed in haste, and started out to see her. I found her in good and well-furnished rooms, and her old father, Count Rinaldi, embraced me with tears of joy. After the ordinary compliments had been passed, the old man proceeded to congratulate me on my winnings of the night before. 3,000 sequins, he exclaimed, "that is a grand haul indeed." "Quite so. The funny part of it is that the man who keeps the bag is in the pay of the others." "What strikes you as funny in that?" "Why, he gained half without any risk. Otherwise, he would not have been likely to have entered into an agreement with you." "You think, then, that it was a case of connivance?" "Everybody says so. Indeed, what else could it be? The rascal has made his fortune without running any risk. All the Greeks in Genoa are applauding him and you." "As the greater rascal of the two." "They don't call you a rascal, they say you're a great genius. You are praised and envied." "I am sure I ought to be obliged to them." "I heard it all from a gentleman who was there. He says that the second and the third time the man with the bag gave you the office." "And you believe this?" "I am sure of it. No man of honor in your position could have acted otherwise. However, when you come to settle up with the fellow, I advise you to be very careful, for there will be spies on your tracks. If you like, I will do the business for you." I had enough self-restraint to repress the indignation and rage I felt. Without a word, I took my hat and marched out of the room, sternly repulsing Irene, who tried to prevent me from going as she had done once before. I resolved not to have anything more to do with the wretched old count. This calumnious report vexed me extremely, although I knew that most gamesters would consider it an honor. Pisano and Rinaldi had said enough to show me that all the town was talking over it, and I was not surprised that everyone believed it. But for my part, one did not care to be taken for a rogue when I had acted honorably. I felt the need of unbosoming myself to someone, and walked towards the Strada Balbi to call on the Marquis Grimaldi and discuss the matter with him. I was told he was gone to the courts, so I followed him there and was ushered into vast hall, where he waited on me. I told him my story, and he said, "My dear Chevalier, you ought to laugh at it, and I should not advise you to take the trouble to refute the calumny." "Then you advise me to confess openly that I am a rogue." "No, for only fools will think that of you. Despise them, unless they tell you you are a rogue to your face. I should like to know the name of the nobleman who was present and sent this report about the town." "I do not know who it is. He was wrong to say anything, but you would be equally wrong in taking any steps against him, for I am sure he did not tell the story with any intention of giving offense, quite the contrary. I am lost in wonder at his course of reasoning. Let us suppose that the facts were as he told them. Do you think they are to my honor?" "Neither to your honor nor shame. Such are the morals and such the maxims of gamesters. The story will be laughed at, your skill will be applauded, and you will be admired, for each one will say that in your place he would have done likewise." "Would you?" "Certainly. If I had been sure that the ball would have gone to the Harlequin, I would have broken the rascal's bank, as you did. I will say honestly that I do not know whether you won by luck or skill, but the most probable hypothesis, to my mind, is that you knew the direction of the ball. You must confess that there is something to be said in favor of the supposition. I confess that there is, but it is nonetheless a dishonorable imputation on me, and you in your turn must confess that those who think that I won by sleight of hand, or by an agreement with a rascal, insult me grievously. That depends on the way you look at it. I confess they insult you if you think yourself insulted, but they are not aware of that, and their intention being quite different there is no insult at all in the matter. I promise you no one will tell you to your face that you cheated, but how are you going to prevent them thinking so? Well, let them think what they like, but let them take care not to tell me their thoughts. I went home angry with Grimaldi, Rinaldi, and everyone else. My anger vexed me. I should properly have only laughed, for in the state of morals at Genoa, the accusation, whether true or false, could not injure my honor. On the contrary, I gained by it a reputation for being a genius, a term which the Genoese prefer to that methodistical word, a rogue, though the meaning is the same. Finally, I was astonished to find myself reflecting that I should have had no scruple in breaking the bank in the way suggested, if it had only been for the sake of making the company laugh. What vexed me most was that I was credited with an exploit I had not performed. When dinner time drew near, I endeavored to overcome my ill temper for the sake of the company I was going to receive. My niece was adorned only with her native charms, for the rascal Croce had sold all her jewels, but she was elegantly dressed, and her beautiful hair was more precious than a crown of rubies. Rosalie came in richly dressed and looking very lovely. Her husband, her uncle, and her aunt were with her, and also 2 friends, one of whom was the aspirant for the hand of my niece. Madame Isolabella and her shadow, M. Grimaldi, came late, like great people. Just as we were going to sit down, Clermont told me that a man wanted to speak to me. "Show him in." As soon as he appeared, M. Grimaldi exclaimed, "The man with the bag." "What do you want?" I said dryly. "Sir, I am come to ask you to help me. I am a family man, and it is thought that—" I did not let him finish. "I have never refused to aid the unfortunate," said I. "Clermont, give him 10 sequins, leave the room." This incident spoke in my favor, and made me in a better temper. We sat down to table, and a letter was handed to me. I recognized Pisano's writing and put it in my pocket without reading it. The dinner was delicious, and my cook was pronounced to have won his spurs. Though her exalted rank and the brilliance of her attire gave Signora Isabella the first place of right, she was nevertheless eclipsed by my 2 nieces. The young Genoese was all attention for the fair Marseillaise, and I could see that she was not displeased. I sincerely wished to see her in love with someone, and I liked her too well to bear the idea of her burying herself in a convent. She could never be happy till she found someone who would make her forget the rascal who had brought her to the brink of ruin. I seized the opportunity, when all my guests were engaged with each other, to open Pisano's letter. It ran as follows: "I went to the bank to change the piece of gold you gave me. It was weighed and found to be 10 carats underweight. I was told to name the person from whom I got it, but of course I did not do so. I then had to go to prison, and if you do not get me out of the scrape, I shall be prosecuted, though of course I am not going to get myself hanged for anybody." I gave the letter to Grimaldi, and when we had left the table he took me aside and said, "This is a very serious matter, for it may end in the gallows for the man who clipped the coin. Then they can hang the Birabanti. That won't hurt me much. No, that won't do. It would compromise Madame Isolabella, as Birabai is strictly forbidden. Leave it all to me. I will speak to the state inquisitors about it. Tell Pisano to persevere in his silence, and that you will see him safely through. The laws against coiners and clippers are only severe with regard to these particular coins, as the government has special reasons for not wishing them to be depreciated." I wrote to Pisano and sent for a pair of scales. We weighed the gold I had won at Birabai, and every single piece had been clipped. M. Grimaldi said he would have them defaced and sold to a jeweler. When we got back to the dining room, we found everybody at play. M. Grimaldi proposed that I should play at quins with him. I detested the game, but as he was my guest, I felt it would be impolite to refuse, and in 4 hours I had lost 500 sequins. Next morning, the Marquis told me that Pisano was out of prison, and that he had been given the value of the coin. He brought me 1,300 sequins, which had resulted from the sale of the gold. We agreed that I was to call on Madame Isolabella the next day, when he would give me my revenge at Quinn's. I kept the appointment and lost 3,000 sequins. I paid him 1,000 the next day and gave him 2 bills of exchange, payable by myself, for the other 2,000. When these bills were presented, I was in England, and being badly off I had to have them protested. 5 years later, when I was at Barcelona, M. de Grimaldi was urged by a traitor to have me imprisoned, but he knew enough of me to be sure that if I did not meet the bills it was from sheer inability to do so. He even wrote me a very polite letter, in which he gave the name of my enemy, assuring me that he would never take any steps to compel me to pay the money. This enemy was Pisano, who was also at Barcelona, though I was not aware of his presence. I will speak of the circumstance in due time, but I cannot help remarking that all who aided me in my pranks with Madame d'Urf proved traitors, with the exception of a Venetian girl, whose acquaintance the reader will make in the following chapter. In spite of my losses, I enjoyed myself, and had plenty of money, for after all I had only lost what I had won at Birabai. Rosalie often dined with us, either alone or with her husband, and I supped regularly at her home with my niece, whose love affair seemed quite promising. I congratulated her upon the circumstance, but she persisted in her determination to take refuge from the world in a cloister. Women often do the most idiotic things out of sheer obstinacy. Possibly they deceive even themselves and act in good faith. But unfortunately, when the veil falls from before their eyes, they see but the profound abyss into which their folly had plunged them. In the meanwhile, my niece had become so friendly and familiar that she would often come and sit on my bed in the morning when Annette was still in my arms. Her presence increased my ardor, and I quenched the fires on the blonde which the brunette was kindling. My niece seemed to enjoy the sight, and I could see that her senses were being pleasantly tortured. Annette was short-sighted, and so did not perceive my distractions, while my fair niece caressed me slightly, knowing that it would add to my pleasures. When she thought I was exhausted, she told Annette to get up and leave me alone with her, as she wanted to tell me something. She then began to jest and toy, and though her dress was extremely disordered, she seemed to think that her charms would exercise no power over me. She was quite mistaken, but I was careful not to undeceive her for fear of losing her confidence. I watched the game carefully, and noting how little by little her familiarity increased, I felt sure that she would have to surrender at last, if not at Genoa, certainly on the journey, when we would be thrown constantly in each other's society with nobody to spy upon our actions, and with nothing else to do but to make love. It is the weariness of a journey, the constant monotony, that makes one do something to make sure of one's existence. And when it comes to the reckoning, there is usually more joy than repentance. But the story of my journey from Genoa to Marseille was written in the book of fate, and could not be read by me. All I knew was that I must soon go, as Madame d'Urf was waiting for me at Marseille. I knew not that in this journey would be involved the fate of a Venetian girl of whom I had never heard, who had never seen me, but whom I was destined to render happy. My fate seemed to have made me stop at Genoa to wait for her. I settled my accounts with the banker, to whom I had been accredited, and I took a letter of credit on Marseille, where, however, I was not likely to want for funds, as my high treasurer, Madame d'Urf, was there. I took leave of Madame Isolabella and her circle that I might be able to devote all my time to Rosalie and her friends. Chapter 2. Disgraceful behavior of my brother, the Abbé. I relieve him of his mistress' departure from Genoa, the Prince of Monaco, my niece overcome our arrival at Antibes. On the Tuesday in Holy Week I was just getting up, when Clermont came to tell me that a priest who would not give his name wanted to speak to me. I went out in my nightcap, and the rascally priest rushed at me and nearly choked me with his embraces. I did not like so much affection, and as I had not recognized him at first on account of the darkness of the room, I took him by the arm and led him to the window. It was my youngest brother, a good-for-nothing fellow, whom I had always disliked. I had not seen him for 10 years, but I cared so little about him that I had not even inquired whether he were alive or dead in the correspondence I maintained with M. de Bragadin, Dandolo, and Barbero. As soon as his silly embraces were over, I coldly asked him what chance had brought him to Genoa in this disgusting state of dirt, rags, and tatters. He was only 29, his complexion was fresh and healthy, and he had a splendid head of hair. He was a posthumous son, born like Mahomet, 3 months after the death of his father. The story of my misfortunes would be only too long. Take me into your room, and I will sit down and tell you the whole story. First of all, answer my questions. How long have you been here? Since yesterday. Who told you that I was here? Count B at Milan. Who told you that the Count knew me? I found out by chance. I was at M. de Bragadin's a month ago, and on his table I saw a letter from the Count to you. Did you tell him you were my brother? I had to when he said how much I resembled you. He made a mistake, for you are a blockhead. He did not think so, at all events, for he asked me to dinner. You must have cut a pretty figure, if you were in your present state. He gave me 4 sequins to come here. Otherwise, I should never have been able to do the journey. Then he did a very foolish thing. You're a mere beggar then, you take alms. Why did you leave Venice? What do you want with me? I can do nothing for you. Ah, do not make me despair, or I shall kill myself. That's the very best thing you could do, but you are too great a coward. I ask again why you left Venice, where you could say Mass and preach, and make an honest living, like many priests much better than you. That is the kernel of the whole matter. Let us go in and I will tell you. No, wait for me here. We will go somewhere where you can tell me your story, if I have patience to listen to it. But don't tell any of my people that you are my brother, for I am ashamed to have such a relation. Come, take me to the place where you are staying. I must tell you that at my inn I am not alone, and I want to have a private interview with you. Who is with you? I will tell you presently, but let us go into a coffee house. Are you in company with a band of brigands? What are you sighing at? I must confess it, however painful it may be to my feelings. I am with a woman. A woman, and you a priest. Forgive me, I was blinded by love and seduced by my senses and her beauty, so I seduced her under a promise to marry her at Geneva. I can never go back to Venice, for I took her away from her father's house. What could you do at Geneva? They would expel you after you had been there 3 or 4 days. Come, we will go to the inn and see the woman you have deceived. I will speak to you afterwards. I began to trace my steps in the direction he had pointed out, and he was obliged to follow me. As soon as we got to the inn, he went on in front, and after climbing 3 flights of stairs, I entered a wretched den where I saw a tall young girl, a sweet brunette, who looked proud and not in the least confused. As soon as I made my appearance, she said, without any greeting, "Are you the brother of this liar and monster, who has deceived me so abominably?" "Yes," said I have the honor." "A fine honor, truly. Well, have the kindness to send me back to Venice, for I won't stop any longer with this rascal whom I listened to like the fool I was, who turned my head with his lying tales. He was going to meet you at Milan, and you were to give us enough money to go to Geneva, and there we were to turn Protestants and get married. He swore you were expecting him at Milan, but you were not there at all, and he contrived to get money in some way or another, and brought me here miserably enough. I thank heaven he has found you at last, for if he had not I should have started off by myself and begged my way. I have not a single thing left. The wretch sold all I possessed at Bergamo and Verona. I don't know how I kept my senses through it all. To hear him talk, the world was a paradise outside Venice, but I have found to my cost that there is no place like home. I curse the hour when I first saw the miserable wretch. He's a beggarly knave, always whining. He wanted to enjoy his rights as my husband when we got to Padua, but I am thankful to say I gave him nothing. Here is the writing he gave me, take it, and do what you like with it. But if you have any heart, send me back to Venice, or I will tramp there on foot. I had listened to this long tirade without interrupting her. She might have spoken at much greater length, so far as I was concerned. My astonishment took my breath away. Her discourse had all the fire of eloquence, and was heightened by her expressive face and the flaming glances she shot from her eyes. My brother, sitting down with his head between his hands, and obliged to listen in silence to this long catalogue of well-deserved reproaches, gave something of a comic element to the scene. In spite of that, however, I was much touched by the sad aspects of the girl's story. I felt at once that I must take charge of her and put an end to this ill-assorted match. I imagined that I should not have much difficulty in sending her back to Venice. which she might never have quitted if it had not been for her trust in me, founded on the fallacious promises of her seducer. The true Venetian character of the girl struck me even more than her beauty. Her courage, frank indignation, and the nobility of her aspect made me resolve not to abandon her. I could not doubt that she had told a true tale, as my brother continued to observe a guilty silence. I watched her silently for some time, and my mind being made up said, "I promise to send you back to Venice with a respectable woman to look after you, but you will be unfortunate if you carry back with you the results of your amours." "What results? Did I not tell you that we were going to be married at Geneva?" "Yes, but in spite of that." "I understand you, sir, but I am quite at ease on that point, as I am happy to say that I did not yield to any of the wretch's desires." "Remember," said the abbé in a plaintive voice, "the oath you took to be mine forever. You swore it upon the crucifix." So saying, he got up and approached her with a supplicating gesture, but as soon as he was within reach, she gave him a good hearty box on the ear. I expected to see a fight, in which I should not have interfered, but nothing of the kind. The humble abbé gently turned away to the window, and casting his eyes to heaven began to weep. "You are too malicious, my dear," I said. "The poor devil is only unhappy because you have made him in love with you. If he is, it's his own fault. I should never have thought of him, but for his coming to me and fooling me, I shall never forgive him till he is out of my sight. That's not the first blow I have given him. I had to begin at Padua." "Yes," said the abbé, "but you are excommunicated, for I am a priest. It's little I care for the excommunication of a scoundrel like you, and if you say another word I will give you some more." "Calm yourself, my child," said I. "You have cause to be angry, but you should not beat him. Take up your things and follow me." "Where are you going to take her?" said the foolish priest. "To my own house, and I should advise you to hold your tongue. Here, take these 20 sequins and buy yourself some clean clothes and linen, and give those rags of yours to the beggars. I will come and talk to you tomorrow, and you may thank your stars that you found me here. As for you, mademoiselle, I will have you conducted to my lodging, for Genoa must not see you in my company after arriving here with a priest. We must not have any scandal. I shall place you under the charge of my landlady, but whatever you do, don't tell her this sad story. I will see that you are properly dressed and that you want for nothing. May heaven reward you." My brother, astonished at the sight of the 20 sequins, let me go away without a word. I had the fair Venetian taken to my lodging in a sedan chair, and putting her under the charge of my landlady, I told the latter to see that she was properly dressed. I wanted to see how she would look in decent clothes, for her present rags and tatters detracted from her appearance. I warned Annette that a girl who had been placed in my care would eat and sleep with her, and then having to entertain a numerous company of guests, I proceeded to make my toilette. Although my niece had no rights over me, I valued her esteem and thought it best to tell her the whole story lest she should pass an unfavorable judgment on me. She listened attentively and thanked me for my confidence in her, and said she should very much like to see the girl and the abbé too, whom she pitied, though she admitted he was to be blamed for what he had done. I had got her a dress to wear at dinner, which became her exquisitely. I felt only too happy to be able to please her in any way, for her conduct towards myself and the way she treated her ardent lover commanded my admiration. She saw him every day either at my house or at Rosalie's. The young man had received an excellent education, though he was of the mercantile class, and wrote to her in a businesslike manner that, as they were well suited to each other in every way, there was nothing against his going to Marseille and obtaining her father's consent to the match, unless it were a feeling of aversion on her side. He finished by requesting her to give him an answer. She showed me the letter, and I congratulated her, and advised her to accept, if there was nothing about the young man which displeased her. "There is nothing of the kind," she said, "and Rosalie thinks with you. Then tell him by word of mouth that you give your consent, and will expect to see him at Marseille." "Very good, as you think so, I will tell him tomorrow." When dinner was over, a feeling of curiosity made me go into the room where Annette was dining with the Venetian girl, whose name was Marceline. I was struck with astonishment on seeing her, for she was completely changed, not so much by the pretty dress she had on as by the contented expression of her face, which made her look quite another person. Good humor had vanquished unbecoming rage, and the gentleness born of happiness made her features breathe forth love. I could scarcely believe that this charming creature before me was the same who had dealt such a vigorous blow to my brother, a priest, and a sacred being in the eyes of the common people. They were eating and laughing at not being able to understand each other, for Marceline only spoke Venetian, and Annette Genoese, and the latter dialect does not resemble the former any more than Bohemian resembles Dutch. I spoke to Marceline in her native tongue, which was mine too, and she said, "I seem to have suddenly passed from hell to paradise. Indeed, you look like an angel. You called me a little devil this morning, but here is a fair angel," said she, pointing to Annette. "We don't see such in Venice. She is my treasure." Shortly after, my niece came in, and seeing me talking and laughing with the two girls, began to examine the newcomer. She told me in French that she thought her perfectly beautiful, and repeating her opinion to the girl in Italian, gave her a kiss. Marceline asked her plainly in the Venetian manner who she was. "I am this gentleman's niece, and he is taking me back to Marseille, where my home is." "Then you would have been my niece too, if I had married his brother. I wish I had such a pretty niece." This pleasant rejoinder was followed by a storm of kisses, given and returned with ardor which one might pronounce truly Venetian, if it were not that this would wound the feelings of the almost equally ardent Provençals. I took my niece for a sail in the bay, and after we had enjoyed one of those delicious evenings which I think can be found nowhere else, sailing on a mirror silvered by the moon, over which float the odors of the jasmine, the orange blossom, the pomegranates, the aloes, and all the scented flowers which grow along the coasts, we returned to our lodging, and I asked Annette what had become of Marceline. She told me that she had gone to bed early, and I went gently into her room with no other intention than to see her asleep. The light of the candle awoke her, and she did not seem at all frightened at seeing me. I sat by the bed and fell to making love to her, and at last made as if I would kiss her, but she resisted, and we went on talking. When Annette had put her mistress to bed, she came in and found us together. "Go to bed, my dear," said I will come to you directly." Proud of being my mistress, she gave me a fiery kiss and went away without a word. I began to talk about my brother, and passing from him to myself, I told her of the interest I felt for her, saying that I would either have her taken to Venice or bring her with me when I went to France. "Do you want to marry me?" "No, I am married already." "That's a lie, I know, but it doesn't matter. Send me back to Venice, and the sooner the better. I don't want to be anybody's concubine." "I admire your sentiments, my dear, they do you honor." Continuing my praise, I became pressing, not using any force, but those gentle caresses which are so much harder for a woman to resist than a violent attack. Marceline laughed, but seeing that I persisted in spite of her resistance, she suddenly glided out of the bed and took refuge in my niece's room and locked the door after her. I was not displeased. The thing was done so easily and gracefully. I went to bed with Annette, who lost nothing by the ardor with which Marceline had inspired me. I told her how she had escaped from my hands, and Annette was loud in her praises. In the morning, I got up early and went into my niece's room to enjoy the sight of the companion I had involuntarily given her, and the two girls were certainly a very pleasant sight. As soon as my niece saw me, she exclaimed, "My dear uncle, would you believe it? This sly Venetian has violated me." Marceline understood her, and far from denying the fact, proceeded to give my niece fresh marks of her affection, which were well received, and from the movements of the sheets which covered them I could make a pretty good guess as to the nature of their amusement. "This is a rude shock to the respect which your uncle has had for your prejudices," said I. "The sports of two girls cannot tempt a man who has just left the arms of Annette." "You are wrong, and perhaps you know it, for I am more than tempted." With these words, I lifted the sheets of the bed. Marceline shrieked but did not move, but my niece earnestly begged me to replace the bedclothes. However, the picture before me was too charming to be concealed. At this point, Annette came in, and in obedience to her mistress, replaced the coverlet over the two Bacchantes. I felt angry with Annette, and seizing her threw her on the bed, and then and there gave the two sweethearts such an interesting spectacle that they left their own play to watch us. When I had finished, Annette, who was in high glee, said I was quite right to avenge myself on their prudery. I felt satisfied with what I had done, and went to breakfast. I then dressed and visited my brother. "How is Marceline?" said he as soon as he saw me. Very well, and you needn't trouble yourself any more about her. She is well lodged, well dressed, and well fed, and sleeps with my niece's maid. I didn't know I had a niece. There are many things you don't know. In 3 or 4 days she will return to Venice. I hope, dear brother, that you will ask me to dine with you today. Not at all, dear brother. I forbid you to set foot in my house, where your presence would be offensive to Marceline, whom you must not see any more. Yes, I will. I will return to Venice if I have to hang for it. What good would that be? She won't have you. She loves me. She beats you. She beats me because she loves me. She will be as gentle as a lamb when she sees me so well dressed. You do not know how I suffer. I can partly guess, but I do not pity you, for you are an impious and cruel fool. You have broken your vows and have not hesitated to make a young girl endure misery and degradation to satisfy your caprice. What would you have done, I should like to know, if I had given you the cold shoulder instead of helping you? I should have gone into the street and begged for my living with her. She would have beaten you, and would probably have appealed to the law to get rid of you. But what will you do for me, if I let her go back to Venice without following her? I will take you to France, and try to get you employed by some bishop. Employed? I was meant by nature to be employed by none but God. You proud fool, Marceline rightly called you a whiner. Who is your God? How do you serve him? You are either a hypocrite or an idiot. Do you think that you, a priest, serve God by deking an innocent girl away from her home? Do you serve him by profaning the religion you do not even understand? Unhappy fool. Do you think that with no talent, no theological learning, and no eloquence, you can be a Protestant minister? Take care never to come to my house, or I will have you expelled from Genoa. Well, well, take me to Paris, and I will see what my brother Francis can do for me. His heart is not so hard as yours. Very good, you shall go to Paris, and we will start from here in 3 or 4 days. Eat and drink to your heart's content, but remain indoors. I will let you know when we are going. I shall have my niece, my secretary, and my valet with me. We shall travel by sea. The sea makes me sick. That will purge away some of your bad humors. When I got home, I told Marceline what had passed between us. I hate him, said she, but I forgive him, since it is through him I know you. And I forgive him, too, because unless it had been for him, I should never have seen you. But I love you, and I shall die unless you satisfy my desires. Never, for I know I should be madly in love with you, and then you would leave me, and I should be miserable again. I will never leave you. If you will swear that, take me into France and make me all your own. Here you must continue living with Annette. Besides, I have got your niece to make love to. The pleasant part of the affair was that my niece was equally taken with her, and had begged me to let her take meals with us and sleep with her. As I had a prospect of being at their lascivious play, I willingly consented, and henceforth she was always present at the table. We enjoyed her company immensely, for she told us side-splitting tales which kept us at table till it was time to go to Rosalie's, where my niece's adorer was certain to be awaiting us. The next day, which was Holy Thursday, Rosalie came with us to see the processions. I had Rosalie and Marceline with me, one on each arm, veiled in their mazzeros, and my niece was under the charge of her lover. The day after we went to see the procession called at Genoa Caraxi, and Marceline pointed out my brother who kept hovering round us, though he pretended not to see us. He was most carefully dressed, and the stupid fop seemed to think he was sure to find favor in Marceline's eyes, and make her regret having despised him. But he was woefully deceived, for Marceline knew how to manage her mazzero so well that, though he was both seen and laughed at, the poor devil could not be certain that she had noticed him at all. And in addition, the sly girl held me so closely by the arm that he must have concluded we were very intimate. My niece and Marceline thought themselves the best friends in the world, and could not bear my telling them that their amorous sports were the only reason for their attachment. They therefore agreed to abandon them as soon as we left Genoa, and promised that I should sleep between them in the felucca, all of us to keep our clothes on. I said I should hold them to their word, and I fixed our departure for Thursday. I ordered the felucca to be in readiness and summoned my brother to go on board. It was a cruel moment when I left Annette with her mother. She wept so bitterly that all of us had to shed tears. My niece gave her a handsome dress, and I 30 sequins, promising to come and see her again on my return from England. Pisano was told to go on board with the abbé. I had provisioned the boat for 3 days. The young merchant promised to be at Marseille, telling my niece that by the time he came everything would be settled. I was delighted to hear it. It assured me that her father would give her a kind reception. Our friends did not leave us till the moment we went on board. The felucca was very conveniently arranged and was propelled by the 12 oarsmen. On the deck there were also 24 muskets, so that we should have been able to defend ourselves against a pirate. Clermont had arranged my carriage and my trunk so cleverly that by stretching 5 mattresses over them, we had an excellent bed, where we could sleep and undress ourselves in perfect comfort. We had good pillows and plenty of sheets. A long awning covered the deck, and 2 lanterns were hung up, one at each end. In the evening they were lighted and Clermont brought in supper. I had warned my brother that at the slightest presumption on his part, he should be flung into the sea, so I allowed him and Pisano to sup with us. I sat between my 2 nymphs and served the company merrily, first my niece, then Marceline, then my brother, and finally Pisano. No water was drunk at table, so we each emptied a bottle of excellent Burgundy, and when we had finished supper the rowers rested on their oars, although the wind was very light. I had the lamps put out and went to bed with my 2 sweethearts, one on each side of me. The light of dawn awoke me, and I found my darlings still sleeping in the same position. I could kiss neither of them, since one passed for my niece, and my sense of humanity would not allow me to treat Marceline as my mistress in the presence of an unfortunate brother who adored her, and had never obtained the least favor from her. He was lying near at hand, overwhelmed with grief and seasickness, and watching and listening with all his might for the amorous encounter he suspected us of engaging in. I did not want to have any unpleasantness, so I contented myself with gazing on them till the 2 roses awoke and opened their eyes. When this delicious sight was over, I got up and found that we were only opposite final, and I proceeded to reprimand the master. The wind fell dead at Savona, sir, and all the seamen chorused his excuse. Then you should have rowed instead of idling. We were afraid of waking you. You shall be at Antibes by tomorrow. After passing the time by eating a hearty meal, we took a fancy to go on shore at Saint Remo. Everybody was delighted. I took my 2 nymphs on land, and after forbidding any of the others to disembark, I conducted the ladies to an inn where I ordered coffee. A man accosted us and invited us to come and play biribi at his house. I thought the game was forbidden in Genoa, said I. I felt certain that the players were the rascals whose bank I had broken at Genoa, so I accepted the invitation. My niece had 50 louis in her purse, and I gave 15 to Marceline. We found a large assemblage, room was made for us, and I recognized the knaves of Genoa. As soon as they saw me, they turned pale and trembled. I should say that the man with the bag was not the poor devil who had served me so well without wanting to. I play harlequin, said I. There isn't one. What's the bank? There it is. We play for small stakes here, and those 200 louis are quite sufficient. You can bet as low as you like, and the highest stake is of a louis. That's all very well, but my louis is full weight. I think ours are too. Are you sure? No. Then I won't play, said I to the keeper of the rooms. You are right, bring the scales. The banker then said that when play was over, he would give 4 crowns of 6 livers for every louis that the company had won, and the matter was settled. In a moment the board was covered with stakes. We each punted a louis at a time, and I and my niece lost 20 louis, but Marceline, who had never possessed 2 sequins in her life before, won 240 louis. She played on the figure of an abbé which came out 5th 20 times. She was given a bag full of crown pieces, and we returned to the felucca. The wind was contrary, and we had to row all night, and in the morning the sea was so rough that we had to put in at Menton. My 2 sweethearts were very sick, as also my brother and Pisano, but I was perfectly well. I took the 2 invalids to the inn, and allowed my brother and Pisano to land and refresh themselves. The innkeeper told me that the Prince and Princess of Monaco were at Menton, so I resolved to pay them a visit. It was 13 years since I had seen the prince at Paris, where I had amused him and his mistress Caroline at supper. It was this prince who had taken me to see the horrible Duchess of Ruffec. Then he was unmarried, and now I met him again in his principality with his wife, of whom he had already 2 sons. The princess had been a Duchess de Borgnali, a great heiress, and a delightful and pretty woman. I had heard all about her, and I was curious to verify the facts for myself. I called on the prince, was announced, and after a long wait they introduced me to his presence. I gave him his title of Highness, which I had never done at Paris, where he was not known under his full style and title. He received me politely, but with that coolness which lets one know that one is not an over-welcome visitor. "You have put in on account of the bad weather, I suppose," said he. "Yes, Prince, and if your Highness will allow me, I will spend the whole day in your delicious villa. It is far from being delicious." "As you please. The princess as well as myself likes it better than our place at Monaco, so we live here by preference. I should be grateful if your Highness would present me to the princess." Without mentioning my name, he ordered a page in waiting to present me to the princess. The page opened the door of a handsome room and said, "The princess," and left me. She was singing at the piano, but as soon as she saw me, she rose and came to meet me. I was obliged to introduce myself, a most unpleasant thing, and no doubt the princess felt the position, for she pretended not to notice it, and addressed me with the utmost kindness and politeness, and in a way that showed that she was learned in the maxims of good society. I immediately became very much at my ease, and proceeded in a lordly manner to entertain her with pleasant talk, though I said nothing about my two lady friends. The princess was handsome, clever, and good-natured. Her mother, who knew that a man like the prince would never make her daughter happy, opposed the marriage, but the young marchioness was infatuated, and the mother had to give in when the girl said, "O Monaco, O Monaca, either Monaco or a convent." We were still occupied in the trifles which keep up an ordinary conversation, when the prince came in running after a waiting maid, who was making her escape, laughing. The princess pretended not to see him, and went on with what she was saying. The scene displeased me, and I took leave of the princess, who wished me a pleasant journey. I met the prince as I was going out, and he invited me to come and see him whenever I passed that way. "Certainly," said I, and made my escape without saying any more. I went back to the inn and ordered a good dinner for 3. In the Principality of Monaco, there was a French garrison, which was worth a pension of 100,000 francs to the prince, a very welcome addition to his income. A curled and scented young officer, passing by our room, the door of which was open, stopped short, and with unblushing politeness asked us if we would allow him to join our party. I replied politely, but coldly, that he did us honor, a phrase which means neither yes nor no, but a Frenchman who has advanced one step never retreats. He proceeded to display his graces for the benefit of the ladies, talking incessantly, without giving them time to get in a word, when he suddenly turned to me and said that he wondered how it was that the prince had not asked me and my ladies to dinner. I told him that I had not said anything to the prince about the treasure I had with me. I had scarcely uttered the words, when the kindly blockhead rose and cried enthusiastically, "Parbleu, I am no longer surprised. I will go and tell His Highness, and I shall soon have the honor of dining with you at the castle." He did not wait to hear my answer, but went off in hot haste. We laughed heartily at his folly, feeling quite sure that we should neither dine with him nor the prince. But in a quarter of an hour he returned in high glee, and invited us all to dinner on behalf of the prince. "I beg you will thank His Highness, and at the same time ask him to excuse us. The weather has improved, and I want to be off as soon as we have taken a hasty morsel." The young Frenchman exerted all his eloquence in vain, and at length retired with a mortified air to take our answer to the prince. I thought I had got rid of him at last, but I did not know my man. He returned a short time after, and addressing himself in a complacent manner to the ladies, as if I was of no more account, he told them that he had given the prince such a description of their charms that he had made up his mind to dine with them. "I have already ordered the table to be laid for 2 more, as I shall have the honor of being of the party. In a quarter of an hour, ladies, the prince will be here." "Very good," said I, "but as the prince is coming I must go to the felucca and fetch a capital pie of which the prince is very fond, I know. Come, ladies." "You can leave them here, sir. I will undertake to keep them amused." "I have no doubt you would, but they have some things to get from the felucca as well." "Then you will allow me to come too?" "Certainly, with pleasure." As we were going down the stairs, I asked the innkeeper what I owed him. "Nothing, sir. I have just received orders to serve you in everything, and to take no money from you." The prince is really magnificent." During this short dialogue, the ladies had gone on with the fop. I hastened to rejoin them, and my niece took my arm, laughing heartily to hear the officer making love to Marceline, who did not understand a word he said. He did not notice it in the least, for his tongue kept going like the wheel of a mill, and he did not pause for any answers. "We shall have some fun at dinner," said my niece, "but what are we going to do on the felucca?" "We are leaving, say nothing." "Leaving? Immediately." What a jest, it is worth its weight in gold. We went on board the felucca, and the officer, who was delighted with the pretty vessel, proceeded to examine it. I told my niece to keep him company, and going to the master, whispered to him to let go directly. "Directly?" "Yes, this moment." "But the abbé and your secretary are gone for a walk, and 2 of my men are on shore, too." "That's no matter. We shall pick them up again at Antibes. It's only 10 leagues, and they have plenty of money. I must go, and directly. Make haste." "All right." He tripped the anchor, and the felucca began to swing away from the shore. The officer asked me in great astonishment what it meant. "It means that I am going to Antibes, and I shall be very glad to take you there for nothing." "This is a fine jest. You're joking, surely." "Your company will be very pleasant on the journey." "Pardieu, put me ashore, for with your leave, ladies, I cannot go to Antibes." "Put the gentleman ashore," said I to the master. "He does not seem to like our company." "It's not that, upon my honor. These ladies are charming, but the prince would think that I was in the plot to play this trick upon him, which you must confess is rather strong." "I never play a weak trick." "But what will the prince say?" "He may say what he likes, and I shall do as I like." "Well, it's no fault of mine. Farewell, ladies, farewell, sir." "Farewell, and you may thank the prince for me for paying my bill." Marceline, who did not understand what was passing, gazed in astonishment, but my niece laughed till her sides ached, for the way in which the poor officer had taken the matter was extremely comic. Clermont brought us an excellent dinner, and we laughed incessantly during its progress, even at the astonishment of the abbé and Pisano when they came to the quay and found the felucca had flown. However, I was sure of meeting them again at Antibes, and we reached that port at 6 o'clock in the evening. The motion of the sea had tired us without making us feel sick, for the air was fresh, and our appetites felt the benefits of it, and in consequence we did great honor to the supper and the wine. Marceline, whose stomach was weakened by the sickness she had undergone, soon felt the effects of the burgundy, her eyes were heavy, and she went to sleep. My niece would have imitated her, but I reminded her tenderly that we were at Antibes, and said I was sure she would keep her word. She did not answer me, but gave me her hand, lowering her eyes with much modesty. Intoxicated with her submission, which was so like love, I got into bed beside her, exclaiming, "At last the hour of my happiness has come. And mine too, dearest." "Yours, have you not continually repulsed me?" "Never, I always loved you, and your indifference has been a bitter grief to me." "But the first night we left Milan, you preferred being alone to sleeping with me." "Could I do otherwise without passing in your eyes for one more a slave to sensual passion than to love? Besides, you might have thought I was giving myself to you for the benefits I had received. And though gratitude be a noble feeling, it destroys all the sweet delights of love. You ought to have told me that you loved me and subdued me by those attentions which conquer the hearts of us women. Then you would have seen that I loved you too, and our affection would have been mutual. On my side, I should have known that the pleasure you had of me was not given out of a mere feeling of gratitude. I do not know whether you would have loved me less the morning after, if I had consented, but I am sure I should have lost your esteem." She was right, and I applauded her sentiments, while giving her to understand that she was to put all notions of benefits received out of her mind. I wanted to make her see that I knew that there was no more need for gratitude on her side than mine. We spent a night that must be imagined rather than described. She told me in the morning that she felt all had been for the best. As if she had given way at first, she could never have made up her mind to accept the young Genoese, though he seemed likely to make her happy. Marceline came to see us in the morning, caressed us, and promised to sleep by herself the rest of the voyage. "Then you are not jealous," said I. "No, for her happiness is mine too, and I know she will make you happy." She became more ravishingly beautiful every day. Pisano and the abbé came in just as we were sitting down to table, and my niece having ordered 2 more plates, I allowed them to dine with us. My brother's face was pitiful and yet ridiculous. He could not walk any distance, so he had been obliged to come on horseback, probably for the first time in his life. "My skin is delicate," said he, "so I am all blistered, but God's will be done. I do not think any of his servants have endured greater torments than mine during this journey. My body is sore, and so is my soul." So saying, he cast a piteous glance at Marceline, and we had to hold our sides to prevent ourselves laughing. My niece could bear it no more, and said, "How I pity you, dear uncle." At this he blushed, and began to address the most absurd compliments to her, styling her my dear niece. I told him to be silent, and not to speak French till he was able to express himself in that equivocal language without making a fool of himself. But the poet Pagomaz spoke no better than he did. I was curious to know what had happened at Mentone after we had left, and Pagomaz proceeded to tell the story. When we came back from our walk, we were greatly astonished not to find the felucca anymore. We went to the inn, where I knew you had ordered dinner, but the innkeeper knew nothing except that he was expecting the prince and a young officer to dine with you. I told him he might wait for you in vain, and just then the prince came up in a rage, and told the innkeeper that now you were gone, he might look to you for his payment. "My lord," said the innkeeper, "the gentleman wanted to pay me, but I respected the orders I had received from your highness and would not take the money." At this the prince flung him a louis with an ill grace and asked us who we were. I told him that we belonged to you, and that you had not waited for us either, which put us to great trouble. "You will get away easily enough," said he, and then he began to laugh and swore the jest was a pleasant one. He then asked me who the ladies were. I told him that the one was your niece, and that I knew nothing of the other, but the abbé interfered and said she was your cousine. The prince guessed he meant to say cousin, and burst out laughing, in which he was joined by the young officer. "Greet him from me," said he as he went away, "and tell him that we shall meet again, and that I will pay him out for the trick he has played me." The worthy host laughed, too, when the prince had gone, and gave us a good dinner, saying that the prince's louis would pay for it all. When we had dined, we hired 2 horses and slept at nice. In the morning we rode on again, being certain of finding you here. Marceline told the abbé in a cold voice to take care not to tell anyone else that she was his cousine or his cousin, or else it would go ill with him, as she did not wish to be thought either the one or the other. I also advised him seriously not to speak French for the future, as the absurd way in which he had committed himself made everyone about him ashamed. Just as I was ordering post horses to take us to Fréjus, a man appeared and told me I owed him 10 louis for the storage of a carriage which I had left on his hands nearly 3 years ago. This was when I was taking Rosalie to Italy. I laughed, for the carriage itself was not worth 5 louis. "Friend," said I make you a present of the article." "I don't want your present, I want the 10 louis you owe me." "You won't get the 10 louis, I will see you further first." "We will see about that," and so saying he took his departure. I sent for horses, that we might continue our journey. A few moments after, a sergeant summoned me to the governor's presence. I followed him, and was politely requested to pay the 10 louis that my creditor demanded. I answered that, in the agreement I had entered into for 6 francs a month, there was no mention of the length of the term, and that I did not want to withdraw my carriage. "But supposing you were never to withdraw it?" "Then the man could bequeath his claim to his heir." "I believe he could oblige you to withdraw it, or to allow it to be sold to defray expenses." "You are right, sir, and I wish to spare him that trouble. I make him a present of the carriage." "That's fair enough, friend, the carriage is yours." "But sir," said the plaintiff, "it is not enough. The carriage is not worth 10 louis, and I want the surplus." "You are in the wrong. I wish you a pleasant journey, sir, and I hope you will forgive the ignorance of these poor people, who would like to shape the laws according to their needs." All this trouble had made me lose a good deal of time, and I determined to put off my departure till the next day. However, I wanted a carriage for Pisano and the abbé, and I got my secretary to buy the one I had abandoned for 4 louis. It was in a deplorable state, and I had to have it repaired, which kept us till the afternoon of the next day. However, so far as pleasure was concerned, the time was not lost.